Why is it that we know the process and you don't?
Explain.
I'm so
Explain the data. You just asked me. You just asked me. You just asked me.
Why are we moving on to harm?
Hold on, stop. Worst panel ever.
Why are you interrupting me?
Jesus, this panel is You all suck. Resi to you, please. I swear to God, the button is ready for both of you.
George Bush did 9/11.
Gefilte fish.
Mazel tov.
George Bush did 9/11. I need to. No, this is a real thing.
Wait,
you can do both, and they've done.
Why are we moving on to harm as if we've already been done?
I can show you the world.
Shining, shimmering, splendor.
Put them back in the love room, Sarah.
Let me take control over you guys. I'm
How's
apparently
that
supposed
working?
to be in charge of this, and you all suck.
Somebody wants to
Yeah,
hear
no,
that
you have
right
to
now.
deal with it. No, you don't want him on your
Can you
side.
shut down the science nerding?
If you didn't interrupt me every time I started reading one, we could get through this.
Who's interrupting now?
Shh, boys, it's quiet time. This is the craziest lit, obnoxious, loudmouth whole talk over me, not let me read anything you all panel I've ever had in my life, but I still love you dearly. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our live Mod Monday. I love Moderator Monday. It is my favorite. I have with me this evening Razzie Ice Beans, made by Jim Bob and Flow State. This is a top tier lineup from my perspective. I don't know about any of you, but I'm super excited to watch this one burn to pieces. Our topic of the evening is Houston, we have a problem. Was the moon landing real or not? Some of you are asking if it's even cheese. So I'm super excited to host this, and I hope everybody here has a grand old time. I believe everybody is restreaming, so feel free to go to anyone else's channel and watch there if you so choose. Outside of that, let's start with our opening statements. Rezi, go for it.
Hi, Reservoir, Resi, all those sorts of names here. I'm going to be arguing today that we landed on the moon. It's really not that difficult, is my argument. I think it's actually relatively easy to land on the moon with rudimentary physics that you can learn in high school. At the time, it took quite a bit. You know, we were all dealing with the ravages of World War II and other, inanities. And for what it's worth, it might seem like it was pretty advanced. But if we're looking at rocketry, it's pretty simple to see how we actually got there. If we're looking at a lot of the conspiracy theories that involve this, from film, the Van Allen belt, I think all of this can be easily dismissed with just a very basic explanation of how the science itself works. I think the conspiracy theories exist. I think that they can be fun. However, I look forward very much to making sure that you all know we landed on the moon, and it's really not that impressive.
Fair enough. Thank you. And Ice Beans to you.
Hello, my name is Ice Beans. You can call me Ice, you can call me Beans, you can call me Ice Beans. That's any of those work. I will say that although I very much like looking at conspiracies, I don't think I'd really looked too closely at the moon landing conspiracy before this debate. But my position is more or less that, especially when you look at the things that are brought up to kind of counter this narrative that the whole like, oh, we didn't land on the moon, or it's really easy to actually debunk all of these points of attack. And in general, I just find them to be very indicative of a more broader sense of conspiratorial thinking that just wants to foster this distrust in the government, distrust in like NASA, things like that, distrust in science. And so for me, it's more so that the conspiracy theories don't really hold water and they don't seem to really hold their own. That's more or less my position.
Perfect. Thank you, Ice Beans. And Jim Bob, I believe you wanted a layout.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. Okay. So, yeah, this is John Kennedy in 1961 claiming he's going to fly 370-something thousand miles to the moon for winning some sort of measuring contest. Apparently, JFK had a tiny micro because he outsourced it to Werner von Braun, sequestered by the U.S., to showcase his giant Saturn V, which at the time would make it up to about 115 miles by 1967. But somehow they recouped the other thousands. Now, keep in mind, they're keeping the legacy alive of this man, Jack Parsons, an active sex cult ritualist, a little simp of Aleister Crowley, participates in sex madness, swinging parties with L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah, that's the guy you want to be the legacy of your astronaut system. Now, this is Gus Grissom. He was outspoken. He said, we're probably not going to do this, guys. So he burned up. Not sure, very strange circumstances. He was questioning, why are we doing this? This is not promising. There's a lot of problems with this engineering and so forth. And so he reached his sad demise. Now, I'm not making any claims there. This is a guy named Bill Casing. Oh, sorry. That was Bill Casing. He was he wrote a book laying out why he thought it was a hoax as well. And this is very early, right? This isn't like years later after people got wild and free with their speech and conspiracy theories. This is very early in this process. Keep in mind, nearly half of Russia, their citizens didn't believe what was happening. Why? Because they didn't believe the footage. If you look here, this is what we're supposed to, this is what they're transmitting to the rooms of these boomers who are high on American exceptionalism. They could have sent anything through the tube. This is what we were supposed to believe is the LEM there taking off from the moon. Look at it go. Apparently there's a camera up there controlled by Houston, remote control. And you know, half a century plus later, we haven't gone back at all, right? But somehow we nailed it on our first attempt in a tinfoil shack. So is there room for skepticism? Absolutely. Should people be mocked for going, I don't really believe it? I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of people socially not allowed to say it because of mockery and sort of like well poisoning. Just to put it in context, the first heart transplant from a technological perspective was in 1967. It was soon exponentially replicated and made cheaper to the extent that I think there's about 5,000 a year just in America. And that's just America. Now, if you look at the moon landing as some sort of technological feat, the guy opening, Rezi, says it's so easy. It's just so easy that we just can't do it again, right? By NASA's own admission. We just can't do it again. This is my opener, dude. Shut up. Shut up.
Why?
It's my opener.
Okay, stop. Boys, stop it.
You don't interrupt someone's opener, prick.
I will absolutely interrupt you at this point. You've mentioned
Okay, cool.
3 minutes.
So anyway, he says it's easy. That's not an argument. And so if it's so easy, how is it so hard to do? So that's my opener.
Thank you. And Flow State to you.
Yeah, we were all taught when we were young that we went to the moon. We've all been indoctrinated and coached into this worldview. But as we grow up and look at things with adult eyes, we realize that the moon is made out of cheese, and so we couldn't possibly have gone there. But no, we realize that the government is not a trustworthy institution at all, from the Tuskegee experiments to weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist. There's a consistent, steady pattern of the government lying to the people. On top of that, like Jim Bob mentioned, you've got a department within an untrustworthy institution that is staffed basically entirely and founded by Operation Paperclip that we moved over. At the time, I wasn't around, but I assumed that this was impressive enough looking footage. But when we look at footage today, like Jim Bob showed, it just looks campy, right? If you look at it, if you have the willingness to change your mind, it's not hard to do. And even though it may not be impossible to get back or to get to the moon using physics, it's way more plausible that what happened is we were in a Cold War and the president had obligated us to be to the moon by the end of the decade, and we faked it because we had incentive, and it's way easier to fake some footage than it is to get to the moon. It's not even good fakes either. You saw Fruity Pebbles shooting out the back of the Apollo 17 return launch a minute ago, and I'm going to share screen real quick here.
Oh, I can't do it on this one. You're gonna mess with all my stuff.
You can't? Okay.
Hold on. There you go.
We look at the moon rover, right? Do you recognize these folding chairs here?
Yeah, REI camping, right?
Yeah, I think everybody's grandparents had a set of these in the garage, and one of these upside down umbrellas. I mean, it's just laughable looking at it today. So that's it.
Thank you. Now I gotta put you back. All right, perfect. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. And for the record, we will go through the debate, and then we will do closing statements, and then we will read and respond to super chats. And then after that, we will open the panel. I believe most of these folks will likely stay on for open panel, hopefully. Outside of that, I leave the floor open to you.
Yeah, I want to start by saying, if it was so easy, why, when asked, Don Pettit was posed the question, why is it that we haven't gone back? It should be easy to do this if we did it in the 1960s, 69, to which his response was, well, that we destroyed the technology and it's too difficult to build back. So the head of NASA, Rezi,
Are you gonna? Okay, that's fine. I know what the.
I'm actually talking right now.
I don't care.
Listen, I'm asking you a
I
question.
really couldn't care.
You don't care.
I know what the question.
Okay, cool. You're talking. Cool. This is what it's like.
Let's
This is what it's like. If you're gonna just talk over everyone,
ask the
this is what it's gonna be like.
question, Bob.
Okay. The question is, why is it the head of NASA disagrees with you? He says it's too hard.
Okay. How? I'm going to ask you a question.
So you're not going to answer the question? You're going to ask a question instead of answering the question.
You a question rhetorically.
I got
that's
you.
What you're doing.
Okay, I'll ask a question back when you ask a question. That's how this.
Okay, cool. Is it hard to drive to where are you living? Located east or west coast?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, cool. Assume you're located on the east coast. Would it be harder to drive to New York City or San Francisco?
Harder to drive to where?
If you were located on the east coast, let's say Virginia, would it be harder to drive to New York City or San Francisco, California?
How are you measuring difficulty?
I mean, difficulty.
It's just time. It's just time. Same technology.
Time.
Equal
time, resources, maybe
not harder.
Like it costs more gasoline.
That's not harder.
That is harder because that means you need more resources. So going back to the moon would require us to get a lot of resources for the things that we've already collected.
I thought it was easy. You just said it was easy.
It is easy. It's expensive.
So why is it harder?
It was really easy.
So it's easier, but it's harder.
Expensive.
So it's easier then, but it's harder now.
Easy, but it's expensive.
Does technology get cheaper? Does technology get cheaper over time?
Does fuel get cheaper over time? Because fuel has been increasing this entire time that was happening. In fact, at that point, we're even
not proportionally to inflation. It's been actually pretty stable.
What for?
And you're not using the same fuel. You're not using the same fuel allegedly when you take off to when you're in the.
But how do we get that fuel? How do we get that fuel? It's made of hydrogen.
We haven't wanted that enough, basically.
You have 60. Do you know how much NASA gets per day?
Yep.
How much?
I don't know, but
you don't know. You don't know the fuck you're talking about.
60. I don't need to know like a number off.
No. You're arguing it's no, because you're arguing it's expensive, but they get 63. They get 60. I'm talking Ice Beans. They get $63 million a day.
Okay. Yes, and all of those those funds are not allocated to the landing on the moon. That's that's part of the problem. We have not wanted to go.
What are they doing that's more important than that?
That's not the reasoning.
No, the National Weather Service is one of the things. Yeah.
That's not the reasoning. They can't go back though.
Focusing on other things.
You guys aren't even saying the reasons.
Operations, satellite operations.
No, but like you've asked why we haven't gone to the moon, and simply
you're making up reasons.
No,
that's not true.
Kind of reset this panel.
That's not even true. That's not even NASA. You guys don't even know NASA's positions.
All right.
You're gonna need pepper spray for this one.
I'm going to listen. Okay, I already knew Rezi and Jim Bob were gonna be very big dukers on this one, but I have one rule: don't talk over each other. All right, try to keep it simple. Try to keep it to the point. Ask and answer, answer and ask. Okay, let's do this. We can make this clean. We can make this fair. Everybody can get their words in, but let's do it civilly. You're not monkeys, okay?
I'm saying that your guys' excuses, they're not even NASA's excuses. You guys don't even know NASA's responses to these questions. You're answering your own opinion.
Okay, cool. Can we get to like a point here, Jim Bob? Like you're just saying the same shit.
I'm saying your reasoning is not actually the official
I've
reasoning.
already explained.
So why are you disagreeing? Why are you disagreeing with the original?
Why are you just sorting one NASA person, Jim Bob?
Okay, do you appeal to NASA?
Why do you have to just go with this one like dude that's like skitzing out and shit that agrees with you? Why not the other ones that talk about cost effectiveness?
Wait, what? What are you saying? Yeah. What's the argument?
The cost effectiveness argument, Jim Bob. It's been pretty clear this whole time what I've been saying.
So it's not cost effective to go to the moon, but we're spending money to go to Mars. That makes sense to you?
Well, we haven't spent money to go to Mars yet, have we?
So we're planning on going to Mars, right?
Okay.
That's the deal. NASA wants.
If you want me to argue that Elon's a retard,
you don't let anybody talk,
I can
dude.
Do that for you, bro.
What is this? A Talmudic trick or something that you learned?
100%. You know.
Okay, cool. I figured.
No, man.
Also, the other thing too, Jim Bob, is that we are going to the moon next year.
Are we? They said that last year and the last year and the last year. You know they say that every time.
But also, hold on.
You know they've been saying that for.
It's not okay, but we've
You're so ignorant to what the promises have been, right? You're not up to date with any of this, right? You're just new to this scenario.
Oh, that doesn't mean I can't argue.
No,
right?
That means that you don't know that there's previous promises.
The other thing too is that like we just don't allocate funds to the shuttle program to go to the moon. That's like literally it. It's between.
We didn't allocate any.
Like what Congress and like the DoD.
So
wanted?
Do you know what Artemis was?
And
we didn't allocate money for Artemis. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that we haven't wanted to go to the moon badly enough, so we haven't set up.
We just promised, dude. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. We just promised not too long.
You asked why we haven't.
What is Artemis?
What is the
years? What is the promise?
You asked why we haven't been back in 50 years, and it's just all this time we haven't wanted to go back. That's it.
What is the Artemis program?
I'm not answering. Like, why are you asking?
Why are you referencing NASA's promise to go back to the moon that didn't happen? That was very recent. Why are you? Because it's contradictory to what you're saying. You said you just said we're not
actually contradictory, but it's okay.
Listen, you just said we're not allocating money. Premise 1, we're not allocating money to go to the moon. Premise 2, NASA allocated money to Artemis to go to the moon. That's a contradiction.
No, I just said we haven't been back because it's expensive. You're just straw man because you're.
No, she said we didn't allocate any money. You little slime ball.
You're breaking your.
Yes, because they allocated it away from it to focus on other things.
What are they focusing on with those funds?
They wanted the Saturn B. Is my understanding of it when I looked into it. So so essentially we gave up the Apollo 18 and the Apollo all those applications and got other things.
All the years that we had previously promised that we'd be back to the moon by, that we didn't actually go to the moon. What happened to all that fuel budget expenditure?
Sure. We can look at it. I haven't looked into exactly what those, if you want to argue the promises that were broken, sure, that's an avenue of response. But that doesn't mean that the moon landings didn't happen in and of.
Well, what I'm pointing out is that your excuse for why,
because if you want to,
the budget excuse is moot because we budgeted for this thing in the past and then not had those expenses incurred.
Sure.
How'd the technology get? The point is that it's been allocated before and it's not been a problem, and now it's suddenly a problem, even though every other technology that we can possibly look at exponentially got more effective and more price effective.
But again, if we haven't wanted to go back to the moon,
we did. What are you talking about? What are you saying?
Go ahead and tell me.
We wouldn't have scheduled.
Okay, apart from go ahead.
How much does it cost for us to run the ISS every year? Like ISS operations. Does anybody know?
Hold on, I got you. Okay. We're requesting $1,286,000,000 in 2025 for the ISS.
Okay, and that's like transportation, flight, commercial developments, all that.
I don't know. It's just a line item.
Yeah, I see a total of 45. Sorry, I just found the thing. Deep exploration they have for pros and campaign developments that they're spending year over year of around 8,000 and whatnot. And then the rest of it's a lot of just putting money into research.
And
for
why
how
is
to-
there no private companies that could match the technology of 1969?
There,
Hold
Wait,
on,
what?
haven't we already had a private landing on the moon? A private company
What?
landing on the moon?
What are you talking about? Where's the person? What are you talking about? A man on the
not
moon?
with a human.
Not with a human, but we've
No,
had
we're
a
not talking
landing.
about cartoons. I know you like cartoons over there, but we're talking about
Okay.
why is it right that there are no private companies? Wouldn't you say there's a decent
Yes, there was
incentive
a private
to?
company literally on February 28th that landed a private spacecraft that was just without people.
So it is easy to do.
Yeah, that seems like that's kind of it's getting
So
easier.
so you're
actually,
saying
hold on. I'm sorry. Can I?
easier
I have
somehow.
a question.
Yeah.
I have a question for both of y'all. Is it that you don't think that any landings have been made on the moon, period, by anyone?
no.
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
understandable.
Oh,
Yeah,
so then
it is
okay.
understandable.
So you've never. So
Sure.
why do you think we
I
didn't do it
understand a
back
lot more now.
then? We just absolutely just couldn't do it. You're using the evidence that we haven't done it again, though we did do it 6 times, right?
No.
No, that's begging the question. You're just
No, we
asserting that
we
it
landed.
happened.
The Apollo missions landed on the moon 6
Nope.
No,
Yeah.
that's what's in question,
No.
dummy.
Oh well, no, but like you said that we didn't go back.
What do you think this is a debate
6
about?
times.
The ISS
No,
is
you're
filmed
saying
in
we
green
didn't go
screen.
back, but we went back 6
Yeah.
times, right?
No, we
No.
didn't.
We didn't
5
go at
times,
all.
right? We went back 5 times. That's
No,
right.
we didn't go at all.
Yeah. So
If you
No,
keep
once
insisting,
again-
it's
So
not going
just
to change our mind.
asserting. So
Yeah.
so your idea of a debate is asserting your position that you're coming in with. That's it.
yeah,
That's all
usually
you got.
actually arguing with things that make sense. I kind of wanted to get onto the Werner von
It doesn't
Braun.
make sense to you that you were lied to.
Look at him. You're
No,
taking
I-
away his
what-
like
no, I
little
can't
lunchbox.
Ask you, what makes it that somebody can't do science if they're having sex parties and shit?
What? No one made that argument.
Yeah, you did. You did in your intro with Jack Parsons. You
When
said
did
that
I say someone can't do?
satanic sex cultist? So
When did I
how can you
say?
do this? This
When
is-
did I say someone can't do science?
Objection, relevance.
Listen,
No, it's like no. The question was, how is this the person doing it? That was
No,
you.
I said it's if this is the legacy, you might want to be a little more skeptical of the organization, being that it has occult satanic practices
Why?
as their roots.
Why should I do that?
You wouldn't, because you're a Talmudic.
Do you
operator.
trust not?
Why would you care? No, you're just
I'm really
you're
curious.
just a
You calling
degen
me a
leftist.
Jew?
So why? I'm not asking
I'm
you
asking
to
you
care.
if you're calling me a
I'm
Jew.
asking the audience who has
Just
a moral
curious. I'm asking
backbone,
questions.
not you.
I am about to put the two of you in a speed date from hell if either of you don't settle the down.
Is there any
okay?
reason to trust anybody? Distrust anybody from your view? Hobbit man.
Yeah, 100%. I just
Who, like who?
things that you're saying. You,
Like who?
Easy. You.
What about Nazis? Do you trust?
I can trust the data that comes.
Do you
out of
trust the
science.
U.S.
So you won't
government?
answer. I didn't ask about
No, we
David.
learned how to do heart surgeries. You did that.
Do you trust the federal government?
Jim Bob, did you not say that we do heart surgeries?
You should.
You didn't
speak
ask
at
my.
them.
You
They
don't
need to-
answer
they
any
need to
questions.
get it over
I
with.
understand that. I have, but
You don't answer any questions, dude. Are you a lawyer? Did you fail law
you-
school,
you
and
do
this is
heart
your
surgeries
second
now, and that's
second choice?
good. You said that we do heart surgeries now, and that's good. We learned that from the Nazis. You know that, right?
I'm not. I didn't make the argument. I didn't make that
Then
argument.
why do we
that is
trust heart
bad?
transplants, Jim Bob?
Does the government
Because
lie
we
to
can
people?
repeat those.
Okay. I mean, yes, we're repeating. We repeated the moon thing 6 times.
No, that's just an assertion again.
Yeah,
I know I can investigate with my own eyes that we can do heart surgery.
So you
Dude,
didn't
shut
even-
up for a
Oh,
second. Dude, you're so used to talking back to your
I
Jewish
just know
mom that you
that
can't
you're
even
a heart
handle someone
surgeon.
talking to you.
Oh
I'm
my God,
sorry.
Jim Bob.
Listen,
No, tell me. Trust me. I've been
Listen.
called. I want him to tell me. If you think
Steinberg,
something. That's it.
shut up for a second.
Okay, man. Keep going. I'm
You're
not.
still
I'm
talking.
Slavic,
He
by the
can't
way.
help. He
All
can't
right.
help himself.
Gentlemen. All
He
right.
can't help himself.
Jim Bob, ask your question.
I can't.
And then Rezi, hold, and then respond after he actually puts the period on that sentence.
The
Jim
difference,
Bob, please.
the difference between other technologies that have developed is that we can actually go and verify those technologies. We can actually purchase those technologies. We can purchase a heart transplant, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can actually look at that. Your assertion is something that we can't verify with our own eyes and our own experience. Do you understand that there's a category difference here?
Yeah, except a private industry did do that. That private industry known as Intuitive Machines that did it. and they paid for it, a private one, just like a private person pays for a heart transplant, right? And corporations are people.
What? So
you're talking about private entities. A private entity has paid to go to the moon.
He's talking about firsthand versus secondhand experience.
Yeah.
I'm talking about intuitive machines. You're saying your argument is that if this is real to you because you can pay for it. I'm saying if you had enough money and weren't you could pay for it, and I've recommended that you.
That's not what I said, though.
Okay, but that's what your assertion is. I don't get
no.
That's your that's where you would accept.
You can do it.
If you were
firsthand
flow
state. No, firsthand. Flow state listens. You guys don't listen.
They also had Volkswagens, right? Like, we know that those work. We've all been in one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the difference is
the Nazis seem more capable.
The difference is there is a technology.
Even.
But we're talking about accepting something based off trust and word of mouth, or not, right? So, starting at the very beginning, why would you trust this institution? Is it trustworthy? Go.
Okay, before Rezi gets in there, what I wanted to ask basically is that
questions for answers.
I'm talking to flow state. So essentially, though, you're saying that you just don't trust anything that you can't verify yourself.
No.
Does that apply? Does that then?
That's not what I said.
Literally not what he said.
Go. I'm talking to him. Go ahead, flow state.
I'm in the debate. I don't care who you're talking to.
You're
against me too.
Would you mind rephrasing that then?
I don't think that you, or I don't know what you think that you heard. Right? I don't know what you were listening to when. But no, I didn't say I don't trust anything ever the government says.
No, I'm not.
Or that I can't verify myself or whatever.
Okay.
What government agencies are trustworthy? Actually,
are they?
I'm asking Jim. I'm asking him. He said that he trusts some government agencies.
What are? No, what I said is not. Anytime you try to push my opinion all the way to the extreme, you never, ever, will never do this. I'm probably not going to agree with it.
Is that just oppositional defiance disorder or something?
No, it's the realization that reality is shades of gray and nothing's all black and white, which you guys know very well, which is why you want to straw man an extreme position. It's easier to go against.
Do you even remember Flow State's original question?
No, but that's why
you don't.
Asking.
Yeah, no shit.
No, what I'm asking.
Shouldn't you learn to listen as a customer?
You're just asking me back what I asked you.
No, but what I'm trying to determine is right. What level of scientific knowledge would you accept given that you
don't even worry about that. Don't even worry about that. We're not even there yet. We're starting at square one. We're starting at square one. Is this an institution that we can trust just at their word, or do we need more evidence than that? It's the first stumbling.
I'm trying to determine if before
you're
that
trying to skip over the question.
No, it's not even skipping over the question. It's me just determining if you accept any higher level of science.
Because if we don't trust the government just based off of its credibility, then we need to move on to the next step. Okay, can we verify this through observation, reason, science, one of the other methods?
But that's why my question.
That's where you're trying to go to, but I want you to stop at the first one.
Okay, but my question comes in though because obviously you've moved past that.
Why don't you answer my question instead of trying to scheme up a question back to me?
Yeah. Why are you answering?
You're posturing.
Because I want to find out. Because here's the thing: is that no amount of evidence that I give you is going to be accepted by you because you just are not going to accept it. That's my.
I don't know how you landed there.
Well, that's why I'm asking you. What level of scientific
It's not your turn to ask a question. It's your turn to answer a question.
What level of scientific basis would you accept? Because if
the moon is made of cheese.
What do you mean scientific basis?
The moon
anyway?
is cheese.
What any level of scientific evidence that's provided?
Not at all. It's all cheese. Until you answer my question, the moon is pure cheese.
We're talking about engineering, not natural science anyway. What are you talking
we're
about?
not talking about engineering. We're talking about
yes, we are.
Trust. We're talking about government trust.
When someone makes a claim about engineering,
you don't need to worry about what level of science I'll accept because you have not presented any.
Well, yeah, because we're literally talking about government trust because you asked a question about government trust. We're not talking about science. We're talking about.
Well, I'm trying to talk about government trust, but nobody will answer the question.
Okay,
maybe you can answer the question.
Yeah, we can move on from this because I'm not going to move it.
So you're not going to answer any questions then?
I don't believe that you trust the government. Is that a fair thing to say? and it's because you're oppositionally defiant, and that's fine.
Could you stop diagnosing me and make a case for what you believe?
Armchair
sure.
psychologizing.
It's pretty simple.
It is
trust
fair.
No,
the
you're
government.
oppositional defiant. You're the ones who
You're
can't answer any fucking
suffering from,
questions.
Yeah. I trust
My
the government
diagnosis is look at
I
my
trust the
sweater. I'm going to
government
diagnose you
of-
now.
I trust the government.
Don't you
Go
need a
ahead,
pipe?
Rezzy.
Do you have
Go
a
ahead,
pipe?
Rezzy, with your question.
I trust the governments of, like many governments on Earth, that all came to the same conclusion through pictorial evidence that we landed on the Earth. There are pictures not just from America, but from India.
No, they didn't all come to the
And
same conclusion.
pictures
we
don't even
have
pass in the court of
We
law
have
anymore, dude. What are you talking about?
Since when? So this isn't a court of law, bro. Okay, so if I can't,
Science
even
is like-
I can't believe my eyes. My
It's actually
lying
similar.
fucking eyes,
It's
okay?
actually
No, we
similar,
can
dude.
believe our
No,
eyes.
There's no evidence. That
It's actually similar to the court of law, actually.
there is no level.
You're
of evidence
asking
that
what
can give you.
constitutes
If
good
I'm
evidence.
telling you that
That's
there
what a
are
court does.
pictures
Now,
from
what
other
level of
governments
evidence would you accept? Because I feel like I'm talking to some religious zealots.
There is no
Which
level of evidence.
I normally feel like when I talk to Jim Bob, but right now, surprisingly, I don't feel like that about
a
him.
picture and you can't.
Oh, Rezzy's
agree
all
where
about that
picture
occult
comes
stuff.
from.
He's just, I don't know what he's prattling
doesn't
about. Is
work.
he, what are you
Hold
doing?
on.
Doesn't stop
hold on.
prattling
He doesn't
since
even
we
know
got
what he's
on.
talking about.
Rezzy, speak a little closer to your mic too.
Yeah,
'cause you are
dude.
Oh yeah,
fading out.
you're fine. Sorry. There's just no level of
The
evidence.
dude
I think,
abides.
and if we can't even show you pictures from other governments that have taken pictures of this, including natural enemies of the United States at that point in time, at that point, I don't think there's any basis that we can.
So
even have
you
a
trust
debate.
photos now?
Do you want to see my picture of
in this
Bigfoot?
in
I
this day
trust
and age, you
photos
trust
that are
photographs.
provided from enemy countries. Yes.
No, but
In
that's
this-
that's why
enemy
I asked the question is
yeah.
like if for example like you have another country that has sent their shit to the moon, they've taken
Like
pictures
India?
of our equipment.
You want to see
Our-
India? Let's do a screen
They've-
share of India's
Hold on.
evidence. Let's do it.
They've
They got
taken
to the
pictures
Flow
of
moon.
state,
our
Flow state, find
equipment.
it.
I
But
got
that's,
you.
Find it.
That's why
That
I
shit's
asked
so good.
We'll show 'em.
That's why
We'll show-
that's why I asked Flow State if like you
Yeah, no, we'll
are
find
going to-
you.
if you're going to accept that or not.
No,
And I guess
no, we're
the
gonna
answer is
present.
no.
We're gonna present you with evidence right now.
Look, you can't
No,
back
I'm
into
not
this.
really
You
that-
can't,
I'm not
you
really
can't say
that
what would
interested,
you
though.
what will convince you can't have me do your work for you. You present something and then I'll let you know if I accept it.
Well, that's why.
But
we
that's my
actually-
question: is that it seems like you haven't accepted it. You've looked at. I'm assuming
No.
you've looked at the evidence and
You're
said,
presenting
no,
me, you're
that's
presenting
not.
to Jim Bob, you're presenting
You know
to
what
the
kind of
audience.
evidence
Just make
would
the
work
best
for me?
case that you can.
I'll tell you what kind of evidence would work for me if you're wondering, because you're like, well, I saw a picture. In today's day and age, especially, a picture is the least trustworthy thing. So what would convince me to some extent, at least have me my ears peaked, is if it's the case in 1969 that we had a remote control camera that was able to pan up successfully on the first ever LEM takeoff, right? Perfectly in focus, right? Up into the air. What should I expect to see? Now, is it fair to say what should I expect to see is a set of maybe cameras set on the moon that you can access for maybe a payment, looking back at like Earth, maybe a vantage point of the rest of the solar system? It seems like an investment in the moon as a location for studying the solar system from a different point of view would be probably a pretty good investment at this point for any country. Do you not agree?
Sure.
Okay,
I'll-
should I expect that? Should I expect,
can I
dude? I'm
clarify?
asking a question.
I know. But I'm just asking.
Shut
do you
up
think
and let me
we have
ask my
practical
question,
cameras?
dude.
I know. I'm asking.
I know. I'm going to ask you a question to your.
Filibuster. Oh, I have a share screen
I'm
backstage.
asking a question.
Jim Bob, please continue with your question, and then
My question
Rezzy, you're
is-
welcome to respond.
Is it fair for me, given that this occurred in 1969 and there was a camera on the moon, given what would be available to a lot of private companies to sell, you know how there's all chicks selling their folds of their skin online, OnlyFans? Well,
No.
people would pay a
What is that?
membership. Listen, dude. People would pay a membership to have access to cameras on the moon looking out into space. So the fact that you said there's private companies who have done this, but somehow they're not smart enough to figure out how to put cameras on the moon, considering from your own view it's so easy, yet the company doesn't exist that sells basically live streaming technology to consumers. That just doesn't exist. Is it fair that I expect that to exist? Isn't it even at least fair for me to expect that exists?
Okay. Can I ask a clarifying here?
You're going to ask a question.
I'm gonna ask you a clarifying question. Yeah.
Okay.
So the first thing, are you asking, do we have cameras that have tracking in the 1960s?
No, I didn't say anything like that, dude. What is wrong with you?
Because you're saying camera tracking systems at the beginning of this.
Maybe your partner can answer my question.
You're not
instead.
listening at all.
You prattled on for a bit. I'm just clarifying.
You
what
clarified
it is.
nothing I've said, though. Nothing. You didn't
That
even
was
mention
clearly
something I
a
said.
You're not clarifying. You're trying to catch it for the first time.
Cameras, all right, and that's why I want to get that out at the beginning. Okay.
Would
So
you like
the
to
rest
answer your
of the-
partner? He's not going to answer. He's like he's
the
on
rest
some
of
kind
the
of drugs.
question that you're
What do
asking
you?
is,
What do you?
Why hasn't a company just sent a camera up there to take pictures?
Look, again, if we've done that in 1969, and according to you, it's very easy to do, why is it that the most obvious business plan is to put up cameras, own the cameras, and sell memberships to the live streaming? Being that how many millions of people who are total NASA spurgs would pay lots of money per month to have access to a live feed on all areas of the moon that are possible, facing out into
bet we got two
the
right
solar
here.
system, right?
Are you saying like right now you can pay for the live streaming?
No,
Holy
he's asking.
shit,
He's
dude.
he's
I mean,
He's
live
giving a
streaming's
Holy
he's giving like a
shit.
hypothetical, right? I believe this is like
Yeah,
if
live
it
streaming.
was.
If you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning, how would you feel?
asking
if live streaming
Pardon me for just a moment, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jim Bob.
They did live stream the moon stuff.
I believe what we're saying here, Jim Bob, is you're saying it would be a better business model if they really did go to the moon, presumably, in order to recoup those funds to further, expand and do more things by setting up cameras. And like we have live streaming technology now,
Oh, yeah.
but to that degree, if we have enough technology to get to the moon and have cameras up there doing that, he's saying, why would we not run that business model to that degree?
Immediately, yeah.
Right.
They would be so rich. I mean, that would be the best service for so many people. It would silence all of the moon denier conspiratards like me in Flow State. There's no reason why you couldn't do that from a private position, yet it doesn't exist, and it should. I'm just saying it
I mean,
should based on
I think-
technology.
To answer your question, I think that's quite possibly something that they could do. Yeah, I would agree. I'm saying I wouldn't say that I'm so surprised that it doesn't exist. I just don't think that the person with the capital has decided to do it. That's it.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
so-
just
I don't think that. I don't think that.
So an
the, I don't think
obvious
that
the
the
moon
cash
doesn't
cow.
have
Just
the moon
finish out my
is a
point. I don't
vacuum.
think
There's
my-
no wind. Nothing's gonna move unless.
I don't
something
think the
moves
po-
it, so it's a
What?
picture. You're
What?
just gonna be
What are
live
you
streaming
saying?
a literal picture.
What are you
if that's the
saying?
case. There's no atmosphere on the moon. There's no wind, so nothing's gonna move. It's the same as a picture. You just want a picture of the moon, but you want it just somebody to put live stream on it because you'll trust that, right?
What? No, I'm just
Hold
saying
on.
that that's a vantage point for seeing the system,
Yep.
right? That's
Yes,
a vantage
We
point.
yes
could
and
put
no.
a camera
No,
on
yes
the
and
moon.
no, because
Yeah, but
because
the
on one
cam-
hand, look, don't get me wrong. On one hand, I can see why they wouldn't have done it. Okay,
Why?
Because let's just say, for example, that I did tell you, here, there's a link, and I gave you the link, and it did show, and it looks exactly just like a picture of the moon, and it says live stream on it. Would you trust that link?
So
Would
they
you say
don't
then
do
that-
it because of people who don't, the minority who doesn't trust that we went to the moon. You're saying the smart business person is not going to do that business because of the minority of conspiratards like me are going to go, I don't believe it. That's your reasoning why
No,
they
but
don't
that's
do it?
the only reason why. Okay, I understand what you're saying with the
What?
whole capitalism thing and like getting all the space nerds to like pay a premium every
totally.
month. Yeah, I understand that. That makes sense. But
Yeah, it does.
also, you're also saying that it would mean that conspiratards like you wouldn't go on and on
That's
about
fine.
this stuff, right?
Well,
Okay, yeah,
maybe. I didn't
maybe,
make
but
that the argument.
but you see
you know?
why I was asking.
Ignore us.
earlier.
There's always going to be retards like us out here.
Yeah, I'm going to
Sure,
continue
but
to be a
but you
retard.
understand what I mean is that you wouldn't.
No,
you
I
wouldn't-
think
you
I think that
wouldn't
they
be-
need
you
to
wouldn't
not.
look at
They
a
need to
link like
move
that
on with
and
their
then
business
say-
operations, not giving about us. We're a non-factor.
Right, we
sure,
don't
I
have- we
understand,
don't
but you understand why they wouldn't do it just so that they could convert conspirators, because you would look at
No,
it and
they-
that
you
wouldn't be
would
the reason.
know that
No,
would-
that
That's
was
not the
secondary.
reason.
That was
That's not the
secondary.
reason,
That was just
yeah.
rhetoric. That was
okay,
not the
so
reason.
you're
yeah.
saying that they
The-
shouldn't do
flat.
that because it would be like a moot point, essentially.
I'm
Because
saying
you would look at it and disregard it.
Yeah, the people who disregard. I didn't say a company should do that, and they would convert people. The primary would be they would get space nerds to completely pay memberships to access this.
Sure,
Now,
I mean, that's a good
Don
business
Pettit,
strategy. Sure.
Don Pettit himself did a whole TED talk, because some people say, well, there's no real good reason to invest in going there, and he's been the director of NASA for like 20 years or something, and he did a TED talk of why the moon is the best investment to go there and set up shop for studying, for vantage points. Exactly my point, right? He's the head of NASA who argues, from my perspective, that would be the most obvious position to take, is if we can get there at all, certainly sending machines, even without man, you could cultivate some sort of system of investigation and inquiry from a different vantage point, giving us perhaps a different view of whatever we're studying. And that's, to me, that's a good enough reason. Everyone's so excited about going to Mars. It seems like, well, if you're going to invest in that technology, which they also are doing and making promises that they'll never deliver on, why wouldn't they go more locally, given that that would be a stopover point anyway for going anywhere else? That would be ideal for a stopover, like a layover, if you will.
Yeah, so Intuitive Machines, which did land a lander on the moon in 2024, doing exactly what you're saying. What's your thoughts on that?
That's an assertion that the debate. Dude, do you understand when you come to a debate,
you literally just said that this is something people should do. I'm telling you, people have done this.
Okay, that's what we're contesting, though. Exactly that thing.
Okay, so
can you support the claim that you just made?
That
other than just saying it.
I mean, I can give you news articles. I don't.
If you repeat it a few more times in a smug tone of voice,
that'll work.
I can send you news articles and have them work, because I don't know what barrier of evidence.
Hey, Flo, you know the thing that you don't believe happened? I'm coming into a debate saying it did, but
and
there's nothing else I need to say.
Yeah, I just don't know
what
they can send you.
I have an article, and there it is.
Well, we did opening statements. We both pointed out some issues that we have, and if you're still confused about that,
I want to go.
We can explain it to you, but we can't understand it.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a different question. Forget the headline and the links.
What about? Can we go over your opening statement? I have a bunch of things I wanted to talk about. Like, you had this appeal to the commons with Russians. So 50% of Cold War Russians not believing it somehow proves that it didn't happen.
No, I didn't prove it. No, you little slime ball. I'd never said it proved it.
To go ahead and cast.
I didn't say prove.
Oh, that's right. You just say things.
You're repeating something I didn't say. I didn't say proved it. Did I say I proved it?
No, this is again. They're trying to take things all the way to the extreme, because it's easier to argue against, but it's not what you ever said.
I'm literally going off your opening statement.
Did I say I proved it?
I have notes. I want.
Okay, let's go back to it. Did I say I proved it?
Nope. He never said proof.
Did I say the word proof?
It was just part of your opening.
Did I say the word proof?
Reasonable suspicion.
No, I guess you're.
Okay, because you're a liar then. Good. You're a liar. We've established you're a liar, and that's cool. I knew that already.
Excellent.
Also,
so I have a question for you.
Before we get too derailed onto another point of, I do want to say that I just found this. Isn't like the James Webb telescope literally doing what we're kind of talking about, like taking photos of space and the moon and everything else?
They're not actually photos. If you read the fine print, they're all artist recreations.
They're constructs. It's data. It's basically raw data, not a photograph. By the way, I know this. You can actually do that.
Okay.
Look, I'm just telling you.
Digital camera.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh my God.
It's actually not.
Okay.
It's
Jim,
data.
please elaborate.
Why is it that me and Flo know the process?
Do you know what?
Why is it that we know the process and you don't?
Explain how the.
We're trying to teach you.
Okay.
I'm so
Okay.
Okay. Jim Bob,
I'm sure
please
you know how
elaborate the constructs, and then Ice Beans.
Of course, he has a red commie phone. So the thing is, when you look at the James Webb data stuff, they're basically taking a very distant amounts of just pure light. There's no photograph like someone going click. What happens is they have artists, like Flo said, State accurately said, they have artists peel through raw data and construct colorful imagery. They add the clouding, they add the lens flares, they all add all that stuff, and they perfect it and they refine it through Photoshop. The reason I know this is I know the website that you can download the so-called raw data. The problem is you have no verification method for knowing that that's legitimate data, as opposed to reverse engineered photographs. That's totally possible. So if you just strip something, hold on, if you just strip something and have other people download raw data and then construct images around it, you can just construct images. That famous image that James Webb relayed, the original data, like they're just peeling numbers from a website, and artists are actually rendering the pure numbers they're getting. That's it. That's all that's happening.
I gotta tell you, no,
it's not a photograph.
Right. No, you're right. They are rendering data. I've actually gotten my hackers to go ahead and find out that, in fact, you're going to Thailand to chase Gawk. And that's actually what the data is that you're presenting. That's the character you got. And it's
interesting ideas in your head that you have.
Out. Yeah, man.
Cool projection, bro.
I know.
How do you have those ideas in your head?
I'm literally
what's your last name?
I found out.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
Yeah.
Figured so much.
Yeah, I know.
You usually have a creepy.
So you think he's part of it? You think he's part of the psyop?
I am. I absolutely am.
Yeah. So again, notice how I just explained the data and how what you call photographs that everyone celebrates is actually, like Flo State said, a construction, not a photograph. Whereas actual photographs, they're 1-to-1, right? You take a photograph, it reflects.
No, it's actually not. They literally just print it onto film, then that film prints off. That's data.
I understand, but you have access. I'm saying you have direct access to the source, the reference.
No, technically you don't, because there's light that goes through film.
No, you have access to the reference.
You don't have access to.
You don't have access to a tree as a reference to take a photograph.
I don't have access to light and photons.
You don't have access to a tree to take a photograph.
I don't have access to air. I can't touch the air. I didn't
say air.
Clouds are fake, bro.
Okay.
You mean?
So you basically have no arguments.
You ever touched the clouds?
He has no arguments anymore. No more arguments.
I know.
That's the thing. The difference between
touch clouds are fake, bro.
No, they're not. You can actually.
Yes, they are. What are clouds?
Okay.
What's a cloud? I can't touch a cloud. I've never touched a cloud. I've seen fog, but that's not like a cloud.
You can impact a cloud.
How? How can you impact a cloud?
If you had a strong enough force or wind, you can disperse.
How could I make a force of wind that was strong enough to do that? I'm poor. I can't afford that. I can't do it. Therefore, it can't happen.
What? That's not the argument.
I know I'm poor. I can't do it.
I don't believe you're poor.
I can't do it. Therefore, I don't have the information.
I don't believe you're poor.
I can't do it. I'm very poor.
Yeah. There's no way you're poor.
I can't afford anything like that, Jim.
No, I don't agree with you.
I hate this music because it's
mommy takes care of this guy.
I wish.
So
no, I'm poor. Jim Bob, I can't do it. I can't prove it. I can't touch it. I can't see it. I can't do that. Clouds don't exist.
Right.
No,
yeah.
That's just lies. It's projections on the sky.
Right. So you accept certain technological claims, and would you agree that some are more accessible in person than others?
No.
You don't?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't have access to them, Jim Bob. That's the thing. I don't have access to anything.
Nothing.
I've got a C922 webcam, dude. It's like it's bleak here, man.
Okay.
I've had it for 5 years. I know. I've been trying to get a new one.
Do you think there's any a detrimental impact of people not believing in the moon landing?
To physics and stuff, actually, I would say that, because I do think that a lot of times the issues that people take from it ultimately, like, the Van Allen radiation belt arguments, right?
Yeah.
So I take a lot of issue with that, because we're talking about beta particles versus alpha particles and gamma particles. There's different types of radiation.
Not exhaustively, no.
Okay, so I just, you can look this up after. So beta particles are very large particles, right? They have a very minimal penetrative distance.
Would you consider yourself a beta particle?
I am a beta
figured as much.
Super beta particle. Bro.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm saying culturally, though. No, I don't think it affects physics, because physicists agree with you, right?
Well, yeah, it does affect physics, because I think this is stuff that is really basic. It's really interesting. And I think that we are projecting distrust in science like this, including within physics, which makes
What's science?
Stupid shit.
What's science?
Knowledge without technology.
You're
not actually presenting any sort of evidence for your side. You're just trying to gaslight our motives.
Well, I wanted to talk about a specific thing.
Rezi, do you know what the scientific method is?
Okay, that's fine. You asked me.
Yeah, it's.
May I please?
Truth comes from authority.
My question.
Go ahead, Rezi. Finish your statement, and then we'll move on.
So here's the thing. I think it's bad, because when we talk about things like the Van Allen belt, and we talk about radiation being this omnipresent thing, we're going ahead and shrouding information from people and making it seem like all radiation is bad, when in reality we're constantly underneath that radiation. This sort of misinformation is going to make people distrustworthy of other things, such as like fire detectors, which have radioactive particles in them. right? This is something I've heard in conspiracies. I think fire detectors are pretty cool.
You've heard somebody denouncing fire detectors?
Yeah, dude, because there's radioactive particles in there. I shit you not. Yeah.
You're hanging out in the wrong parts of the internet.
Well, no, I'm not hanging out on the internet. I'm talking with like real life people. I'm sorry, dude. I go outside.
But you believe we should keep skepticism
even worse.
as a philosophy in science, though, right? Just in general.
Yeah, skepticism is generally good. Yeah.
So can you tell me what the scientific method is?
Form a hypothesis. Is
No.
your first part.
That's not. No, it's not.
Form a hypothesis.
Nope,
Observe,
wrong.
then form a hypothesis.
Thank you.
I will
Good.
always skip the observe part because
Why? Why do they do that? You think?
Mostly, if you want me to be honest, it's because the hypothesis part is like you say a hypothesis usually, and then you re-observe, and you kind of like toy with it before you experiment. So you have this like.
He wasn't right, but he's right anyways.
You don't get to the point where you get to the experiment without retuning it with like further research, because you have the research before the experiment, which then can bring you back to the observe part.
Oh, do you want to throw that up, Sarah, so I can stop sharing screen?
Yeah, I can.
We can observe this guy.
Oh, this is the best. This is evidence, right? Here's
It's
your
so
evidence,
good.
guys, for India.
I mean,
Look at that. Look at that prime minister, dude.
Look how happy he is. Oh my
Look at
gosh,
that,
India.
you guys.
It's amazing.
There it is. There it is.
Right.
This is
Look at that.
India, and NASA congratulated them. I went right after I saw this. I went to Twitter to check NASA's Twitter. Sure enough,
so this
NASA's co-signing this.
So this is what they
I played
convey
this
to the
game on my
audience, right?
calculator in high school.
Look at him clap. Look at that.
I'm glad that you guys are.
Oh
presenting
my
evidence.
god!
Look at that. That's the
Are they
evidence.
saying
I'm
that
glad
they
that you're presenting
landed
our
on the
evidence.
moon?
That's the evidence.
Well, no, they're saying that we landed on the moon. Jim.
No, but that's their evidence.
No,
though.
you just showed us. The evidence.
I know, but do you
My
accept that
evidence.
evidence? Did you see the picture they
No,
showed you?
I'm accepting. I accept your evidence.
Look how excited he is.
Dude,
He's really happy.
dude, his
accept
family is
it. I
held
accept
hostage
it.
somewhere for
He
sure.
He totally
Look at him.
thinks it's real.
Yeah. Look at all those secured government jobs just for showing you an animation. Can you imagine how celebrated they are? All those lanyards there, they're so happy that literally someone just transferred a yes, right? Do you like me, yes or no, through their system. And they're like, celebrating, we've just allocated tons of fun. Now, don't get me wrong, it's good to give people jobs. And if that's a reason, you know, maybe it's justified if you're going to expand people's
Maybe we should
jobs.
just give
and
them
work.
money so they don't have to lie to people.
I would prefer that. I would prefer that. Flow
Did
state.
you guys? Is it like universal basic income?
No, we're being hyperbolic. That
Oh,
that would be better.
I wasn't sure.
No,
That is essentially it. That's what it
going
is.
I didn't
too-
know.
That's going too
Jimbo.
far. Come on.
That's what it would be. That's what it
yeah,
is, though.
don't expect the
Sorry.
best out of it.
That's
Come
what
on.
it is, though.
Oh,
That's
boy.
kind of what it is.
Didn't realize
It
was
is
being
that, though.
sarcastic.
To go back
It's-
to your earlier question though, like I mean, look, like I don't think that skepticism is a bad thing to have. Like to be a skeptic is not a bad thing. It's just that I would say that there is a harm that comes about from diving headfirst into the conspiracy, right?
What is it?
You're
You
just
think
more-
that not
you're-
believing what we just watched is real is too extreme of skepticism?
No, I'm not arguing that.
You don't want to stop
What are you
India
talking?
because
Wait, hold on a second. I'm not talking about your video at all. I'm answering the question that Jim Bob was asking earlier.
Why aren't you
don't-
talking
do-
about my video?
Hold on. Let
Because
me
I'm
respond to
answering
it.
the question
Because we're
that
trying
Jim
to
Bob was
actually
asking
answer
Flo,
your
earlier.
let me
questions.
respond
So
to
that
it.
you stop
Let me-
accusing us of not answering
Whoa.
questions.
Because I'm not
Whoa.
because I'm not
And-
engaging with the very like
Let me respond.
like very comical
Yeah,
thing that
no,
you
it's
brought up.
that you
No.
guys
Let me
aren't
respond to
letting
her.
us even answer
She's
Yeah,
talking to
go
me.
ahead.
Let me respond to her for a
Go-
She's
second.
not
Go
talking
ahead.
to you. She's talking to Jim Bob.
Okay, let me respond to you.
That is
Do you think?
Not Jim Bob.
Do you
Flow
think
State, sorry.
the?
No, I
Do you
was
think?
talking-
Holy shit. Do you think the harm that you're saying from denying something like the moon landing, let's say the Indian one we just saw, do you think the harm in disbelieving that is worse than India spending money on that program instead of maybe giving them toilets to shit?
You know what's funny is that they have given them toilets to shit in. It's
No,
just
instead
that,
of.
No, hold on though.
No, they
It-
still
it-
streets.
No, but you're
they do.
also misunderstanding.
They don't have shoes,
toilet.
they don't have
You're
water.
also,
Let
you're
her-
also
let her
misunderstanding.
finish.
Okay,
the
yeah. Let's
toilet
land on the
thing. But,
moon
like,
when you guys are starving. Great.
Yeah. Oh wait, hold
I'm
on.
just
You
glad he's
guys.
getting off
Okay.
the
You think I'm
Jews. I'm
Indian?
just glad he's getting off the Jews for once. Thanks.
I will
Ice.
never
Thanks,
get off.
Pete. You're gonna get those Soros checks, babe. Trust me.
I'm not actually Indian, but it's fine. I can see why you would make that assumption. But anyways, look, I'm not. My thing is that you're going to the most absurd, comical thing. Like, of course, sometimes
What?
India is a joke, right? Yeah. If you want to go ahead and like show me the most comical thing that you can think of, and like like Flow State over here with his like chairs that look like they come out of your grandma's basement or whatever
What's
fucking else.
okay?
Yeah, okay. that's one thing, right? But I would say that like the skepticism means that you're just more likely to believe other sorts of conspiracy.
What did I
shit.
ask
It's
you,
not
though?
just a,
What
yeah,
did I
it's
ask
not
you?
just, you asked me if it would probably be better for India to focus their efforts and their money on something that would like benefit their citizens' lives
No.
rather than like propagating a conspiracy.
No, that's not what I asked you. I said, is it more harmful to deny the moon landing than to not spend money that you would be allocating to the moon landing to help people? Which is more harmful, actually, in reality?
I would say that if you're so bought into the conspiracy, like if you're so bought into this conspiracy, yeah, it is pretty harmful.
I didn't ask if you thought it was harmful. Let me ask it again. What's more harmful?
Yes, this is more harmful.
Okay, how is it? Okay, listen to what everybody in the audience, listen. She just said it's more harmful for someone like me in Flow State to deny the Indian moon landing than it is to basically allocate money toward space rather than helping people who are
and how much money are you allocating? How much money are you allocating?
That's a red herring.
Okay, no,
Why are we?
You just asked me.
Why are we moving
if
on
it's
to
more
harm?
harmful. Wait,
Wait,
you
you can
just
do
asked
both,
me.
and they've done
You
both.
Why
just
are we
asked
moving on to
me.
harm
You
as
can
if
do
we've
both,
already
and
you
they've
just
done
asked
both.
demonstrated
me.
the moon landing occurred?
You just asked me
I'd like to
if
hear
it
it from Flow
allocate.
State. He had a thought. Please spit it out.
Why are we moving on to whether or not it's harmful to deny the moon landing as if it's already occurred? You skipped right over the whole topic.
Because
don't
Jim Bob
understand
asked that question
questions.
earlier. That's
And then
literally
we
the
interrupt
question he
each
asked.
other and,
What's the harm in being
You guys
sick?
have no problem not answering or not abiding by Jim Bob's
Because we
question. So
can't
just pull
answer
it
your
back to
questions because you
where we're
ask me
supposed to
the
be.
next question and then you straw man the other person. It's fine.
So how is it harmful though? Let's start there then.
You've asked me if it's
How's it
more harmful to disbelieve in whatever that NASA's putting out than it is to support put that money towards other things. And I'm asking you, but since you're talking about
Another question for a question. How many is this Flow State? Like 10 times? Is this 10 times?
It's all the
now?
time.
I'm
all the
saying
time.
that it's more harmful, and then now you're trying to
How?
flip it to
It's more harmful
Justify it.
because they're in a cult. It's a
because
religion.
I'm comparing individual for individual.
Justify
For
it.
you, for you, it
How?
is more harmful.
How?
Hold on, let me finish my fucking point.
Because you'll
For
go to
you,
hell.
It is more harmful for you to believe in this conspiracy than for you
What's the
to
harm?
put. What else do you believe?
What's the harm to
What-
me? What's
Well,
the harm
yeah.
to me?
Yeah, it's the things. It's the when you believe in one conspiracy, you're way more likely to believe in another.
What's
thing.
the harm? You're still
That's
restating
a
what's
slippery
happening.
slope right there.
I'm asking
It's
you,
not
what's the
actually
harm?
slippery slope. It's pretty.
No.
It's pretty well documented.
No,
that
So
some
what
people
is the
believe
harm
in
then?
one kind
I'm
of-
asking you the
It's
harm.
what do you mean? Okay, well,
What's
hold
the
on a second.
harm?
Wait, okay.
Anti-Semites like you get a platform.
You think
That's
that
what the harm is.
it's harmful to believe in like
Let's not go
Bigfoot?
there.
Do you think that it can have
What?
any negative effect on your life if you actually
No,
believe in
the
Bigfoot?
question isn't whether or not it could. You argue that it does. It's on your burden is yours.
Yes. Why
So
do you think
justify your
we-
claim right now.
Yeah, it's because
What's the harm in me denying the moon landing on me personally? Me.
It's a religion.
Anything that comes out of NASA, you're just not going to believe, correct?
You keep describing what was
That's it.
happening instead of justifying your claim.
Follow the line of thought.
No, just answer the question. You
Okay.
claimed it's harmful for me to deny the moon landing. I'm asking you. Look, do you need
if we
do you
brought
need me to talk slower?
okay, let me finish then. Even if we brought you evidence, you would not believe it. You're
That
already
doesn't answer my
so
question.
bought- No, that
Hold
no,
Hold
that
on, let her
that does
at
answer
least
the question.
finish, and then you can respond.
It
You haven't
doesn't
even
matter-
tried.
It doesn't matter.
have not
how much-
tried.
If you can shut
I'm
the
answering
angloids
fucking
up for a
question
fucking
right
second
now.
here.
I'm saying
You're not
the
the
harm
angloids
thing-
up.
Let's
Shut
the
these
problem-
angloids
the
the fuck
problem
up.
is-
Lebowski.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's okay if you have a response to that. That's fine. If you think that it's a stupid question or whatever, that's fine. Just let her spit it out, and then you can respond.
Well,
All
why
right?
is she telling us what we think?
I get it. I hear you, but let her finish it and then respond to it. Okay?
But she's asking a question, Sarah, to my question.
I understand.
Again.
I understand.
Angloid interruption. What have you
I'm
ever
trying
created for
to
the world,
say
Angloid?
is that
What are you
no
mumbling
amount
about?
of evidence that I bring you, or really any scientific body that brings you any amount of evidence, you will not accept it because you are so bought into this idea of like the moon landing was fake. This has got to be fake. Let's analyze this. This data doesn't mean that it's real.
Okay.
This data doesn't equate photographs in my mind.
Waiting for the harm part.
Yes.
Yeah.
The harm
Gaslighting is not an
the
argument.
harm is that you say that what you presumably would believe it if you were presented with enough evidence, but no amount of evidence would ever be enough.
What's
for
the
you.
harm again? Still waiting
Will
on the
you
harm.
stop trying to manipulate
just-
how we think and just present what you
What's
think?
the harm?
It's not actually a manipulation of how you think. I'm just
Answer
saying
the
that
question.
All you've been trying to
broken
do is
inside your
gaslight us
brain.
the whole
I'm saying
time
that
until it's
no,
what we think.
you're
Still waiting on the harm.
For fucking
You
interrupting
claim
when
to
you
be
do
swayed
it.
by evidence.
Still
Or
waiting
you
for
claim
the.
supposedly, if somebody
Still
brought
waiting
you
for the-
evidence,
Okay,
you
Werner.
would believe it.
Still
And
waiting for the
yet
harm.
you're
Okay,
saying
Werner.
I'll still keep interrupting, and you still can still
Okay,
keep crying
Angloid.
about it.
Okay, Angloid, I get
I'm
it.
saying that
Okay,
you
Angloid.
just
What is
wouldn't
Angloid?
believe
Is that
something.
a white
became-
It's
slur?
If
okay,
it popped
Angloid.
out in front of you,
I had to do was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Let
Great.
me ask you.
Hold on, stop. Worst channel ever. You all
Yeah, I know.
suck. You're all pissing
I
me
know.
off. You're all
Yeah.
interrupting, and it's driving me up a fucking wall. Nobody can hear what any of you are saying. I promise you, we can't. So please, even if whatever anybody on here is saying sounds stupid, please just let them finish it and then respond with,
Okay.
"You sound stupid." Let's
Okay.
start there.
Let me ask
You
it
sound
different-
stupid.
Let me ask it a
You sound
different
like
way.
a dirt retard.
Watch how easy this is for you to answer. What's your name again?
Silverman.
No, not you. No one cares what you're saying.
Okay.
Lady,
He goes, okay.
what's your name?
oh, my name is Ice Beans. But
Ice Bean.
he
Okay.
doesn't-
Ice Bean. If I asked you, what's the harm in getting hit by a car? You could answer it pretty quickly, right?
Sure.
Okay. So what's the harm in getting hit by a car?
You probably sustained some injuries at the very least. Sure.
Okay, great. So what's the harm in not believing in the moon landing?
It means that you are you have a difficulty in accepting evidence that is placed in front of you.
Notice how she can't answer the question, right?
No,
can
I've
answer
just answered.
that.
I've just answered the question.
What's
I've
the
just answered-
harm?
I've just answered you the question.
What's
I've
the
literally just
harm?
answered the
You
question.
described a difficulty. I asked you the
Okay,
harm.
Yes, because that can extend to other things.
So
correct?
a slip. So you're just inventing a
It's not-
possibility.
It's not an invention.
That's what I
though.
said
So,
10
so
minutes ago.
driving a car
you
could
are-
potentially lead to dying. So therefore, it's harmful to drive a car, right? That's your logic.
Okay, so
You shouldn't
wait,
be
you're
able to
just saying-
vote.
you're giving
You shouldn't
me-
be able
wait,
to vote.
You're giving me a really simple, like a really simple,
can't
analogy,
answer it.
and then you're presenting it with a more difficult one that involves like structures in your brain. Like, come on.
What's the
Like-
harm
It's
in
called a Mott and Bailey
disbelieving
fallacy.
What's the harm in disbelieving a moon landing? One more time.
Because you aren't able to accept evidence. That means that nothing will ever shake you from this belief. It is a belief.
That
Correct?
doesn't show me what the harm is.
Okay.
That describes what's happening.
It's because you haven't even followed. You haven't even followed my.
You're
my
describing
line of
what's
thought.
happening.
You're stopping at step one, brother.
You're not
Come on.
answering.
You aren't answering.
You're
You're saying-
describing a
you're-
tautology of
All
what it
you
is.
said is that you can't convince him. That's all
So
you've
then
said.
why would I accept anything that you say if no amount of evidence can change your mind once you've decided?
It's your
that
turn
you
to say
believe it?
something, and you present it anyways because we're not the only ones observing you right now.
But you still haven't
Look,
actually
would this work for you?
addressed my thing. No, you haven't
Ice
actually
Bean.
addressed my answer.
Ice Bean, would this work for you as an argument? Would you accept this? Ice Bean, it's very harmful for you to just believe what NASA's telling you. And you say, what's the harm? And I go, you're just believing what NASA tells you, and that could lead to believing in other things. Would you accept that as an answer, Ice Bean?
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
Yes. If I
said my name earlier, but if you
Let-
can't
He
say
only
it right,
sprinkled your name in between
listen,
every 3 words.
I'll call you lady. If I told you you believe in NASA and that can cause you harm, and you say, what's the harm? And I say, well, believing in NASA could lead you to believing other things. Would
Yeah,
you accept
sure.
that as an answer to
yes,
what is
because
harm?
there could be other implications of that. No, I'd be some person who just believes everything that's placed in front of me.
Oh, great. So
Okay, I could follow your. I could
you just
literally
ended
follow
your
your
own
line.
argument.
Yeah, I literally followed your line of argument.
You
Why
just
can't you do
ended
that
your
for
own
me?
argument. You just
No,
ended. You don't know what
that's
happened.
literally my argument
You literally
for you.
don't know what's happening.
I'm literally telling you
No,
that
you're
if you-
stupider.
No,
you're
that's
so
that's
dumb.
sure. That's like a great argument right there. No, my
No,
point
you.
is that if you're able to sit there and actually take in evidence that contradicts your narrative so far, then sure, that makes sense. It means that
Oh my God.
you're able to learn and
Lady,
grow.
will you please present some evidence and see if it contradicts us instead of just telling us that we won't accept it?
But you've already said earlier that you
literally
wouldn't
can't.
accept
God.
evidence
Like, I
that came out
actually
of this shit.
literally opened this with saying
Yeah.
I would explain the
Your
entire process
evidence
of
is
how we
literally
did it.
just
Why
it
are you
happened.
interrupting me?
Good
This
point.
is why.
Like
Let
Okay,
him
go
go,
ahead. Go ahead.
Flo. Let him
Go ahead.
go.
It's yours.
What are you doing
Rezzy.
It's
here?
yours.
No,
It's
I'm
yours.
actually going to be serious. What the f are you doing here with
Go
this?
ahead, long hair.
This has been consistent throughout this. Is this not?
How many
You
times have you go to
started it.
Burning Man? How many Burning Man appearances have you
They're
had?
doing it again. They're doing it again.
Are you
I'm
doing
turning
this
your-
acid right now?
I wish.
Did you turn your volume down, Rezzy, or something?
No,
Rezzy-
I don't know what the f happened.
Okay.
Rezzy, you're in
I'm
an open
going to-
relationship,
to
aren't you?
begin with, so
Hold on. I'm going to adjust you on my
He doesn't
end
know about it
you
though,
are
but
a
his
little
girlfriend
low.
does.
I wish.
There we go. That's better. Okay.
Anyways, I was gonna that was my opening thing. Like we could go through the process of how we get to there.
Yeah,
get
tell
the,
us.
Get the pictures,
Tell us the
all that.
story.
Do you want me to explain force
Yeah.
diagrams to you?
No, yeah. Tell us how we hijack the moon's gravity to launch us back to the Earth. Tell us how that works.
Oh, do you know how angular momentum works?
No. Tell us all.
No, I'm actually asking if you know. This is really
No.
basic business.
No, just
Okay.
pretend I don't know anything
Okay,
for the
so-
audience.
All right. So angular momentum is a combination of gravitational fall plus forward momentum.
What's gravity? What's gravity though?
Gravity is the process of mass creating a derangement within time space. Creating
Derangement. You know about derangement?
Yeah,
don't you?
derangement, like
Yeah,
a
gotcha.
concaving of time space, which ultimately draws.
Oh,
things
time
into
space. How do you
point.
concave a concept?
It's not a
Time
concept,
space is made of what? That it
reality.
can be concaved.
It's just the
What's it made out of?
nature of all things that are.
No.
like,
What
as
is
we
the
live in a
proper? What are the
dualistic
properties
universe.
of space-time such that it can concave, please, sir?
The properties of space-time come from Heisenberg's.
I didn't ask what it
theory.
comes from.
No,
What is
Heisenberg's
space-time made
uncertainty
of?
theory states that everything is.
I
both
didn't ask for a theory.
particle and a wave at the same time.
I didn't ask
Those
for a
waves are a
theory.
consistent flow through that actually allow for the.
So space-time is
ultimate of
physical?
time. Yes,
What is it made out of? Physical things are made of things, right? What is it made out of?
all things is the radio background of particles.
It's made out of radio
you
background.
know, because
So
the
radio
all
background waves
particles
are gravity.
are all particles.
You don't know the you're talking
particles are
about.
waves. No, I do.
You don't know what you're
All
talking about,
Particles
dude.
are waves.
Okay. I didn't ask about particles and waves.
Well, no,
I asked you
did,
what
because
is
you asked me
space.
what time space is made of.
What
It's
is
made of
space
particles
time
and
made
waves.
out of?
Particles and waves.
So light.
All things.
All things are
all
particles
things
and
are
waves.
Particles and waves.
How did you? Okay, so is a tree?
Heisenberg's
Is a tree a
uncertainty
thing?
theory.
Is a tree a thing?
Yes, and is also
Okay,
a
so-
particle and is made of both particles
Okay,
and
so
waves.
can you see a tree?
Yep.
Okay, can you see space time?
Yep.
Where
Because
did you
tree
observe
is part-
space time?
Because tree is a part of space.
Where did you No. A
Yes,
tree
it is.
itself is
Yes,
not
it is. It's
identical.
part of- no, it's
Okay,
literally
dude,
a
you're a
part
nonsense
of it.
machine. So guys,
literally
We're in
part of it.
space right now. Did you know that?
Yeah, like we're part
no,
of it.
space
too.
is the
Congratulations.
no, space is a
That's how that
metaphysical
works.
term, by the way.
Yep.
Yep, it's space is what you call the basically the collection of objects, right? So you're referring to something in relation to objects. We're asking you a more specific question here. You're like space-time collapses
asked me
and
what space-time
dude,
is.
I'm talking right now.
Let him.
Okay,
let him-
I'm not your dad.
I answered.
Okay, I know you're used to your mom talking over your dad, but I'm talking right now. So listen, space-time. You just said, right? Gravity is space-time, right? That it collapses, right? And it bends
No,
things,
that's
right?
not what I
Does
said.
space-time bend?
Not what I said.
Does space-time bend?
That's not what I said.
I'm asking you.
Do you want me to answer? I said no. Space-time doesn't bend
So how did you observe space-time doing anything?
through relativity.
Through
theory.
relativity is
Through
not an
relativity
answer.
and Heisenberg's
Dude,
uncertainty principle.
You're literally
Heisenberg's
reciting
No,
garbage.
you're actually f***ing up here. All right, you can build
Heisenberg
this off.
principle, something,
Do you believe in
something.
mathematics? Do you believe 1 + 1 = 2?
Yeah, that's logic. So
Okay,
yeah,
but that's mathematics. There is a
yeah, that's not
material
physical.
reason no,
Yeah,
there
that's
is
not
a
physical.
physical. We do. There
Oh,
is
twos
phys-
exist
for-
physically?
Yeah, for whole.
Where's
whole
a two
integers.
exist physically, sir?
When if you have one apple and another apple.
No, that's an
and then you have
apple.
two
That's not a
apples.
number,
No,
dummy.
that is actually a number.
Oh,
and that's-
two
This is
apples
so
are
far
twos?
away from proving that we went
See,
to the
when you
moon.
get down to like Planck lengths.
Ladies and gentlemen,
those
apples
things
are
up on
twos.
it.
Apples are twos now.
Two apples are twos, correct?
Oh,
Yeah.
I like
really?
green twos.
This
Green
one,
twos are the
we're
best.
talking about
Two apples are
particles.
twos.
But we need to go
What
back
kind of
down
cheese do you
to
like?
particles.
Flow state?
You know?
Green twos.
Green.
I like the
Oh, I
green
meant
twos better than
cheese.
the red twos.
I was
I can-
asking
I
about
can say
cheese.
I
What
love
kind
all
of cheese do you
three
like?
Oh, I'm a mozzarella guy through and through.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
It's pretty basic. It's pretty childish, but it is for sure the best cheese of all. It's the superior cheese. Mozzarella supremacy.
No, Moz is pretty good.
Yeah, I was.
What's
saying
your favorite
that,
kind of cheese?
Apples are ones. Oranges are not ones.
I'd say Gouda, but that's like being fancy.
Really?
You know what I mean?
You are fancy.
It's all ones
Yeah.
and zeros.
But it's
Nothing or
also, but it's also, but it's also not that kind of cheese that's super expensive. You know what I mean? So it's fancy, but it can also be cheap.
Guy over there, do you like cheese?
I can't actually eat it. I have a literal issue. I don't have a problem with milk.
Gets
It's
bubble
You mean
wrap.
an ethnic background that doesn't allow you to
stop
process?
that, Jim
I'm
Bob.
just
Yes,
asking.
Jim,
Stop
ask
that.
the questions. Call me the king.
I'm
Bob.
just
No.
asking.
No, please. You're just asking questions.
That
Angloid.
seems to be a thing.
I know, Angloid. It's okay, buddy.
Is it not a thing?
What?
Jim Bob.
I'm just.
I don't know.
This is
Jim
a
Bob. Ask the
descriptive.
question.
It has nothing to do with the debate.
It has
Okay, cool.
everything to do
All right,
with
let's get back.
cheese.
Let's get back to the
Come on.
It
debate.
has to do with
Come on,
cheese, okay?
because
The
we
woman
can't
is
trust
good.
Nazis.
What about cream
I've already
cheese? Is
talked
cream
about
cheese
that.
included
Oh.
in that?
Bagel.
No more cheese.
I have a
That's
question.
great.
I have a question back to the topic, please. When they keep saying they promise to go back, is there any threshold at which you'll go, that is kind of weird. They keep promising and they just never do it. Is there any time, like, is it 10 times or I'm asking seriously. I'm not being facetious. I just want
I would say probably.
I mean, okay. Oh, go ahead.
failure of the current program. I would actually say, yeah, maybe you could ask questions about it, but I think it would be failure of the current program would be like the major part, as well as private investment. Though I think honestly, if we're going to be looking at space travel, I think it's mostly going to be private, including traveling to Mars and stuff. I think that is going to all get privatized.
Yeah, but Rezi, I'm asking you, is there a threshold where I'm
Yeah,
not
but I
asking you to go
said-
full conspiratard. I'm just saying,
yeah,
like,
a failure of the current program,
Mhm.
or 5 years for private industries.
and you're just like, you would ask, like, what the hell's going on here?
Not like probably like fully. I would ask like, why aren't we actually moving? Where is our government funds going? Because I think that's actually probably why you don't like the idea of us doing the moon thing. Because we're giving unequitable amounts of money, unquestionably,
Well,
to an
I
organization.
don't necessarily
right?
want to help India, but
Well, I know that, but I'm saying for like America, like that's probably why you don't want this. You don't want
I
to
guess
waste
one
our money.
aspect. Yeah, one
Yeah.
aspect.
So the
of
thing
it.
is, like right now, yeah, if fucking Elon Musk doesn't get us on the fucking
No.
moon,
He's not going to do it, dude.
well, no, but here's the thing. Then we have to question why the Trump administration is wasting our fucking money.
I think look. Let me put on my conspiratard hat, and you just guys
Okay.
entertain me. You can call me an idiot. I'm used to it. It's fine. To me, it would make sense that if you had sort of like this endless funding toward NASA, and all you really had to do is produce data and imagery to keep people sort of excited, make sure that T-shirts are printed at Urban Outfitters and so on. MTV holds the thing. You got that going. If you wanted to use that funding and maybe invest covertly in more local, spacecraft, more local weaponry, more local surveillance, I feel like that would be a perfect cover. That's all I'm saying. Is like governments are not foreign to cover to doing these kind of operations where one thing looks like it's being funded, but it's actually an allocation program towards something that you don't know is happening.
We already have the NSA. The NSA literally is actually doing exactly what you're saying. It is funded by taxpayers. Yes.
I thought the NSA was kind of like...
No, the NSA literally archives all data that gets traveled over the internet, like literally everything.
So you're saying that you can't think of any reason they would want to not give up $800 million a day or 80, whatever it was.
Well, yeah, but like for what Jim Bob's arguing is that we aren't living in a police state. We already are. I don't.
No. That's digital though. That's a different. I would argue that that would be a different category I'm talking about.
No, they also have. They also have physical. No, wait,
I'm talking about sky stuff.
No, stop. They already have the physical too. Like we found this out through like the fact that one, if you have a Tesla, right, they can record, they can access your cameras whenever they want, all the
Yeah.
We know that because Elon's done that. He did that with the guy that
That's on
bombed
the
ship.
ground, though. I'm not talking about
Yeah,
ground.
but that's material, right? How many Teslas are out there? How many charging stations are out there? Everything we do is being recorded, Jim Bob.
I'm not
It's
talking about
already
ground.
happening.
I know,
It's
but I'm
already
not talking
happening.
about that.
It's literally already happening. Why are you pretending like it's not happening?
I'm not talking about that.
This
That's
isn't a
ground.
conspiracy.
You
I'm not
not listening to what I'm
It's
saying.
happening.
I already know that at the ground level. I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
Satellites?
I'm talking about things in the air, so to speak.
Like the Starlink satellites that are
Well,
watching. us at all
that's
times.
knowable. That's something
but
they
we already
give
know
you
that that's
knowledge of.
happening.
I'm talking about things in the sky that they don't give you knowledge of.
Yeah, but that's the Starlink satellites. We know that
No.
from the. No, we know
Are
that
you
from,
not listening
no,
to me?
We actually know that the Starlink satellites feed data back on imagery to the
Let
Department
me
of Defense.
try this one
That's
more time.
also happening.
You just
Correct.
you're not listening.
I'm not getting it because you keep saying things that you
Listen,
say aren't happening.
is it
I'm
poss-
conspiracizing now.
Is it?
And I don't know how I feel about this.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome.
I know.
So what I'm asking
Yeah.
is, I'm saying that you and I wouldn't know the thing I'm referring to that's being invested in.
Say that one more time. Sorry.
I'm saying
my
that
brain.
is it possible for governments to allocate funds through some sort of FACE program, the FACE space program? Is it possible for our governments to do that, but they're actually funding something more local that you and I don't know the program? Isn't that totally reasonable to think that those programs exist?
Can I say?
I'm curious as to why would they do
because
that?
It's actually a
Why
double.
would they do that?
No. Actually, stop. No, it's unreasonable because it's a double redundancy.
What? What do you mean?
It's a double redundancy in the first place. We know that all this stuff exists through the Department of Defense and the NSA.
We're talking about
We don't
the
need
things
to
we
know
don't
where the money's going to know that if they have a pipeline of free money, they're probably not going to just turn it off.
We know where the money's going because we already know that they're doing it.
Is it possible there's something they're doing that you and I don't know? You keep listing things you know about.
Yeah, but I don't. How do I know what I don't know, Jim Bob?
Exactly, dude. That's exactly it.
You're saying about surveillance, right?
Not just surveillance. I just mentioned that one. You're kind of running with that. I shouldn't have even said that.
What other things are they poisoning us? Is that
like invisibility crafts, manipulation.
Invisibility
hold
crafts?
on. Manipulation of like
That sounds so cool.
dude.
Why aren't they telling us they're making
hold on a
invisible
second, dude.
ships?
Wouldn't it be at this? Wouldn't you think it's the peak?
Wait, where are they? Where are they?
Wouldn't you?
We're just talking about camouflage.
Oh my God,
or selling selling aliens to the population. Wouldn't
I
you
would
say
buy one.
governments? Wouldn't you say
They're selling
governments?
us aliens now,
Dude,
too?
let me
I
finish.
wouldn't believe it was an alien. What do you mean?
No, listen, I'm not talking about me. I'm saying if you were to team up with governments, right, and work out some sort of system, wouldn't aliens be a really good way to sort of control people by faking aliens?
Why wouldn't you just do communists?
Communism can never
You don't have to fake
work.
those. You literally just called me one, right?
Well, I think you're a communist, but
Well, that's fine. Okay, but like, why not just do communists? Like they already
You
do
can't.
that. Literally, all of
It's
the
okay.
stuff that
He
you're
thinks I'm a little bit
Why
too.
not invest in something that already
I'm
because
like,
communism
very-
costs money. That's why it never works. It's always funded by capitalists. That's
I
why
just
it's always
don't
been
understand, like,
funded
why
by
you're-
capitalists.
I don't understand why you're suggesting that they're doing these things and you're not
What?
complaining about those things. And it seems like you aren't even aware of the
So
NSA
wait.
recording everything we do
The-
and stuff like
what?
that.
No. The NSA is
How do
irrelevant.
you not? How do you know? So you know that NSA copies all data
Yeah,
online.
it's irrelevant. It's
How is it
to the-
irrelevant?
Why is that relevant to what I'm saying?
Saying they were doing surveillance with money. Right?
You keep going with the word surveillance as opposed to everything else I said.
Yeah, because I don't
Local-
I can see an invisibility
I
card.
said
Jim.
local weaponry, dude.
We have
Did I not say
asserted? We have asserted if you cannot see it, it's not real. Invisible-
local weaponry?
Which
Yeah,
one's
but the
weapons?
NASA
Local
doesn't
local weaponry, more local, not super space out there, right? They have everyone fixed out there in space, right? I'm saying the government using NASA, it's a perfect face to get money to then say, oh, look at all this fun space stuff, right? Here's your space lunchbox, go to space camp, right? All that stuff. I'm saying like it would make sense. Like if someone was tasked with using money that's supposed to be for one thing, but it's actually used for another thing, how is that hard to conceptualize for you for a government to do, especially in regards to specialty warfare systems?
I think the reason why it's kind of hard to conceptualize is because everything you've described is stuff that if we were to go through like MK Ultra, other financial reports, it's stuff that we are just doing and we just talk about. And I think that it's like I like the invisibility stuff. That was stuff we tried to do with MK Ultra. With the
You don't believe that the government does redundancies?
I understand that, but like what you're saying is
You don't think the government does stuff you don't know about?
Okay, yeah, no.
That's what you're saying.
That I do that you don't know about.
You're literally saying the government, anything the government's doing, we already know about. That is the most naive thing I've ever
He
heard.
doesn't know what he doesn't know.
It's just
He's
that
saying he
I
doesn't
don't know what I'm
it is.
supposed to be
Great.
afraid
So
of.
don't ask any questions then, because you just
Well,
don't
no,
know.
just don't cry wolf when there's not
Yeah.
anything they point to, right? Because
What?
like then it makes people don't tune
Well,
out.
no. How can you point to something if you don't sniff around?
But wait,
So why?
how can you point?
why would-
how?
Why would you
why are
gaslight
you
people?
pointing?
Why would you gaslight people
Why are
for
you
taking a
gaslighting
position to investigate and get a little bit rigorous with something like NASA? I think it's a good idea.
Because I think there's a lack of rigor that you're employing.
There could be a
Because
lack
you're
of
not
rigor.
making any positive affirmative statements
Dude,
on the other parts
The
of this.
question
You're
isn't.
saying there's conspiracy. Have you filed any FOIA requests for any of the information that the government's doing?
Have you seen that the request for
Can you answer my
NASA
question
spending?
about the FOIA request thing? I'm actually just wondering.
What was the question?
Have you ever filed a Freedom of Information Act request?
No,
a
many
FOIA
people. No, people
What
have
is
done that.
What do you
No, but
think needs
have
to be
you,
requested?
No,
Yeah.
that's not what I'm saying. All right. So Jim Bob disbelieves
All
the moon
documents proving that NASA faked the moon landing?
stuff. Buddy, I'm saying
Can
Jim
I
Bob,
just read an email?
well, I think that might be part of it, but Jim Bob is asserting that he has all these questions about this, and I'm wondering if he did the investigation of a FOIA request act for
No, but
like,
I've
for-
seen. But no,
like,
but
do you-
however, I've seen that it's come out that NASA's spending was all so crazily mismanaged, and they just kind of shoved it under the rug. Right?
Why
It
didn't
was.
you-
It was
you FOIA
absurd.
request that,
What,
though, brother?
What?
You
What?
can literally FOIA request that sort of shit. You know that,
I didn't
right?
say you
Mike
can't.
Kelly.
I'm telling you that it's already been demonstrated that they're a total shit show. So they're already
Well,
mismanaging it.
You know that though. If you don't like actually get the
So you're
documents-
okay. So again, if
When you're
if-
making a positive claim that it's a shit show, I'm asking why don't you prove to me it's a shit show?
what?
I don't
Prove
think
to
it's
you
a shit
that it's a shit. Okay.
Because you already won't believe anything we've decided
Looked it up,
beforehand.
dude.
No, actually, you could prove to me misallocation and mismanagement of
Nope,
funds.
you've already made up your mind.
That's super easy
Yeah,
to
just like you
do.
made up your mind about the evidence.
Yeah, but like this is the thing. This is you.
We should
finally
go
made
back to
positive.
talking about cheese. That was a good conversation.
Okay, let me ask you
That was a
though.
good
If
conversation.
okay, like let me ask you, is misallocation of funds to some like crazy degree a good enough reason to sow distrust in, let's say, one agency that's doing it? Is that fair?
Sure, but then
I
you
think-
could talk about that with other things
I
too,
really
not
want to
just
hammer
like
this
NASA.
down, and I want to stick with NASA, if that's okay.
Sure.
Just personally, I don't want to expend this out to like Department of Defense, CIA, and all the rest of that because we know about black
Nobody
sites. Don't report on black sites. If we can limit it to NASA, I would be much more comfortable with whatever you present.
To NASA, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Go
the
ahead.
other thing.
Okay. So let's look at this. Ready? Watch this. Just let me. You asked for this. So okay. So the thing that was looked into, an internal NASA memo earlier revealed the agency had underestimated operating costs by $846 million. Is that
out of a
is that
20? So out of a 27, what is 27.4 billion operating, right? So approximately 3%.
Okay, but still, is that
It's approximately 3%.
You're like okay,
It's
great.
approximately 3%. I think that if people didn't get fired for fucking that up, yeah, that's probably a problem. And that
Okay.
actually leads to us saying, hey, maybe we need to look at the government agency. That doesn't have anything to do with the validity of information that's coming out there, especially if NASA's the ones themselves that are saying, hey, we fucked up.
Like, what is it
that's
you
okay.
think you're getting? Do you believe you're getting by allocating that many funds to NASA in the first place?
It's again,
NASA
what
doesn't
I'm
dump
getting
things.
is not the question. We're talking about misallocation of funds.
I'm
and,
asking
like,
you,
as-
what are you getting in
Well, no.
return?
No, you're shifting this from should I trust them to what do I get from them? I get nothing from Ice Beans. Okay, I'm like friendly with her. I get nothing really from her.
Do you pay her?
No, I don't pay her.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
But here's the thing. So what is the point of us going into your
Because
second part when I'm
because
just saying misappropriation?
okay, but
Wouldn't
wouldn't misappropriate? Okay,
Right.
Wouldn't if there was allocation to certain agencies, right? And they weren't giving you anything in return, isn't that enough to go, oh, okay, well, maybe I should look at this? If there's nothing that's given in return, isn't it a fair position to go, well, maybe they shouldn't be funded if they're not giving anything in return?
Yeah, but
so I'm asking you.
But that's why we do the misallocation things, and then they're allocating the rest of it, and we do accountability processes for that, like how you would.
So you just don't have an answer to
I don't have an answer
get
to,
in return.
what I get from them, just the same way I don't know what I get from. I guess we need to defund the Marines and Army because I don't get anything from the military.
You don't?
I don't.
No, yes, you do.
What?
You get basically you get the assumed protection in the instance of invasion.
What do you mean? What invasion?
Well, you don't know what
who?
that means?
No, who's going to invade us?
That's not. Did you eat breakfast this morning? And how
No,
would you feel if you didn't?
I'm asking who's gonna
How would you
invade
feel
us.
if you didn't eat breakfast this
Who's
morning?
gonna invade us? How would I feel? I would feel really hungry.
I didn't
right
ask.
now. I'm so hungry
He's heard
right
this
now.
question before. We need a different hypothetical.
No, I'm literally asking.
I'm not convinced that was a.
So I say,
a
why do we have a
classic one, okay?
military? I ask you, why do we have a military? You ask, why do we have a military? I say, well, because the military is there in the event many times in history that's proven to happen. This thing happens. That's why there's a military. And you're like, yeah, but why is there ever a military? I mean, this is insane. Not
Yeah,
like
but you could say
I don't
that.
know,
You
like
could
I don't know, like history
Yeah.
has been filled with need for a military. That's all. Just induction, basic induction.
But here's the thing: is like now you're talking. You're still not. You've still not made.
What's the
link
harm in
between-
disbelieving
Can you
NASA?
let her
No,
finish,
you're
please?
not. You've still not made the link between like a particular agency's like potential mishandling of funds and like the validity of the information that comes out of them. You still haven't like you haven't.
I
demonstrated-
never made the argument, so that's a
Yeah,
straw
but no,
man,
but that is
Missy.
what. No, but that's what you're asking. You're
No,
asking,
I didn't
you're
ask that.
talking
You're
about-
just a
you're
liar.
Talking about, you're talking.
We got
about
on the
this-
money because we started
You're
off with it's too
asking
expensive to
about-
go
Do
to
you
the
like
moon.
just
No,
lying
you're
out of your
asking-
mouth?
You're asking what would it
You
take
think you
for
can
us
put
to
highlights
go
in your
ahead
hair and you get to lie now?
You think you just went ahead and asked what would it take to disbelieve, like what how
What's the
much would they
threshold?
have to fuck up? Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking is like why are we talking about mishandling of funds?
We cannot talk about it anymore. I'm just saying it's
Okay.
another element for what would
But you
constitute.
still haven't made that link though. That's my point.
I didn't make that link. You're just
You did.
assuming I made that
You
link,
did.
and I
You
never
asked
did
us-
it.
You asked us.
You don't
what
have a
would it
working
take.
brain, right?
Yeah,
You're
again,
making links that
I'm
don't
gonna go back-
exist.
I'm going to go back to what you said earlier.
Maybe
Did
it's
I
just
ever try to
working way
make-
too fast.
You said
Maybe it's working way too fast for us.
Yeah, we should talk slower.
Yeah, it's okay. You can slow down that.
Is
hamster
it
brain.
possible
It's
that
fine.
you
It's
We're
made a
playing
link that I
checkers,
never
but she's
made?
playing
Basically,
chess.
you just said.
I
what
never
would
made
it
the
take?
argument.
You just asked us
Mhm.
what would it take for us to disbelieve that, and then y'all started talking about mishandling of funds. And my question is, what's the link? Why are you talking about mishandling of funds? Does it demonstrate that their whatever comes out of NASA is invalid?
No,
If
no,
they mishandle
nobody
funds?
said that.
Okay, so then why bring it up?
Why bring it up if no one said that, dummy?
You brought it. You're actually the one that brought it up because you brought up money. That's
Why
why
bring
we
it
hadn't
up?
been back to the
Right.
Y'all
moon.
have literally been
Why
talking
bring
about
up something you never said?
mishandling of funds. Yeah, it's almost like you have like some kind of brain worm or something. It's like, hello, do you not
No.
remember what you just?
The point
literally
is that
talked
there's
about 5
plenty of
minutes
money
ago?
there to buy fuel, and there's plenty of money there
Okay, so you are talking about
to
mishandling of
incentivize
funds.
people
Good,
to
got it.
continue
Just wanted
to
to make
push
sure.
NASA,
Just wanted to make
even
sure
if
you
we
were
didn't go to the
talking about
moon.
You're
this.
yelling,
Amazing.
lady. You're yelling from
Just
the
wanted to
kitchen.
make sure. Just wanted to make sure you were talking about mishandling.
Nobody
funds.
made the
All right.
link
Yeah, I
that
was
you
talking
said
at the same
though.
time as you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. You did
We're-
make that link, but that's okay.
It's
We can
totally
move-
fair.
We
It's
can move on. It's all right. You
It's-
made that
yeah.
link,
All right,
and
what
now you're
next?
just trying to walk
A lot of
back on it.
talking,
It's all right.
a lot of words,
It's
nothing
all
said.
right. It's okay, bud. You're fine. We can move on.
No, he's not. She's gaslighting you again.
Mhm.
So,
Do you
so
think the Jews control NASA?
Oh no,
I
let's
don't
be
think so.
mindful.
I
Oh
don't think
dear
so.
Jesus, please.
I don't
You
think
should
that's
just throw the
lucrative. I don't
gauntlet
think
down
that's
on that question entirely.
I don't think that's
He's
lucrative
just
enough.
jacking off. It's fine. He's just asking questions.
Mhm.
Just
I'm,
ask the question.
I'm starting to like him. At least he can take he makes it fun. You make it fun.
Mhm.
He looks like he's having fun.
Yeah, I honestly, I see. The thing is, I really like the hot seats on these because I think they're really fun to inject. Like jet unit flow state, we kind of half argued about this on a hot seat once. I love the hot seat things. That's why
If
You
you
know.
guys want to do hot seat,
I'm going to be
What is it?
honest. I
What's
don't
hot seat
really
again?
know
What
what
is the
else
hot
we
seat?
would go into.
I forgot what it is.
So hot seat is where I bring up one caller at a time, and they get 10 minutes. We can do that if you guys want to go into that mode, because we still have like 30 minutes before the 11:15
I don't know
mark.
where else we would go. I
I'm
think that
fine,
we've covered a lot of stuff. I mean, it's just fundamental disagreements on levels of trust in information institutions. I think that's a fair statement of our
Do you
disagreements.
guys have
right?
any friends? Do you have
No.
any friends who are moon deniers?
I thought he was just going to
No.
see if you.
I know
friends.
I know one person. I don't
Any
know
friends?
if I called him a friend though, but yeah, I know one person.
I got you. But I mean, from your guys' view, there's much worse positions and views than
Anti-Semitism.
Well,
I think that something that's like fundamental that's disconnected is
Racism
that
is generally bad.
dude,
I think.
a lot of
Yeah,
strategies are anti-Semite
There's a
too.
lot more worse
It's fine.
things than
It's still
disbelieving
racism.
the
They're
moon,
still doing it
sure.
bad.
Yeah.
Kanye's a racist.
Do you guys
Kanye's
understand
Let me
that?
ask. Let me ask.
Yeah.
The panel has to agree. If we don't agree, I won't do it. But do we want to go into hot seat and introduce one caller at a time for the next
You guys
30
want to
minutes?
run through that? I think that's fun.
I'm
going to be
all
honest.
right.
I don't know where
Can-
else we would go.
Before we
Unless
do
you
that,
talk about-
before
unless
we
you
do that, I
want
got a
us
question.
to talk about
I'll
cheating
touch
for the
on
next
all.
30
Okay,
minutes.
I
Yeah,
do like
I'm
cheese, but I have a question before we get to hot seat.
Guys, lay off the fucking cheese.
Why?
Flo, I heard you. Jim Bob, yes or no?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, then Flo, ask your question, and then while you're doing that, I'll go ahead and I will
for that.
I will drop the StreamYard link. Everybody, we might have to shorten it because I have a feeling that a lot of people might come up, but we'll see. If you guys want to drop the links on your channels, I think Rezi, Ice Beans, Flow State, and Jim Bob are all streaming. They're welcome to pin the open panel hot seat on theirs as well. So I will go ahead and do that. In the meantime, Flo, go and ask your question.
Do you guys understand that for you, the individual, your own firsthand experiential evidence and what you're told are not equivalent in validity?
Depending.
So you think that sometimes you can trust what you're told more than you can trust what you've experienced?
So yeah, because there are things that I know that I haven't experienced, right? Like for instance, like there are certain like math, like Heisenberg's uncertainty formula, right? Like if you break it down from like where everything, like where it comes from as like a descriptor, I can't experience it, but I do know that it exists, and I can prove that existence by having experiments to prove that, but I can't actually experience it.
But with
Like
things
the
that we
idea
can
of particle
experience.
wave ballot.
With
Well,
things that
but
we can experience.
Yeah, but I can believe that though, and I can look at that as fact, even though my eyes can't see individualized atoms, right? Like I believe atoms exist, and I haven't experienced atoms.
Would you believe Heisenberg if his last name didn't end in Berg?
Yeah, the math is that.
Oh my
I'm
God!
just wondering,
Jim Bob.
Sarah.
He's just asking questions. It's
I know. I
fine.
can actually answer this. Yeah, there was a scientist at the same time who was an English scientist in America who came up with the same stuff on literally the same day, but Heisenberg published first in Germany. So yeah, no. So like no, the
in
math
Germany
is
too, right?
But yeah, no, the
Wow.
math is really, really solid on the whole thing. That's like actually why I like Heisenberg's uncertainty theory.
Do you think
stuff.
math explains things or just describes things?
Is there a difference?
Yes, scientifically. Yeah.
What do you mean? What's the difference between explaining
Well,
and describing?
this is goes further. It is related, but like,
Are you saying like a holistic description versus like a kind of small base description?
Well, what I'm saying is that math we use to describe, so we can describe things through mathematical formulas and see if they're consistent. But an explanation in science is something that can only be done through experiment. So math itself isn't a replacement for experiment, and that's why there's a distinction.
Well, yeah, but the issue is though math and like proofs and stuff can be part of an experiment.
That's
because
right.
like for instance, like Euler's stuff specifically is like often looked at as an experiment within math that then ends up getting proven much
Yeah,
later,
you can use math
right?
and science. I'm just making the distinction
I'm just
between
saying, like,
explanation
you
and description.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm trying to say is that you can have math and experiment within math on math, and that's like how we get like I think Euler had like some things,
But you're getting too deep into the muck.
Yeah,
Really,
Yeah, I
just,
mean,
yeah. Just to very quickly answer your question in a very short way. Basically, like it would be utterly exhausting to go ahead and like independently verify every single thing that you like implicitly believe. That's kind of my understanding.
Right.
Like I'm not like if I get on an airplane, I haven't literally sat there and examined how
Sure,
flight
right.
operates, right?
Absolutely not. Right. Most of our worldview is constructed by things that we are taught or adopt from other people around us.
Sure.
I'm not disputing that. But when your real experience and what you've been told about things don't reconcile together, don't you think your real experience is more reliable than what you've been told?
It kind of depends though, because your real experience could actually mislead you, even in pretty visceral cases, right?
If you can't trust your real experience,
for example, I just want to give you an example. For example,
Okay.
like our body, like we're just like biologically programmed. Like if we've eaten something and we get sick later, our body's way more likely to then in the future reject that. Like you are probably going to feel some level of revulsion towards that food, even if that food isn't the thing that actually made you sick, right? So that's a real experience.
Yeah, like I
You
can't
might
eat
you might
sour- I
think
can't
that's
eat
what got you
sauerkraut.
sick.
Yeah, like once.
Right, but
I
that
was
is-
a kid,
You
I
can't
could-
eat sauerkraut
Yeah, when I was
because of the
a kid-
history, because of the 40s.
Oh
when
my
I was a
God,
kid-
Jim
It's funny, Sarah.
Bob.
He can take it, dude. Look at it.
Yeah.
He likes comedy. He can take
No,
it.
no. The thing is, I had some
He's a
overripe
good sport.
sauerkraut. I had some overripe sauerkraut that caused me to get food poisoning when I was like 5. I can't be around the smell at all.
So sauerkraut is actually the issue then that you had.
Oh.
Like, so that would be a real experience.
Well, yeah, but now I can eat some cabbage, but like I can't eat sauerkraut, and it's terrible.
I
because
just-
now I can't
No, but
even
like
go
it
ahead
made
and
him sick.
bake
It didn't
like
make
a
him sick
German.
once, right? It wouldn't
You know?
always make him sick.
I've been pinning my foreskin back up, dude. It's been a whole thing.
Oh my!
You have foreskin? That's a
Jesus
miracle.
I'm trying to grow it back, and Bob, you
Oh
have
my
no
God.
idea.
You're trying to grow it back.
Trying to grow it back.
I'm
Hey,
done.
I know how this country's going. We'll speed fucking
Dave,
things.
once you start talking,
All right,
I
you got
will
me.
start your
You made me
timer.
laugh there.
And I'm gonna I've
That
got
was
4
good.
backstage since we are limited on time now.
You're
with-
good. I
with
probably
that-
won't need the whole 10 minutes. It's 7 minutes anyway.
Trying to grow it back.
I pretty much just have a question. First, hi, I'm Dave. How's
What up,
everybody
Dave?
doing?
Dave, what's up?
So I have one main question for the non-believers, at least. It'll be the same question for the believers after. What would it take for you to believe that the moon landing was real?
I hate this. Let me go first. Take that question and shove it up your bald-headed ass. That is the most obnoxious. We can't know what we
Yes,
don't know.
no, I'm not
It's
doing
for
this
me to
either.
check if you're good faith and you're.
No, we can't know what we
because-
don't know.
Because this is
Wait.
wait. May I actually join with you guys? Sorry.
Please do.
Here's the thing. What is the thing that's going to require? I assume everybody on this panel is pretty well versed. So when you're going ahead and saying to them, what is it that's going to require you to actually believe in this? It's making an assertion that they haven't fully constructed this out in the first place. There would have to be some tactical flaw completely within the logic that they or we are presenting. That is an obvious question. There's no reason for you to ask this question unless you're going ahead and listening to some beta cuck like Destiny who leaks private images and sucks Nick Fuentes.
That was a way better answer than I gave. That was way better than my answer.
MD, you said
Yeah.
Was real or is real?
That it was real. That the original moon landing was
Yeah.
real and
See,
not fake.
I brought this up to my fellow conspiratards. I said the problem with our view in saying that's fake is that presupposes there's something real to reference to know the difference between a real moon landing and a fake one, but we don't have access to it. But I also argue that because of the inability, the inaccessibility of what a moon landing would look like, we just can't know. So if you're asking me what would it take, I would take Flow State's cross-examination there and say it might actually take someone I know going or me going. And I know that's a high, that's a lot, right? That's a lot.
Even if
that
that person,
isn't-
even
that
if that
isn't
person,
actually-
okay.
It's
but-
fair
The thing
though,
is,
but it's a lot.
That's a fair
right?
answer because that's what it would take.
Well, there's a lot of
It's
different ways
still
to answer the
something that
question, though.
would change your mind.
It would,
That's
Right?
all I'm
of course.
asking,
Because
what
it
would
could
change
be
your
this
mind?
or this or this. Presumably, there's about a bazillion different ways you
know
can
what?
construct the answer to
But I'm
that.
on the other
I'm
side,
actually
and I
gonna
do
say,
have an answer.
Here's the only way you can prove
So
to me
that's
it's
why I
fake.
think it's weird that you guys can't figure out an answer.
Well, yeah, but
That's my
here, I
answer.
can do the
Or
same
think it's
thing.
wrong.
I need to get sent there specifically to the area where they said that they landed, and I have to see literally nothing that's left there because there's still shit there that we can look at.
No,
I'll-
you can't look at it.
All I would
Yeah.
need is
Oh,
proof
no, if
that
I go there, I
was
can,
a-
Jim
Oh, yeah,
Bob.
yeah, if you go there, yeah.
Come
yeah.
on,
All you
buddy.
need is what?
You and
All I
me
would need
hand
is
in hand. We're going to the
proof that
moon,
there
Jim
was a
I
Bob.
will
set
go with you
taken.
if we
I
can
know,
raise the
dude, and
funds.
you're gonna-
I still can't hear you, Dave. Turn your and yell.
All I would
okay.
need is proof that there was a staging of it, like
Mhm.
some
But
kind
what's
of
proof?
footage of.
Wait,
some
Okay.
kind of-
staging.
Well, we're
staging.
okay,
Wait,
hold
are
on.
you
We're
trying to
telling you
prove
that it is
the?
staged. Is that proof?
What? Say that.
But then you get in. All you're saying, all you would need to change your mind is proof. Sure.
No.
Same with us. All we
No,
would
no,
need
no,
is
what
proof
I'm-
that it wasn't
What I'm
staged.
saying is, like, if there was leaked footage of them setting up the cameras and Neil Armstrong standing there giving a speech or stepping out of the thing from a different angle, and you see that it's a film set and not a.
Okay,
Well-
I do have
Actual moon.
evidence. Okay, of something that's kind of like that. Dave, is that there is a photograph of Werner von Braun standing in front of a perfectly exact model of the lunar lander in the scene of on the moon, basically, like the entire scene.
Where-
And we searched for it, right? And I tried to find where that was originated, and people said, well, it's from this World Fair market that was in Chicago, I believe. I could be wrong about the state.
What year?
So I looked into it. Yeah, it was 1967 or so, or I'm not sure what year. It was around. It may have been 1969 actually. And so I looked for the fair, and there was no documentation of a very popular World Fair with a lot of photos, consistent photos of this fair. And supposedly this was set up at the fair, and yet there's no photos of anybody, because they said, no, that was at a fair. They set up the moon. They made it look like the moon, and Werner von Braun is standing in front of the LEM. And I looked up the fair, and I couldn't find, it wasn't in the paper. And there wasn't any other photos of like common people going to the fair taking photos of this thing. There would be endless photos of this thing at this specific fair, and yet that's their alibi, is that this photo was from this specific fair, and yet it replicates perfectly the image of the LEM on the moon with the exact lighting and everything, with Werner von Braun looking right at the camera. And I'm like, oh, well, that's not proof, but if you ask for evidence. And so when I saw that, that's what conspiratards do. Is I couldn't find more images, and I thought, well, it's reasonable to think if there was a fair and it was really popular that people were going to the moon, you know how many people would want a photograph at that time of that
Do you have
model
the photograph?
at a fair? What? I'll try to find it right now, actually.
Yeah, can you send me that?
Yeah,
Have you ever like reverse Google image searched it by chance?
No, that's a good idea.
Or put it in the back.
Oh,
If you can.
Dave, did
Hey.
you want to have any finishing? If you do have like a minute and a half left.
No, I'm good. Just don't kick me out yet. I want
what's
to.
your favorite cheese? Favorite cheese, quick, go,
Brie.
go.
Favorite cheese? Yes.
Brie.
Okay, cool. Good.
Ooh, okay,
Good.
all right, mood.
Okay, here.
Probably
How
too
do I
late
do
for
this?
close
Copy
I
it,
don't
save
know.
it.
Oh, you probably if
Breathe
you have like
is
an
fun.
immigrant or something, you post in the side chat.
Okay, yeah, I'll just download it and put it in,
Mhm.
or just the, Sarah, can you do this? Maybe I'll put the link.
Yeah, I just need just send me.
You
the
can
link
drop
of
me
it.
in the back. I just don't kick me off yet completely. I want to grab the link when he posts it.
Okay.
Also,
I can look at
EMP
this picture.
Dave, have I seen you around before
Yes, you
somewhere
have.
else?
Yeah, I'm all over the place.
Yeah, you have.
Hell
I,
yeah, okay. I
I'm
thought you
very
looked
random.
familiar.
All right. Have a
Say
wonderful night,
goodbye,
everybody.
Dave.
So check that out. Check
Thanks
this
so much.
photo out.
Oh.
Okay.
It's in the
Also-
private chat.
Let me thank Mark for the Cash App. He says, "This debate
Not
is gold."
till the end.
I don't know when the end was.
I'm going to
How
tell
long do
you
you
when
think
it's
I'm gonna
the
wait for?
end. Justin Henley, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, we're not going to flash anything on screen that people shouldn't be seeing, correct?
Correct.
All right, go ahead, and I'm going to restart your timer.
All right. I got a question for the NASA supporters. How exactly does your science break the firmament?
Oh my!
What?
Oh my.
Are we doing the flat Earth thing?
No, that doesn't. mean flat
No,
Earth.
it doesn't mean flat Earth.
What do you mean
Do you
by
not know what the firmament is?
No, I don't know what the firmament is.
This
Can
is
you-
The firmament
No,
is God's barrier between the earth and the heavens. You can't
Jim Bob and I
leave
had this
the
solidly
earth.
won until now.
Where's God? My God talked to me. He said that he took that away.
Well, he would be on the other side of the firmament.
Well, no, he took it away in 1967, bro. Like, did you not get the New Testament? The New Testament?
Oh, so first you're going to deny Jesus, then you're going to deny the firmament?
I'm just saying that.
deny Jesus?
No, I'm
What
not
do you
saying
mean?
Jesus was just tired of the firmament, bro. Because he's like, bro, look at all those pretty fucking lights up there. We need to
Well,
let
maybe
them
you
get a
got
chance
tired
out.
because you
Bro,
put him
why
on the
aren't you letting
cross.
God let us love us? He's just trying to love us and let us see cool shit, bro.
I just got off the phone with God. He said you're not helping our side of the debate.
Oh, I mean, my God,
No,
the God
this
that I'm
is on
talking
your side
to,
of the debate. Oh
No,
no,
my
Oh,
God, look.
no.
No, he's
My God.
literally just hit me up. He's like,
Usurped
yo,
your
bro,
God
this
shit.
guy is fucking
Sarah,
over.
can you
Why
bring
are
up that
arguing
picture
with
for the audience?
yeah, I'm working.
yeah.
Where
yeah.
hey
For a second.
wait, I can't see this caller's name, but where did Jesus ascend to when he ascended?
Well, first he goes to Hades and conquers death by death. Then he goes to heaven.
Oh,
Are
I
you
meant.
doing
I'm sorry. No,
eternal
I meant
critique?
when he rose up, and remember when he like appeared to all the disciples, and all the flames appeared on their heads, and then he ascended into heaven, right? Like, where is heaven in that case?
Beyond the firmament. Did you not hear anything that I said?
How do they get out of the firmament?
No, you didn't say anything about the where heaven was.
I didn't
I'm
say
asking
that.
now.
I didn't say that the firmament is the barrier between earth and the heaven.
Oh, I might have missed that. I apologize. Yeah, okay.
course
So
you
you're
did.
saying that. So you're saying that. Okay. So he
Listen,
broke
ice beans.
through.
What,
So
what
he broke
recipes
through.
do you
So
know how
he
to
broke
cook with just
through.
ice
He
and
broke
beans?
through the. He broke through the firmament and went into heaven. Is that your point? So when we look up at the sky and we see stars,
has to be a
like,
troll.
is that are we looking at heaven? Are we looking at the firmament? Are the stars embedded into the firmament?
Flow State,
No.
have you seen this image?
I have seen this image.
Yeah, this is like, if you look at this, it's like, Dave said, well,
Okay.
show me a set-like thing, and it's
Real
like,
quick.
what is
Real-
this setup here?
Hey, real quick, I just have a question. Does the South, you were saying something about the Chicago World's Fair? Does the Southeastern Fair in this image have anything that you've researched yet, or no?
I looked up whatever the fair is that's referenced. I couldn't find any.
So I found I'm trying to download a guide here real quick that it said, and it's like something I found an article that like saying this image is tied to the Southeastern
It could
Fair,
be. Yeah, it could
which is
be.
not the Chicago's World's Fair.
Sure,
And again,
yeah,
it says that yes, this is a miscaption. I'm currently looking through that to see if I can find a
Yeah,
flyer with
that's
that.
probably I probably just misremembered
Yeah, I
that.
think I might be able to find the actual flyer. I found a news article actually referencing this.
Does this look
from
like a
the
fair?
From the Atlanta.
Does this look like a fair that you
Isn't
know?
he holding a funnel cake?
Well, so here's the thing. I found it in the Atlanta Journal and Constitution on
Look, there's the
Mondays.
reflective mirror right there by
Hey,
Werner
can
von
I-
Braun.
May I
yeah.
please? I found this. It says that the Atlanta Constitutional of Atlanta, Georgia, on Monday, September 1st, 1969, on page 16, Fair to Enact Walk on Moon by Diane Stepp. A detailed reenactment of man's first walk on the moon, including authentic moon surface with small craters and flat rocks. And a replica of the landing module will be a major attraction at this year's Southeastern
Attraction
Fair
with no
opening.
other photos.
Southeastern Fair opening September 25th. So
No
now
photos,
I'm
but
going
this-
ahead and look. Now I'm gonna actually keep looking into this. I'm actually.
I hope
really
you find
curious.
something. I just couldn't find any.
Yeah,
after
I'll
weeks.
probably end up having to get back to you, but like
Yeah,
you
hit
said,
him
the
up after.
Chicago's World's Fair.
Fair enough.
So like, this
I'm
is gonna
fine.
be something I'm probably gonna have to like do a lot of research.
Yeah,
on. I
it'll
think,
be fun.
I think it's like we should talk about the firmament more.
Wait, actually, before we get
I'm
back
still
into the
waiting to
firmament, I
hear
just
how you
wanna-
broke through it.
wait, hold on. Before we get back to it, I just want to ask Floor State, do you just keep that hat
Floor
around
State?
for when like you've got religious nutters who come in?
He's an anti-theist.
Oh wait,
You're muted. God muted.
I'm an
you.
agnostic who's surrounded by ortho bros. So yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I don't always keep it on handy, but it's just I'm always using it. Yeah.
Hold on,
Okay,
you
'cause
phrased
that's-
that wrong.
that's fucking
You're
being
agnostic who
intimidating, sorry.
surrounds yourself with ortho bros. Why'd you frame it the other way?
Touche. We're doing the same
Thank
thing, saying the same thing.
By the way, just so we're clear, this is the actual original image that you posted, Jim Bob, with the original caption, by the way.
Okay. Is it wider?
Well, it's wider. It's like a lower quality, it appears, probably from like, you know, film decomposition.
I'm just wondering, why is it so dark?
Justin, you do have a minute and a half left if you have any.
Von Braun,
go back to the firmament. Sorry, go back to the firmament.
Von Braun's gravestone is another interesting
Easter egg.
Yeah, it's the word. It's just you know, angloids all the way down, man.
I'm still waiting to understand how NASA breaks God's barrier.
With nuclear bombs.
How would that work?
Have you ever seen what happened to Hiroshima? That was a Christian city.
Have you ever seen when they detonated nuclear
bombs? It was a Christian
bombs?
City.
Have you ever seen when they detonated nuclear bombs in the sky and it made a dome shape? It made a dome shape.
Yes.
You're just derailing talking about Hiroshima. Nuclear bomb detonations in the sky make a dome shape because they hit the firmament.
The Japanese are the chosen people of God.
Satan is the prince of lies, and he was tricking you with the dome bombs. We actually did break through. We used a couple, 2 or 3 nukes. It's not a big hole, but it's a hole.
Also, the AK-47s. The communists tried. They tried to help.
Yeah, but communism sucks, so they couldn't get through. Only capitalism prevails. Free market capitalism.
Capitalism.
Any final words, Justin?
Nah.
All right, we'll say goodbye to everyone.
Bless you.
All right. Let's get Robert on stage.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Can you hear me?
Hey.
Hello? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm for the pro-landing side, I guess, and I really kind of an issue with the anti-landing guys, especially Jim Bob here. Great panel, by the way. Thanks for having me on.
How dare you single me
out. Just from an argumentative / like polemics position, you guys are arguing against the consensus, and I'm not trying to make a fallacious appeal to the majority or the consensus that's been built around the moon landing, but just from an argumentation position, you guys are supposed to support your position. Really, the only evidence you guys have provided so far has been like the photograph at the fair.
That's not true. I made an argument from.
Whoa, hold on. Let me make my point here. The photograph of Wernher von Braun, Nazis not being trustable, being part of all the government operations after the fall of World War II, and their government's lie in general, the footage of India, footage of the original landing being bad, going back on promises to revisit, and that the data intake is.
We've got bad evidence from untrustworthy sources.
You missed some things, Robert.
He's summarizing.
I understand, but you kind of missed when the head of NASA says we destroyed the technology and it's too hard to go back. That statement alone is actually inconsistent with everyone else who uses consensus to say, no, we still have the technology. So that's an inconsistency. Further, hold on. You just rattled off a bunch of things, dude.
I don't need to support that one guy.
Hold on a second. I'm still adding more you missed out.
I was here the whole time, so I haven't.
For all of the engineering feats of humanity that you know of, especially given technology, this kind of stuff, is there any other example you can give where the technology capability went backwards instead of forward?
I guess you could say the internet, social media, access to information. The internet, social media, access
How has that
to
gone backwards?
Because our ability to communicate with people has generally led to
that's not a technology. Communication itself.
The internet is not technology.
No, the internet's dude. Listen, the internet is technology.
Yeah, it's technology for sure.
The ability to communicate effectively is not the same as the internet.
I know, but I'm saying that's
a total category.
That is the action that's tied to the technology.
I didn't ask about the
It's a nice armoire.
No, I asked about the tech itself.
I'm not sure.
The tech of the internet has only advanced in its capability. If that resulted in
a
lower, dude, shut up and let me talk, dude.
Jim, just to answer your question. Sorry.
Look, I'm making a distinction. You shut up. I'm talking to him, not you, Ice Beans.
Just get to the point about NASA.
I'm trying. Look, you just no. I'm going to expose something. Because you came in really confident here, but I'm gonna actually make a distinction. You don't want me to make the distinction because you know I'm right. Let me ask you a question. Is the technology called the internet enhancing in its capability? If it results in poor communication, more slang, inability to understand each other, does that follow that the tech itself, the internet itself and its capability, is that going backwards? Or are you saying the technology going forward actually results in our human incapability of communicating? Which is it?
What does it have to do with the price of tea in
Because
China?
because I asked,
You're supporting the one guy from NASA saying that the technology has been destroyed.
Robert, you're
I hear your
spurging.
point.
You're
I'm not
spurging.
spurging.
I
I'm
asked
answering your
for
question.
is flying to the moon a technology? Is it based on an engineering feat of humanity?
Sure.
So again, I'll ask you.
I get what you're saying.
So I'll ask you one more time.
Thinking you're getting.
I'll ask you one more time. I'll ask you one more time. Is there any other technology that humans created?
Just notice this is a whole bunch of filibustering going on.
So you're not going to answer the question.
No, he won't.
I'm already answered. This is
so.
Do they
is
teach
there,
these?
is there? I'll ask one more time. You give it a second shot, Robert. Switzer. Is there any other technology you can point to that went in reverse in its capability over time?
Make your point. Let's say I just answered with something. Just make your point. What is your overarching goal with this line of thinking?
My point is that it's an anomaly for something that is the greatest feat in human history as far as technology is concerned, to not be able to advance exponentially in its replication. And it's bizarre because I always bring up the heart transplant at the same time, 1967, a technological feat that since then has been massively perfected, refined, and replicated. And yet you're sitting here going, the technology makes us talk dumb. That's your counter to my statement,
you asked
dude.
For an example. I don't.
And
care
I
about
said
my
you
example.
failed.
My example
And I say you failed.
Or it could have been perfect.
And you failed.
I'll help you out,
failed.
Armor. You could make a kind of an argument that our technology has deteriorated our architecture has.
But we could still do it again, though, right?
We could probably still do it again.
Yeah, we could replace it. Like people, dude. I've argued with someone. They go,
it's still better than the internet.
Flow State. Have you ever heard someone go, well? We made Ford F1. We made Ford. Sorry, the Model Ts. We don't do that. And we go. I go. Yeah, but could we? Could we
believe the ISS is a real thing?
No, yeah. I mean, your point stands. I was just trying to help them out.
It's
still better claiming the internet.
You know, they won't accept that, so it's fine.
What's that? Ice Beans, you're rambling really fast.
No, it's I was saying that
still,
we could if we wanted. We could recreate that shit if we wanted to. We just don't want to.
Well, we also erased over all the original NASA footage. Isn't that weird? Or the moon landing footage, how we erased over all that.
Did you just say nobody wants to recreate the moon?
No. The very specific technology that we use to get to the moon
we don't want to replicate it?
The exact same technology?
Wait, Robert, you saying you hate Ice Beans' position?
Folding chairs and aluminum foil?
Like I could.
I don't understand.
You point to this one guy, this one director saying, "Oh, we destroyed the tech." You're pointing to like these kind of really unverifiable instances that sort of get around. They dance around the issue.
Have you seen anyone else offer an explanation?
I know. He's just saying you're just pointing the head of NASA for.
Like, if you have another explanation that you think is a better one, then
I'm not the one who has to provide evidence here.
Wouldn't Don Pettit be a good authority, Robert?
Yeah. I think he's the best authority we've got. That is evidence.
You say he's not there anymore, right? Against this guy. You say the general consensus is against this one director.
So why did the tech go backwards? I'm still waiting, Robert. Yeah. Why did the tech go backwards? No
Let's hold
answer.
that thought.
Right.
Here's what we're
going to do. Not a single answer.
No, they wouldn't accept it. They wouldn't accept any of it.
You don't have an answer, Ice Beans.
Let me
drink your cranberry juice.
Robert, I'm going to put you backstage for just a minute. Here's
juice.
What we're going to do. We're
actually.
You know what cranberry juice looks like?
Yes.
I do want to be clear.
What does it look like?
Like cranberry juice.
I do want to be very clear here, Jim Bob. I have found another image. From 1969.
Gotcha.
I maybe found a book and an author. I posted a link to Chasing Moon Book. It's a documentary
bring it up, dude.
that
bring
apparently
it up
has more images, but a second image has hit the 1969 South.
Oh yeah, we won't accept that, right, Ice Beans?
Yeah, I'd love to see
I'm saying
it.
actually,
I'm legitimately. That's what I'm trying to say, you dumbass. Bring up the image on screen, Resi.
Listen,
come on, what are you doing?
Hillary Clinton.
What are you
Shut
doing?
up for a second.
Don't talk to her like that. I'll talk to her like that. She's.
Don't talk to her like that.
Everybody shut the up.
Right.
We're gonna go into. Here's what
Don't
we're
you
gonna
talk
do.
to her like
Because
that.
it is 11:15, and I do want to respect the panelists' time. So, in the
Yes.
event that any of you do wish to leave the panel, at least you have that option
I
going
got it.
forward.
All
What
right.
we're going to do is we're going to do our closing statements real quick. We're going to read the super chats, get through them as quickly as we can, and then everybody that is backstage, we'll bring them on. We'll do open panel dumpster fire, and you guys can have all the fun you want. I don't care. All right? Everybody good with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Flow state. And I swear to God, do not interrupt anybody's closing statements. Rezi, I'm talking to you. It is
I
very
can't promise
rude.
anything.
For Rezi.
I'll
Bad
try.
form. Don't do it. I'll knock you out. Go ahead. Flow state.
I didn't interrupt any opening statements.
Praise
Let's see. I don't feel like I need to do a closing statement. I feel like it's pretty obvious that the moon is made of cheese. Mostly, I'm just looking forward to interrupting everyone else's closing statements now that Sarah told me not to. I yield.
Okay.
I'll throw you backstage.
I thought it was a fun conversation. It was spicy. I appreciate the two coming on and
It was pretty
hanging out.
spicy, wasn't it?
And he interrupted. Yeah. So, just so you know, I don't have this invested interest, whether we went to the moon or not. I just don't think we did. I don't have like a flat Earth perspective on the world, and that this helps. I don't think I'm not arguing from that perspective. I just think that, like what Flow State said, it kind of does make sense that a government could invent a pretty crafty lie at that time, and given that the lack of technology, communication technology, that kind of narrative could go right into the living rooms of those American exceptionalist boomers, right in the TV tray dinners, right? And they're like, oh my God, we went to the hoodly daddle. And they wouldn't have any reference to say it was false. They didn't have the capability. And now we have technology to cross-reference, and maybe people take it too far in the conspiratorial world. I just don't think it's too far to question the moon landing of 1969. I think it's incompatible and inconsistent with every other technology that we know.
Thank you. Ice beans to you.
Yeah, fun conversation.
It was fun.
Perfect spice levels, you know. I would say honestly that
I'm leaving it back for the rest of it. Don't worry.
That's all. You can bring it back. It's fine. But honestly, you know, I would say that I don't think you need to be a knowledgeable person to be able to look at what we have and say that, yeah, we probably did go to the moon. I think that it's fairly easy to, even if you could construct a way where, yeah, you could have faked this in your backyard with your like grandma's lawn chairs and all that shit. And even if India came out with a really crappy animation, sure. Okay. Yes.
was real.
We're at that point though. We're at that point though where this would be easily falsifiable just because we do have the technology to go to the moon, right? We do have the technology. You can't keep a secret like this and have it only relegated to the conspiratards.
So that's the Manhattan Project.
Sure, whatever.
I'm just doing it, both of you.
But beyond that though, I would say that really you should just look at if you're talking about conspirators or whatever else, I would just say what evidence. Yeah, it kind of goes back to what evidence would you accept, and like it kind of, so far from what I've gathered on this panel, it doesn't really seem like any amount of evidence from any source whatsoever would actually satisfy you. So that's kind of where I land on it.
Thank
No
you.
pun intended.
I'd like to be proven wrong
That was actually
right
funny.
here on this panel.
Jesus, this panel is shit.
Mhm.
You all suck. Rezi to you, please. I swear to God, the button is ready for both of you.
Don't no. Let them interrupt me if they wish, please. Just for me. That's what I like. George Bush did 9/11.
Gefilte fish.
Mazel tov.
George Bush did 9/11. Cool.
This was a great
I
success.
like Rezi. I actually like him. I hated him at first, and now I actually authentically like him.
Rezi's
Hate all of you.
Jim, I have to say this. I'm gonna be like, you have seen this other image with regards to the argument that you made there, right?
Wait, the one you found?
The one that
you
I just
please bring
found?
it up on screen.
I
you
didn't actually. I
butt-face.
didn't.
Okay,
I couldn't
bro,
find anything.
I need to.
Finish fucking statement.
No.
There's
This is
people
a
waiting.
real
I
thing.
couldn't
Jim.
find anything.
No, Jim, I'm being completely serious. You need to up your rigor on research if you want to talk about that.
No, this is like years ago.
I
like
can
5
show
years
you.
ago.
I can show you all this. Like
I can show you the world.
shining, shimmering splendor.
Put them back in the love room, Sarah.
I
Put them
need
back
to
with the
go-
music.
I need to go
That really
Look at-
worked.
I can open your eyes.
Put them back. Put them back.
Have you ever read the
back in the
Talmud?
Love Hotel. Do it, Sarah. Do it.
All right,
Dude,
you ready,
look, space is Kabbalistic.
All right, Rezzy. Finish your closing statement.
That was my closing statement.
Okay.
No, yeah, it's really just no. I think one of the things that really frustrates me about some of these are it does reveal a lot about research standards for a lot of people, and I don't mean this as like a negative, but I do think we should all research things a lot more, and I think that it's something I would love to push. I think that's something that we need to respect ourselves. It's why I dislike conspiracy stuff, because we don't need a conspiracy to know that the world's out to get us, that there aren't people on our side, that there are people watching us. The NSA sees everything we do. Our defense knows how much money you spend at the grocery store. All of these things are easily proven. They've tested on us with the Tuskegee experiment. They've tested on us with MK Ultra. This is us against the world. It's just you and me, baby. What the fuck are we gonna do other than go ahead and learn?
We're gonna kill them all.
Okay.
The government knows when you masturbate.
Oh,
They watch you.
God, I'm uncomfortable.
Unless you put electric tape over your cameras.
Okay. Are we ready to get through these super chats real quick? And everybody backstage, please just hang out backstage. And currently, if anybody else is trying to get in, it is full backstage.
Is Harmon
and
still back there? I want Harmon up.
Yes, Harmon. We've got backstage. We have Robert's still hanging around. Magic 7, Harmon Walker, Golden Renaissance, Adam Dole, Animated Effigy,
Dole in the
Mud,
house.
Zachary Hubbard, Uncle Fatty, Nas
Zachary Hubbard, for real?
Is this
The
bad?
real
Good?
Zachary Hubbard?
No, that's good. That's good. We want Harmon and Zach Hubbard.
Let's
Resi.
see. I don't know.
You
Let me
get to
see.
pick
Is
who
this
you get to
the
pick
real
who to
Zach
bring in.
Hubbard? Is this who you're
It
talking
is.
about?
There he is. The man
All right.
in the flesh.
I'm putting you back. Sorry. I just want to make sure.
Could I ask Resi a very quick question, Sarah?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Very quick.
Just
very
a tip.
quick. Very quick. Resi, is there any conspiracy like thing that you found out that actually ended up being real and you were like, holy shit? Like, you know, I don't know,
MK
ISS
Ultra.
Liberty?
Yeah. Okay. So the MK Ultra experimentations on autistic people and other people of mental illness.
Did they experiment on you?
Went to a this was years ago. I went to a place to do an exorcism.
It didn't work, did it?
It was really weird. I'm not gonna lie, it was just really weird. There's not.
Where's my
much
holy
of
water?
the Talmudic stuff? Like, yeah, you're, you know.
I'm onto something, aren't I?
Well, yeah. So, anyways,
Yeah.
So ending up going through that and actually peeling back the layers, and it's like, yeah, we were doing that in 1993. We were testing on like acid and drugs on children with autism that were in state institutions.
Lucky kids.
Why does NASA have an outreach program for autistic people?
But this is the thing. This stuff's on the surface. There are horrible things happening, and I think I want to focus on that sort of shit more.
Well, NASA has very aggressive outreach program for autistic people. And that's weird, isn't it?
And you know what? If you needed money to fund something like MK Ultra, you know, I just think
Man,
that would
everyone's
be
interested in autistic people. That's not special.
Well,
I'm
'cause
still not
they're
interested
really
in
good
them.
workers, and they don't get jokes, so there's no wasted time.
Yeah, so like that's not I guess that's not special, you know what I mean?
Well, you don't need
Like,
robots. They're gonna.
why is NASA being targeted, you know what I mean? Like
Well, they're exploiting retards.
Okay, we gotta get back. To
All
the
right,
shit.
let me take control over you guys, 'cause I'm
How's
apparently
that
supposed
working?
to be in charge of this, and you all suck. I'm never putting all 4 of you on a panel ever again. This is terrible. All right, wrongful rage, come on and interrupt if you want to say something. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep moving through them. I have everybody's super chats. Actually, Flow State, go ahead and read your cash apps. That way I don't skip you.
I already did it. I'm done.
Okay, fine, good
think.
enough.
Shoot.
Resi
I'll interrupt
and
if I get
Ice
any more.
Beans, anything
Go.
going on over there? Okay. Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big Ten. I'm the 5th unseen panelist. I was in the preview in true super chat form. Bishes get stitches and put in post-ho ditches. I made it rags. I'm famous. Yes. Rude Mud Crab coming with the big 2. Happy birthday, Resi. Is it really your birthday?
Absolutely. It's his birthday. Everybody wish him happy birthday.
Happy
birthday.
I'd
Not my
sing you happy
birthday.
birthday, but I don't care at this point. Sarah Garner coming in with the big 2. Girl, no. Plumpy coming in with the big 5. Did you guys forget the magic crystals tonight? Yes, I think everybody forgot
No, I
them.
actually have a piece. Of
I
Yeah,
have a
we
crystal.
know that you had some crystals.
Don't show us that shape.
You're
I-
going
I-
into the
I
crystal.
have
Don't show the shape. Trib One coming in with their membership. A moon landing is estimated to cost north of 200 billion IIRC. That's pretty expensive in my opinion.
If I recall correctly, that's what that means.
Oh, thank you. I'm learning new shit every day from the young ones. Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 10. Now I want cheese. Chairman Meow coming in with the big 5. Let's f***ing go. Joe Cool coming in with the big 2. Can't go back or won't go back. Fair enough. Albert, just for me to tell you to all f off. I hate all of you. Thank you, Albert. Wrongful Rage coming with the big 10. Well, my favorites are Moon is a bell. We ring it with nukes to keep the space dragons at bay. Thank you, Wrongful. Austin coming in with the big 5. I just researched this last night, says Bean.
Yeah, and I was able to hold up my voice.
Trib One coming with the big 2. Over under 25.5 insults from Christians on panel. I wonder if that bet came through. Jason coming in with the big 5. Jim burning bagels in the oven.
What's the bagel reference? What's the bagel reference, Jim Bob? Oh, you're muted, bud.
As your lawyer, I think you should not answer that question.
Are we going to? I don't know if I want to hear the bagel reference.
No, we're good.
wanna-
There's about 6 million of them, aren't there?
6
Oh
million
no!
bagels, yeah.
Oh, okay. I understand.
you can
All right.
figure it out.
Okay,
Yeah,
I get it. I
okay.
get it.
Next
Okay, yeah,
one.
that's all I needed to know.
Sarah
Yeah,
coming in
that's
with the big 5. You have the same look as Andrew, like you're about to cry, Jim Bob. And Albert coming in with the big 5 for me to tell you guys all you fucking suck again. Thank you. Turquoise coming in with the big 5. I'm about
You-
to
you
moon
swallow.
that Eric Oh, Jesus Christ. You all suck. Turquoise coming in with the big 5. I'm about to moon fat Eric Clapton over there.
Eric Clapton. New one.
Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 10. Jim Bob and Flo working together is the team God wanted us to have today. Yes, this is quite an odd team. I would never imagine putting
Very
them on
odd.
the same one. But it happened.
Wait, is this the first time y'all have been on a panel together?
Well, no,
Normally they're
we're in opposition.
opposing. Yeah.
Oh, is that so? Okay, all
Mhm.
right. Very cool.
Yeah, we came together just to smash you guys.
Diversity is our strength.
Nice. Yeah, no, that's great. I love it.
Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 10. So if I buy space shit, can I pick up post hose and riz their donuts like the aliens in the UFO? Probing time. Trib One coming with the big 5. Ice Beans, they don't believe moon landing is possible, which many experts have said is possible. That's the level we're on. Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 50. The other team is like, trust me, bro. Jim Bob and Flo are like, why? The other team gets indignant. Sarah Garner coming in with the big 2. Y'all can't tell me he don't remind you of Long Legs. I think she was referring to
Long
you,
Legs?
Resi. It's a
What do you
new
mean?
movie that came out.
I don't watch movies, so.
Oh, it's a new movie.
What about Schindler's List?
Oh my
that-
God.
Look, he is a good sport. I
Yeah.
love this guy.
Yeah.
He just
Oh my God.
Isn't that the bagel place?
I stop it.
no, that's
Robert-
Einstein's bagel.
You're all going to hell. Robert Demita coming in with a big 10.
Yo,
Thank you
Einstein's
for the
bagels.
stream. Wrongful Rage coming in with a big 10. Rez, whatever the sounds like, he needs a long nap with fish and dolphins. Oh my
What
God.
the
That's terrible.
No.
Coming to
How did they
bed.
know?
These motherfuckers have been talking about me and fucking dolphins, and it's a problem. I don't think dolphins. Wait, no. Shut the f- Ice Beans. I swear to God, this is my war to fight.
Finally,
I-
Hey, you don't
the
talk
mic.
to her like that.
I did not have sexual relations with that dolphin, nor that orca, nor that seal. You freaky sex freaks.
All right,
That would
Spartan,
actually
come
be
on, get
impressive if
together.
you did, though.
Trib one coming with the big 5. When you don't want to give away your mind, could be changed. You're expressing that your mind can't be changed, or you don't want it to be at least. Justin coming in with a big 2. Told y'all. Firmament.
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 God.
It's not even that hard of a word.
Firmament.
Yeah, it really isn't.
I like Furf. Furf sounds more fun. Confirmed. Naj coming with the big 10. Big ol'. Sarah coming with the big 2. He looks like he's poor. Thank you, Robert Demita, with the gifted membership. Naj coming with the big 5. The moon landing is real big. Oh my God.
Hey, Sarah, I have a question about one of those because, you get more content, people are responding to some of them, is that I want to ask Rezi especially.
Better not be bagels.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Just hypothetically, if people in power knew we were confined physically but didn't understand what it was, I'm referring to like a firmament concept. Do you think it would be better for them to hide it from the public, considering maybe just they thought something would fucking go crazy, right? Like, I'm asking you a question. If granting all of that, would it be the right decision to hide it from people, considering what the reaction might be?
You have like so by the time that a government would be established, right? Like that would have to go ahead and lie about this would probably be around like the 1600s, you would assume, right?
Well, whenever they figured it out.
That's like probably about when like we're starting to see like our changing looks from like heliocentric models and other like that, right? Or like geocentric models and shit like that for like the largesse of like, all the tech that we do. Copernicus is like a good example. Once Copernicus exists, going ahead and describing all of that, which again, Copernicus was, not anything special. He was just like a rando. And at this point, the knowledge that we get from how Copernicus looked at all this would have been able to kind of with the firmament thing. If it was an image, it would then be something that people would figure out pretty quickly, I think, at that point. So I don't really think I think
would it? No, I'm asking.
It would just be like we'd have to fight it.
No, just grant
right?
that there is something that says, "Oh, you guys are all confined." I'm asking you a question about the response to it. Do you think it would be justified if people knew that to hide it from us lay peasants? Do you think it would be justified?
I think it would have to be like denying like the presence of chemicals. Yeah, maybe they'll deny because they're afraid of saying it. But like, forever chemicals, like that Aaron Brockovich story, right? Like that stuff that causes cancer. At some point, it becomes undeniable, and like that would happen, I believe, relatively early on.
I thought I was drinking tonight. What are you?
You know what I mean.
I actually have a question, like kind of.
You know what I mean about
do you think like because I think you're kind of leaning more towards like you would want the public to have that info, correct? If I'm
or not, like let's say they thought like, oh, we can't tell people this; they're gonna lose their minds. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm asking from your point of view, if it were the case that they knew that, would it be the right thing to do to just not tell them at all costs, like, because they'll freak the out?
Well, my question is that like my question to your kind of position is that they would be fine with having that knowledge, right? Like the public could
no,
handle
no,
that,
not actually, not necessarily. No, I
okay.
I actually don't know what would
bring
happen,
us Zach and Harmon.
But I actually wonder that, though, just granting the hypothetical, I wonder if from someone's view that would be justifiable to think, dude, maybe there's some information the masses maybe shouldn't have full access to. We know that there's information if you have access to can hurt you. That's demonstrably true.
Let me say this, Jim Bob. I think that there are very few like freedom or liberty oriented, individualist oriented statuses that would ever say you should bogart any level of information.
I understand that exists.
I think that that's better off. I just think that we need to learn how to leverage those axes.
That might be true.
I think that kind of reflects in our society. We have freedom. The Freedom of Information Act is valuable for that. We do value this. I would say you're American, right? Ish.
Yeah, Italian.
Western, like every Western countries have it. I think this is kind of something that we have a just general, like liberal West value. What
about like weird chemical weapons stuff? Like, is that justified in not granting to everybody Like I take that position. I
It's-
don't think
the
that
thing is,
everything.
it's you're gonna have it come up regardless if you just talk about basic chemistry that you like without any other concept. If you're just talking about like, so for instance, in chemistry, you have things like electrostatics, right? Like how bonding works and stuff. That's how bombs work. Is like things explode because oxygens get hemorrhaged from other things, right? Whatever. Okay, so that sort of stuff, oxidation processes, etc. We already have that. If you know how oxidation processes work, you would then be able to figure it out if you could just think about it a little bit. And it's not really hard because you just look somewhere else.
People in the back
dude,
are starting to self-delete.
So
The question is there any information?
The question is,
Resi,
we
is
have
there
that
any,
information.
Is
out
there any information worth not giving to the public? That's the simple question.
In
Is
my
there
opinion,
anything you can think of that
in
is
my
not worth-
opinion,
yeah.
Probably intimate sex details and videos.
Destiny.
We want those.
you
Of
going
Destiny,
and interacting.
of Destiny
Yeah,
and
I
Nick
did.
Fuentes.
No, Wade, don't tell me about this. He did it non-consensually with some of his orbiters.
Do you think that happened? Wait, do you
We're
think that
getting
happened?
degenerate.
Do you think that actually happened?
Justin coming with
no,
a big
I'm telling you
two.
right
Still
now,
waiting for the answer, Ice Beaner.
I
Wrong
gave
for
it. It's
Rage.
all right. If you didn't understand it, it's all right. Don't
Wrong
worry
for
about
Rage
it.
coming with the big Ted. Dude, Rez, whatever the fuck were you spawned from a sea worm because you a slimy dude.
No, he just
Just
spawned them.
just love
He
it.
just
You gotta
he just
Oh,
he just them. He wasn't spawned from them. Don't worry about it.
Austin coming with the big 10. The estrogen is flowing heavily through Bagelstein.
Is it Silverstein?
So, pardon me. Just Gerald coming with the big 5. Let the men finish. And panel of blue balls is bad for debate.
Why do you think I
It's all
came
right.
down?
Once in a while, it's
Oh,
okay.
God.
Flow State, is that you with a beard?
Yeah,
Ah, yeah, dude.
we kind of look alike, don't we?
I was like, is that me? Are you making fun of me? And I was like, oh. I was like, where'd you
No,
get that
changing my
picture?
avatar. It's like, oh shit, this looks like Jim Bob right now.
Yeah, it does. Same
Jimmy
mad
James
eyes.
coming with the big 2. What's the harm of pooping on the beach?
That's true. I was
Oh,
going to ask that,
brother.
Jimmy James.
If you don't know the answer to that
Wait,
question,
wait.
oh my God! If
Really-
you don't know the answer to that question,
It's super easy. So if you mix poop with sand, it makes soil, which will actually get washed away with the waves and stuff.
Oh,
So
nice.
you will cause erosion with that, and that's why we have sand there, because sand at small particles gets pushed in and out by natural processes.
Speaking of
Amazing.
in and out, wrongful rage coming with the big 10. Rez is the adult version of a crack baby, or is he proof of turd babies?
amazing timing.
Sarah coming with the big 5. I can't tell if she has an accent or if she's just restarted.
I've just lived in many places. It's all right.
It's fair. Joseph coming in with the big 2. Worst moderating ever. Make the NASA people answer. No, I don't make anybody fucking answer. This is their panel to own. Jeff coming in with his membership. Beep, boop, boop, bop, boop, boop, beep. Wrong for Rage coming in with the big 10. Jim Bob, grab a rock, argue with it next stream, and name it Resbean. You'll get more of a combo there.
Oh, damn.
You should do that. That'd be funny. I'd like to see that.
Harmon, yes. Can we
I
make
smell a
this
skit
it?
coming.
Yep. Harmon coming in with the big 10. Riddle me this, Batman. The actual time the Apollo 11 astronauts spent walking on the moon was 150 minutes. In that time, it is reported they took 1,200 of their 1,400 photos. Figure those numbers.
Hey,
They had
wait,
cameras,
wait,
so
Reggie. I just want to
I
answer
have
this.
the actual stats though.
Oh, you can,
He's
you
in-
can
he's
come
in
in.
the
No, you
back.
can
He's
come in. No,
waving
you can
back
come
to
in
get
with your.
up
You
there.
can come in
What?
with your
Sorry,
stats. I just
Mike,
want to say you have not seen my friend with a camera. Okay, how many selfies she's taken in a minute?
Oh,
Come on.
yeah. So the cameras that NASA were using were actually taking pictures at every 2 seconds. So if you take the 150 minutes and like put that,
So
over the-
gay and
actually-
boring.
that's exactly what he's saying, bro. I looked this up. I'm sorry. Okay, that's literally a thing. They had.
I heard you had sex with a dolphin.
I did not.
Did have sex with a dolphin. That is
I
true.
did not have sex with a dolphin.
Don't kink shame. Nobody's
Oh.
kink shaming here.
I'm not f***ing dolphins, bro.
Ben folds 5 chairs, coming with a big 5. Good thing we have apples so we can have the number 2. Thank God.
Exactly. And gravity.
Mike.
Dude, just admit it. You know what gravity is. Just
Oh my
bite the
God, I
bullet.
know
Be like, I
you
don't
got
fucking know.
alcohol
I
for
literally
this
can
one.
describe it like if it's like. Oh my God!
See, just
don't-
dude, join
no,
us.
It's like okay, no, it's not that.
Just
it's
so
that,
you don't know.
No, I have to describe waveform function.
Nobody wants to
Yeah,
hear
no,
that
you have
right
to
now.
deal with no.
Wait,
You don't want him on your
Can you
side.
shut down
You
the
will
science
get
nerding?
you want this. This is what you will get if you have him on his side. On your side.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I don't know if you want that.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't answer. It's just fine. It's fine.
And density functions.
It's fine.
Mike coming in with the big 5. Space travel is fake and gay. Thank you. Justin coming with the big
Smartest
2.
guy living
Say
sleeping on
bagel.
birthday.
Unrelated. Wrongful Rage coming over the big 10. These people are costing rags money. Up. Do you know things, or is it just blah 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 spurred? Wrongful Rage also coming in with the big 10. I'm a pipeline of free money.
Sarah, is this covering both of us? I don't want to
Yes.
miss. Okay,
Yeah,
great. Okay,
yeah.
great.
These are
I didn't know.
these
I
are
didn't
all
know.
mixed in. Yep.
Okay.
Naj coming in with the big 5. Are these two wetards seriously asking the question, why would a government lie?
Well, why would it?
I just think it's more terrifying when they tell the truth.
Oh, Lord. Matthew coming in with a big 10. Apples equals 2. Oranges equals 1. My math teacher was full of shit. He asked me what 1 + 1 is, and I said apples. Asshole gave me an F. He doesn't even know the basics. Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 10. Crack cells go up when Rez is in town. Justin coming in with the big 5. Jim Bob, start playing a guitar, bro. We all need it. Austin coming with the big 10. Yiddish boy and Airhead need to start actually making an argument instead of more assertions.
Oh, that's better than anything racist I've heard today.
Not
Right.
really.
It's like
Not really, because it didn't make a value judgment about the.
Keep
the
rolling.
race.
Keep rolling. We don't have time for this shit.
I killed Earl coming. I know our viewers are dropping. You guys suck. I killed Earl coming with the big 5. Your silky voice turns me into ketchup, Lady Mater. Looking lovely this evening, as per usual. Hops into Crystal. Wee. Wrongful Rage coming with the big 10. Life, it's a mystical. However,
Life is sorry.
it's not.
Rez and Bean team are just dumb. No, the Z did.
Oh my God.
got
Wrongful
you.
Rage coming with the big 10. Can I math my math into a reasonable position? Shoot, I've been more reasonable than half the panel. Looking at you, Rez and Bean. Matthew coming in with the big 5. Bernstein shouldn't have any issue getting the funds to launch the JB to the moon.
Help me out.
Christopher coming in with the big 10. How the hell did I end up in this corner of the internet? Best content in the internet. You're welcome. Wrongful Rage coming with the big 10. Rez, you talked words, come out, but no sense follows. It's like listening to a toddler with its toy. Bo, ba, spittle everywhere. Damn it. Rage coming in again with the big 10. My God is the best. Jim Bob knows.
Right.
Nephilim says, pyramids, Jim Bob, pyramids.
I see.
Oh my God, we
Rage.
have to do the rest later.
Actually, let me just.
How many of these?
how
Like,
many-
yeah.
I don't want to waste time. Go ahead.
Okay. Wrongful Rage coming. We're almost to the end. Wrongful Rage
We're
coming. with the
2/3 of the way
10.
done.
If you didn't f***ing interrupt me every time I started reading one, we could get through this.
Who's interrupting now?
You. Wrongful Rage coming with big 10. India can't even clean a section of their country with corpses as far back as the BC era. Why would I care what they say about the moon? Half the panel doesn't know what a post-ho or a Riz donut even is. Bonus, this panel brought flow state closer to God. I'm here
No,
for
it
that.
didn't.
Did it? Yeah.
It didn't. Crystal's Trump, whatever. Ha ha ha! You lost on your birthday, Alfred. You right.
Happy birthday anyway.
Rez.
Actually,
Happy
not my
birthday,
birthday,
Rezzy.
Happy birthday, Rezzy. 42 years young.
I'm not
Are you
42.
really? I was gonna say,
I'm
or Rez and
35.
Beans duo is full of crap. I'd say a lot more mean stuff, but Rezzy's community is saying
Proud of
it's
class.
his birthday, so happy birthday, dumb dumb.
Come
All right, the
meet
rest
you.
I'm gonna hold until we finish off the open panel because these all came in post.
Okay.
All right, are we f***ing ready?
Let them in.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ!
the monsters in.
Y'all give me fucking indigestion and all sorts of crazy, cringy.
I'm going to
You got to take a
cover-
shit now.
Oh,
I
I'm going to
got-
be real. I'm going to be really clear here, Jim Bob. Yes, there is a whole thing going on with the Destiny stuff. I already did like 8 hours of coverage of it before this today. I'm going to go back to that because I've got at least another 5 or 6, and I got 3 hours of sleep last night.
Can we open the doors?
So it's
Slice
there.
off sleep.
So it's there.
I appreciate
Leslie,
you guys.
say goodbye to everybody.
I was gonna say
All right.
it is wrapping up. I am
Yes.
I am
All right.
having to wrap up here.
It's fair.
So
Wait,
we'll
you pussies
answer-
are leaving?
Can we answer on your behalf just as like a parody though? If
Or do
people
whatever
can-
the f- you want,
Yeah, you
man.
can
I
do
don't
what you
really.
want.
I'm
Man,
just gonna
man,
be.
if I
I just
said
gotta be
no,
honest
you-
with you. I have been waiting on this
I will
for
participate
years
as the
of my
Rock.
life. I guess that I know that you conspiracize about the moon. I'm conspiracized about a lot more than that. All right. Right now, my conspiracy comes true and yours isn't.
Did you just lose it norming and try to one up us at
He just.
I was gonna say, if you said no, you probably do it anyway. So that's all
Ice
right.
Beans, do you debate feminism? Are you a feminist?
I don't know if I'd really call myself a
Oh,
feminist.
okay. I was just wondering because you said you did politics. I wonder what your main focus is, just in case you know.
I do a variety stream. I would say that like political views, I'm kind of a lib.
Yeah. Got you.
I'm kind of in the middle. My community is pretty well rounded, I would say.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I would consider a debate, but I don't debate women because they're not worthy to debate. So.
Yeah, that's fair. I understand that.
So, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
She's not a feminist with that.
I mean, I lived in Saudi Arabia for like 18 years.
So you're
I understand.
used to it,
I understand being a second class.
Wait, do you?
citizen, yeah.
Do you like it better when people think you're Indian or Saudi Arabian? Are you like relieved when they do
I'm-
one or the other?
I'm neither. I'm kind of from everywhere. If you want to
okay,
say
gotcha.
anything, I'm like currently I'm an American.
Welcome.
Yeah. Well,
I
I've been here for about 13 years. For it's fine.
Right. How did you maintain your accent for 13 years? Is that willful?
It's funny because I've lived in a bunch of different places, so I don't actually know what my accent sounds like at any given point in time.
No, that makes
We can
sense.
we can chat later though if you want. I can hit you up if you're interested.
Let the girl go, Jim Bob. Are you exiting the panel?
No, I was just wondering where, like, because
Ice Beans.
I'm interested. There's a lot of people coming out of like Twitch politics, and I wonder if are they making their way to like YouTube or and what
Yeah,
are they
we're
debating generally.
Yeah, no. Generally speaking, Twitch poll is kind of a dying beast.
Okay.
And so like a lot of people are transferring over to YouTube. I would
Gotcha.
say I don't really debate. I'm actually not like the spicy.
You should join Jim Bob's Discord.
I can't promise that. I'm already a part of too many Discords, but I'll subscribe and I'll hit him up.
Cool.
I'll hit you up too, Flow State. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'd love to stay, but
No, it's
I
okay.
do have to pop out.
Fair enough. Wow. I enjoyed having you on, Ice Beans. We're definitely going to get you for some more.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Have a good night,
You're
everyone.
welcome. All right. Jim Bob and Flow State. Are you ready?
Do one of us have to take the pro NASA?
I'll be the Rock.
At this point,
I'll be
I
the
don't-
Rock.
You want to be the
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. She's trying to be funny.
All right. I put a screen up just to get some voice confirmations. If everybody could shut the f up for a moment while I get those. Robert, that's still you back there, correct?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Magic 7, just say something. Yeah, I got you. Yep.
Hello.
All right. Harmon, I see you. Golden, can you voice confirm for me,
No.
please? All right. Adam, is that you?
Yes, I
Yeah, I
am
knew
Emo
that
JD
voice.
Vance.
And Effigy, I got you as well. All right. Nobody is going to show any penises on my screen, correct?
Some
that
people
ever
think
happened
Vance
or
is a
something?
cock.
Confirm nor deny.
Has that ever
Uh,
happened, Sarah? Like, it's
Yes,
so-
it
so-
actually,
yes.
not on
I got-
mine, but I
got
on-
buttholed last night.
That's a
Oh,
different
my
thing.
Lord. It's still close enough. All right.
You know, I had many interesting questions for the lady who is not Indian, but she left. So now I'm sad.
Damn
Well, I have a
it.
question for Jim Bob. When did you learn your stance at the, take up the stance of we didn't go to the moon? When did you pick that up?
Well, I think I went through the conspiratard train starting with like 9/11. And I was like, I never even thought about the moon landing. I just kind of took it for granted. And then I started looking at some of the footage, and my intuition led me to like bigger questions. And then I was involved with technology early. Like I was a futurist and stuff. So I was really on the ball with like exponential growth in technology. And I was like, it was probably because of that contrast that I was like, this is total bullshit. There's no fucking way like that. They did that in 1969, given what the technology was, and it just, it was coded by some chick named Hamilton, who wrote a stack of handwritten papers to guide the thing to the moon. It's just a bunch of bullshit. You see how they practiced, by the way? I should have showed footage of that. It's hilarious.
In water?
Yeah, well, that doesn't make sense. But also, they had like this flying machine, which would not mimic at all the practice of what they consider the vacuum of space at all. There's no you're practicing for something that's not the conditions. Why would you practice something that's not the condition? That's like practicing hockey for baseball. It makes no sense.
Yep.
Okay, I have a question for.
All right.
That.
I was opening my package of cookies.
And you fell down the stairs?
Is that Jamie Vance picture?
Yes, I decided to change my profile picture to one that represents my political views.
Oh,
So,
Jesus.
Jim Bob, I have a question for you. Do you think the moon landing is possible, like at all?
I mean, I guess it's a possibility. It's an object. To me, it occurs as an object. So if it's an object, I just wonder, like, what's the relationship? Like, if you start moving in that direction, right? I'm wondering what occurs up there. I'm under the hunch that something occurs up there that they don't quite understand, and it's something that they can't teach us about.
When it comes to
That's
the
my
moon
position.
specifically, how many years ago did you start to look into like the moon landing, like conspiracy theory itself? Like
2016.
16?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Because
I'm asking why the question.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, why the chronology?
Well, you were about to go somewhere with that, Jim Bob. Sorry.
Well,
yeah, it was just 2016. Like that was the beginning.
Well, I have a.
You were going to say some truther community was talking about that or something like that.
I just discovered, you know, once you look into one thing that's kind of deemed a conspiracy, it's automatically linked to others mimetically. So
This is what Ice Beans warned about.
So during your research for
Yeah,
today's
right.
debate,
That's right.
how many clips of Owen Benjamin did you review for arguments?
Oh, what's up, Truther Cop? How's it going? Why don't you use your real name?
He was investigating you undercover.
Man, just be straightforward, bro. You never trusted. You never trusted Ginger with a fedora. Yes,
Right?
Yes.
Either one of those things on their own is
if you
untrustworthy.
if you post your original piano piece, I will unblock you. See,
I did.
I'm coercing your
It's
own
in my video.
creativity.
It's in my
cool.
I think I
video.
have
Right,
it saved.
I will unblock you then. That's like creative coercion, isn't it? It's like loving. It's loving.
Well, I was already going to release it, but then you
Wait,
just
Truther Cop, you
gave
say
me a-
you have Truther in your name. Do you think we went to the moon?
No.
No. Why not though?
There's no way they could even live stream it. I mean, that's the biggest thing. I mean, this technology's pretty new. Like, how the heck were they streaming it live? I mean, that's.
Well, they'd even admitted. I didn't even
Seriously?
bring up the clip of Buzz Aldrin talking to the red-haired talk show guy, Conan O'Brien. Remember that clip? That was wild. He was like, "I remember I was in my basement, my parents, and we saw the moon landing." And Buzz Aldrin was like, "No, you didn't. You saw an animation of it.
He
We
said
just
at
showed
least
you an
3 times
animation."
it didn't happen. Yeah.
Yeah. He just said it.
So
So it's-
I'm just kind of curious. So like, so do you think the Earth is flat? Do you think it's a sphere,
No.
or like? 'Cause
No.
I saw you reference Kabbalah.
Yeah, there is definitely a relationship between Kabbalah as a philosophy and everything NASA presents. Even Michio Kaku admits this. There's a little bit of, you could probably see there's a little bit of Greek mythology in there. I'm sure Zach Hubbard will jump all over this in a second.
Yeah, can I jump in
Yeah,
actually
please,
right on that
please.
point?
Yeah.
Well, I
Because
mean,
get
yeah,
off in 2
the
minutes. Ready
Apollo
to go.
space program. Superficially, there's certainly Greek mythology, but I doubt. Well, is it deeper than just the superficial? Okay, we're calling it Apollo.
It's deep.
I think it's deeper than superficial.
So deep. Wrong for Rage coming in with the Big Ten. Wait, you a dolphin? Dude.
When Sarah says it like that, I'm weirded out because she's
It was a
old.
porpoise.
So deep.
I want to hear Zach's take, though, to build on what I said.
Yeah, please, because I have to hop off here in 5 minutes. So Kabbalah, for people who are not familiar with Kabbalah, it's what Freemasonry is based in. Of course, they took the Masonic flag to the moon. That's the story. There's a component of Kabbalah. It's the practice of coding numbers into words. It's known as gematria. And before we get to that, just things people overlook about the moon landing. It happened in the time of Cancer. The The ruling sign of Cancer is the moon. The astrological symbol for Cancer looks a lot like a 69, the crab. Of course, the moon landing was in Cancer in the year 69. Again, the Masons are very ritualistic. They etch on the temple all as numbers. There are a lot of special beliefs about numbers within Kabbalah.
Wait, hold on. Back up. Because at this point, you're relating two belief systems from two weird occult belief systems from two different areas. So are you saying that like Western astrology is intimately linked with Kabbalah now? Is that the claim?
Well, I'm getting to the numbers component of Kabbalah in light of the moon landing. Again,
No, you're talking about Cancer. That's Western astrology. Are you claiming that Western astrology is linked to Kabbalah?
No, but these are studies of the occult.
Okay, then why are you bringing up Western astrology?
I'm bringing together points, things that people overlook. So with regards to the Kabbalistic practice of coding numbers into words, if you take the name Neil Alden Armstrong, that's the full name, obviously, Neil Armstrong. Simple practice coding numbers in words. Just take the alphabetic order. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, up to Z is 26. If you spell out Neil Alden Armstrong, it equates to 201. The moon landing was on July 20th, the 201st day of the year. And this 201 is very special. If you write out Jewish mysticism, it equates to 201. Kabbalah is considered Jewish mysticism. Freemasonry is sometimes known as Judaism for the Gentile because it's based in the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible. This 201 number is very special. It's on so many spectacles that you've witnessed in your lifetime. It's not an accident, for example, that the Twin Towers, 2, became 0 before they were rebuilt as One World Trade Center. It's also not an accident that the simulation for the recent pandemic was called Event 201, and it began the same day the military World Games began in Wuhan, China.
It's also not an accident that when you go to college, you'll sometimes find like classes that have like philosophy 201. That's a real thing. And it's also not an accident that many apartment complexes have a second floor, and then they'll have like the first like room on the second floor will be 201. This is also true in many other American. It goes all through American architecture. You can find 201.
I believe in many like
numbers all over the
stadiums and
place.
arenas, you'll find seats that are labeled 201 as well.
Yeah. Effigy's got it. Yeah.
Funny, you guys are trying to be condescending about the point, though. When there's obviously a microcosm to a macrocosm. Everything is a continuity of each other. So we're really a reflection of the stars.
Look, just to be clear, all you're doing is using big words to say there are smaller versions of bigger things.
Yes.
Yeah. So small versions of big things exist. The question is whether or not this is actually an example of a small version of a big thing, or whether or not the big thing is even related. But the other thing I really want.
You haven't even heard the rest of what he had to say.
I want to know this so much, Zach.
No, you haven't even heard the rest of what he had to say.
How is Western astrology related to Kabbalah? How is Western astrology related to
your
Kabbalah?
mom. Both of them fuck your
So
mom.
you look at like for example, Jack Parsons.
Why don't you let Zach finish? You interrupted him. You made a little simple point, and let Zach finish.
He's making like 20 points.
No,
so actually, no. Let me help you.
Just to make a long story short, this 201 number is actually very important in the study of Hebrew Kabbalah. What it represents is enlightenment. It represents knowledge. And modern Freemasonry, if you look into it, is a Jesuit creation. Right now, we are living in the time of the first Jesuit Pope, who's also the first to live in Suite 201 at the Vatican. His birth name, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, equates to 201, just like the founder of the Jesuits, Ignatius of Loyola, his name equates to 201. If you look into the Jesuit history, they were preserved in the time of their suppression by Catherine the Great in Russia with 201 Jesuit priests. It's not arbitrary, for example, that Biden and Putin met on Pearl Harbor Day exactly 201 days after the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year began. And you can go on and on and on. Case in point, just to bring you to right now, today it's a viral story that Elon Musk seemingly gave a Nazi salute. It's January 20th, which is not the original inauguration day. For people who don't realize, today is the 201st day of the U.S.'s age each year.
I'm sorry, I agree with you, Jim Bob. Too many points.
What's that? Sorry.
He already.
That's what I said. Jim Bob did. I want credit for this.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to make the point. I'm going to bring this back.
Listen, Zach already said he only had a few minutes, so we're gonna let him do his thing.
He always says that.
Okay? Oh,
You know, I do need to start my own stream right now. I had my stream scheduled for 9. But listen, I just want to finish this last point. The Nazi salute. Have you ever Adolf Hitler's birth name? The name on his birth certificate is Adolphus Hitler, which equates to 201. And look into the history of the Nazis and the Jesuits. Werner von Braun, who was a Nazi.
All this is jump to the next.
Why do you keep saying that word?
What's that?
You have to say a different word, Zach. I know you're used to being banned from everything, but you just at least that you don't want to follow TOS.
What word do you want? You don't want me to say that?
Yahtzee. Say Yahtzee.
Oh, Yahtzee. Okay, fine, Yahtzee. So again, Werner von Braun, who was a Yahtzee member, he wrote the book Project Mars, where the leader of the mission to Mars is Elon. So funny enough, today is the 207th day of Elon Musk being 53 years old. Werner von Braun equals 207, and that book was published in English in 53, which is how old Elon Musk is. Again, Werner von Braun was also a key member of NASA who was part of the moon mission. And think about the day July 20th. That day can be written 20/7 like 207. These numbers 207 and 201, it's a lot to explain, but they fit into the Jesuit text Art of War. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the title Art of War. There's no proof of Sun Tzu.
Wait, by Sun Tzu?
The only reason anyone knows about that book is because...
Wait. Who wrote Art of War? Who wrote this book, Art of War? Are you talking about the one by Sun Tzu?
It is because the Jesuit priest, Father Amiot, who published it in 1773, whose name also equates to 207.
What I'm asking you right now is who wrote the book Art of War that you're referencing?
Well, as we know it, the Jesuit priest did, because there's no proof of Sun Tzu ever existed.
Okay.
I don't know why that's funny to you.
It's very funny. It's incredibly funny.
You know what the Jesuit Order's logo is? It's the sun. Sun Tzu. Think about it. They've been in the Far East.
So first claim, I actually want to challenge you directly. What is your evidence that the Freemasons were established by Jesuits?
Look into who wrote the rights of their rights. Look at how many of them were written by Jesuit priests. The 32nd degree of the Scottish.
Yeah, who? No, who wrote it? Who wrote it? Your claim, you provide the evidence. Who wrote it?
Again, look into who wrote the rights. There are several Jesuit priests who wrote the rights.
Okay, so provide me with the source. Don't tell me names. Just provide me with the specific source so I can go and read who wrote the rights.
Like I said, I got to start my own stream. For anyone who wants to get caught up, I have a book out there. I make it free to download. You can read my book.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Zach,
I don't even agree with Zach, but I'm
Wait,
on his
shut up
side
for a
because you're
second.
insufferable.
Zach, can we maybe have you on for another night? And if anybody wants to do this, we can make a whole thing out of it.
Only if Jack Calcott comes on with him.
Jim Bob
Please.
That's a good call.
Jim Bob loves to sit on his chat and talk about me, which is actually how I found your stream. So, yeah.
Well,
if you'd like to do that,
it's a lot of fun to just assert it and not.
And
have
he does it to
any
me
actual
too.
sources for any
I'm
of this.
sorry, but let me just everybody shut up. Zach, I didn't hear what you said.
I said, yeah, we can come on here. We can talk about things. I'd love to debate Jim Bob. Jim Bob likes to talk trash about me on his channel. So,
Jim Bob, do you want to set
He
up
talks
A debate about
Flo,
what?
I'm not talking to you.
a debate
Would you
about
like
the
to do a
relevance of
debate?
what I'm talking about right now, and how if you have this knowledge, you can see who really runs this nation.
Who runs
Who
them?
was that?
Bagel people or
Bagels.
The same people Jefferson and Adams warned about, the same people Abraham Lincoln said was responsible for the American Civil War. The
I actually probably agree with you if you're going to cite maybe people who run the nation. I probably just disagree with the deep dives into the numerology. I think it's all pretty much useless. Doesn't actually give you any peace of mind or spiritual.
We're not looking for
healing.
peace of mind. We're looking for why Elon Musk is out giving Yahtzee salute on the 201st day of the nation's
I thought that was
age.
a Roman. I thought that was a Roman. It's a good troll, by the way. I actually commend him for the troll. It's a pretty good troll.
I got a current event, Zach, right now to ask you. Who did you say was going to cover tonight?
Well, before the college football season, if you're asking about college football, I told people to put 3 futures in for the championship: Notre Dame, Georgia, and Ohio State. And the Ohio State reason was because of the death of Johnny Gaudreau, the hockey player who wore number 13. And if you noticed what Ohio State just did, they kept the Ducks on 13 wins, they kept Texas on 13 wins, and they just kept Notre Dame on 13 championships.
Who did you say was going to cover tonight?
Huh?
Who did you say was going to cover tonight?
To be perfectly honest, I was really hoping that we were going to get Notre Dame because they were a lot more of a payout and they had a decent narrative as well. But like I said, if you took my advice, you had futures in for both teams. You were in the driver's seat tonight.
Well, I'm just saying on today, just today. I was just asking today.
I didn't get what I wanted tonight. I wanted Notre Dame to win. 15 is a big number in Atlanta. It hits more often than not in sports. But
Zach, can you
tonight,
predict
did not
some?
get that
Can you
15
predict
win.
something right now with
Well, you've done a
gematria?
lot good.
Hmm?
Can you
You've
predict
done
something?
a lot good. I know that.
Can you predict something right now with gematria?
Or predict he can't.
Oh, they've also been up since 2 a.m. today. We got a little one over here.
Oh.
Wow, yeah.
Anyway, I got to do my own stream though, but I'll be happy to come back on and do this.
I predicted that
All right,
too.
we could set. So I'll reach out to you, Zach.
Great
Okay.
quit.
Have a good night, all. You take care.
Thanks, you as well. All right, I've got Mud in the back. All right, you little
My name is Mud.
Mud.
Hold on. What was the name of that guy's book? I want to see if I can pirate it.
I think it was numbers
man.
something. I don't
The
know.
numbers
Rewind.
game.
Why are
Just look
gematria
up
people
Zach Kabbalah
so
on the internet. It just
manic?
shows up. He's been around for years.
Let's talk about the moon landing.
Say again, Zachary Hubbard.
Why are these? Why are gematria people so manic? They all match
They
each
like
other.
their bowls from the bottom.
It's like the
It's-
same energy as like Marty Leeds. It's always the
Is this
same
like
manic
a
energy.
numbers thing?
Yeah, it's called Numbers Games.
No,
Number Games 9/11 to coronavirus.
The
Yeah,
Gematria?
it's Jewish
Gematria.
numerology.
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder. Jesus,
So,
Jim Bob. Let me read a
so-
couple of these, and then I'll let you go, Adam. Trib one coming up with the big two. Have you debated Andrew, Jim Bob? If so, who won?
Debated. I've never debated Andrew. No.
They've never disagreed on anything.
No. I mean, we probably do disagree on something. There's just no point in debating because we're nepotistic.
And Alchemist coming in with the big 20. Trump is about to kick our Frajoli friends and replace them. And replace them with the H1Bs. Can you do a quick review of a song and a song called Benny Lava so that we can prepare for the culture? It's on YouTube and TOS friendly. I'm not going to play that right now, only because
What's that even mean?
I have like
gonna make-
5 more people backstage waiting. So we're gonna get
Okay,
through it.
let
And I'm
me
gonna
let
do
me
one
get out of
more.
here. Then I'll do that. And I just wanted to talk to Yellow Frijoles, and she's gone. So end the story on that one. So thanks for letting me come up, Flo. I'll talk to you later.
That's
Thank
a
you,
good
sir.
point in Slave by Truth that the requests are commonly denied. Doesn't mean anything.
All right, Uncle Fatty to the deck. Am I missing another one? Did somebody else drop? And
Spaghetti
Osborne.
Monster has been to the moon. You guys didn't see? You didn't see the news?
Who did?
The Spaghetti Monster landed on the moon last week. You didn't even see the news.
I believe it.
I mean, it's there. The picture's right below you, my friend.
There it is.
It was amazing.
Man,
but you
I
have
haven't
to
seen
kind of
Uncle
follow
Fatty
stuff,
in
and you got to kind of like,
in like a
you know,
year.
if you're going to be
Wow.
educated, you should probably like do some research and stuff, right?
Right.
Enslaved by Truth coming in with the big 5. FOIA requests are commonly denied. It means nothing. All right, go ahead, panel. Do your thing. It's just
There
a
we go.
retard. Like he stays within the.
You know him?
Yeah,
That's manure. Manure.
That's manure.
Manure.
We call him
Yeah,
manure.
manure.
Oh, what an unfortunate name, huh?
Nice to meet you, Manure. Good.
Welcome. I'm so happy for you guys to meet the Manar. Welcome, everybody.
Gain
Nice.
down.
That shit.
All right. Nice to see you, Jim Bob. Nice to see
Hey,
you.
what's up, Manare? How are you doing, Manare?
Hey, Flow State,
How
you
did
did.
we ever
I'm
do?
doing great. Flow State, you did great, man. But hopefully, me and Jim Bob will be teaming together soon, man.
No, nobody gives a Realize
What did
there's
you say?
network-
I know Jim Bob likes me.
Manure, I'm just gonna mute you because you already get on my
Energy.
nerve. Listen to the chat. I'm sorry. Did anybody
He got the crystals.
do the chat?
Into the
we
crystal.
can boot people from the panel, $1 per minute, make a girl happy. I don't care if it comes on my end, Flo's end, or Jim Bob's end. Just fucking make it happen. Boot the fuck out of him. $100 and he's gone for sure for the rest of the night. But get him the fuck out of here. Realizer Network coming in with the big 5. To Jim Bob's point, Operation Fishbowl in 1962 is when they knew we couldn't get out. They launched nukes to try to put a hole in the atmosphere.
That is a really weird, bizarre investment that occurred. That's documented. It's like, oh, let's launch something really high up and see what happens. And I think they figured up there, and they were like, we cannot let people know they're completely confined. They'll get claustrophobia and kill each other. Not that that's true. I'm just saying I could imagine someone saying that and
Are
thinking,
you saying that our upper atmospheric nuclear tests were to test the bowl, holding
to test
it
whether or
inside?
not there's a barrier? Yeah.
Okay, well,
Why would you nuke the sky? Is there any good reason to nuke the sky?
because
It
you
doesn't
just
make-
developed the most powerful weapon in human history, and
Yep.
you want to see what it does.
Yeah, but why would you
Considering the thing
nuke
they
the
thought was going to
sky?
happen the first time they used one was that the entire atmosphere of the Earth might catch on fire. They
Well,
wanted to perform
Yeah,
more
but
tests.
why would you
on it.
do that? That's a
Well,
terrible idea.
They believe that there was
They
a
already
small
had
chance
to,
of that
right?
happening.
Yeah, small chance.
They didn't believe it would actually happen.
Well, either
Hence why
way,
they
if that was
tested the weapon
true,
in
that would
different
be
places. They
retarded
put it
also.
underwater. They put it in the high atmosphere.
Yeah,
These tests are for one of the reasons that they know that you don't let the bomb hit the ground. You actually explode it above.
Have you ever witnessed a nuke?
Yes, Jim Bob, in person.
Well, I'm just wondering because I'm actually skeptical about nukes themselves a little bit. I think it's
Did it burn
skepticism
your
is a good
eyes?
idea. I think skepticism
I'm
is
totally
good.
a ghost.
Did the
You know what I
Cold
mean?
War exist?
Speaking to you from the great beyond.
I think that
War, do you guys believe
technology
the War
moves quickly away from nukes because what we're seeing is a more dedicated weaponry toward specific targets, which is ideal, as opposed to this fantastical massive destruction that keeps everyone in fear. It's like, well, the trajectory of weaponry is actually more directed and
accuracy.
Accuracy and pinpoint, even to people, right? Right.
And literally
Doesn't make
everything is accuracy.
Yeah, why
Even
would anybody
science, it's all
develop nukes?
pinpointing everything.
It doesn't
Sorry.
make-
This is true. There
Even
is
if
a
nukes were real, we should abandon them anyway because it's not even.
I like
effective.
it. I liked where you went, Jim Bob. I was just
You'd
wondering
want to
about-
make, you'd want to make nuclear energy smaller for energy for using for your house. Like everything's about making it more accurate, smaller, compact, affecting a smaller area. If you could make one that could fit in a T-800 Terminator, that's what we're all trying to do. It's got nothing to do. You would never even consider keeping more than a few of those things around because there's no point. You'd try to minimize it immediately and then sneak it in on a boat.
Yeah, it's
Why didn't we build
That's
them in
the
the first
first thing
place?
you do. Cold
Uncle
War,
Fatty?
backpack ones. Like everything was all about making it smaller, and now all of a sudden it's, well, look at how big everything is. Like
Pause.
they firebombed all those cities
It's
in
firebombing. Yeah.
Japan.
Yep. It's all fire bombs.
Everything. I mean, it's yeah. Sorry. And yes, Jim Bob, I am wearing gloves because I am in somebody else's house. That's why I'm on a blank.
Did you
wall
break
here. I
in?
can't give too much evidence.
What Mud does is he goes and helps people about their house without asking them, and then he's like, "You have to pay me to help you." Because it's like those window washers, right? Who don't ask to wipe your windshield, but he does really good work. So it's
He's a
harder
squatter?
to say no. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
breaking
Well, not
and
really.
entering,
They
and
just
then you
don't
charge them.
Yeah.
It's just really hard
Do you
to
help
tell
them with
somebody
their
to
copper
leave when they
wiring?
like fix your faucet. Like, oh no, I'll be gone in like an hour, and then I just stay for 2 weeks. Like,
Yeah.
at least your faucet works.
It's pretty genius.
All right, well,
actually.
I wouldn't admit too much more.
Yeah. Wrongful Rage coming over the Big Ten. My skit was for the Open Pandora's Box, and we closed that yesterday. Thank God I still smell fish. John coming in with the Big Five. Why on earth were so many astronauts and others involved in the Apollo program Freemasons? Any thoughts? I don't know.
A lot of people don't realize a bunch of about like 60s America as well as like pre-modern America.
Okay, teach
modern
us.
just being within the last like 20 years. It was very, very common for shitloads of people to be part of private organizations that they're formally a part of, but that were not part of like any like church or government. So you have like the Oddfellows, the Freemasons, and many other groups. It's actually not that strange to find out that a lot of people in the time period were Freemasons.
I actually agree with
Nothing to
Adam
see here.
I actually agree with Adam in this point because I know someone who went in just to investigate and went through all the rituals, and he was like, dude, this is so low tier that whatever you posed was like the thing running things, it certainly wouldn't be tied to the general level of participation in these Masonic lodges and shit. It's really just people trying to be a part of a community. It's like what are those communities where you help each other market?
Organization. It's a
Yeah, they like help each other market.
Winger
But that,
clubs?
But Adam wouldn't. Adam, you wouldn't disagree that there could be higher level secret organizations. You're just saying that's not the best role. That's not the best route of saying it, right?
To be clear, I do not discount secretive high-level organizations existing. I'm simply saying that merely all of these people being Freemasons, given the time period, isn't weird by
it's not
on its
wacky.
own.
Yeah.
Well, why
this is a recent change. Everybody should read Robert Putnam's book Bowling Alone, which is talking about the death of what he calls third places. So everybody has like work, home, and then a third place which they would go to, which is a place where they're committed to. He uses the example of bowling alleys. A bar, well,
kind of.
A bar doesn't like demand things from people in terms of obligations, whereas like a Freemason lodge would, or like a bowling alley.
Oh,
would.
So the distinction, it has to have some element of duties. You mean, like maybe?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Duty.
And this is also some
Sarah.
This kind of gets into other weird political theory regarding dead French people, but regardless.
Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10. Flo is my rock. Wait, I need a cold shower. CG coming in with the Big 2. Jim Bob and Flo stayed on the same team.
Miracles are possible.
Mind blown.
God exists.
And Wrongful Rage coming in with the Big 10 for the W.
I'll allow it.
Oh, took. Wrongful says, Looney Tunes got nothing on that guy.
Talking about Zach, I think.
I think so. The
Yeah.
timing, yeah. Bredimus just says, "F you all, I hate you all."
201, nice. He wrote 201 specifically for Zach.
Econ coming with the Big 5. He said 2 + 2 = 4, so we're going to hit with 4 prophecies. Mike says with the Big 10, Zach eats the Snickers bar upside
Oh my
down.
God, dude. Oh my God.
That's a good one.
That's gnarly.
That's top notch right there, Mike. That's
Oh,
top.
dear Jesus. I'm sorry I didn't see all these sooner. Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of cold showers, do you guys ever think any autistic people join the mustache army just because they were super into trains? There's that
Fuck's
just,
sake, man. What the
that's
fuck?
just me.
I don't get it.
I mean,
You know what I mean? Like, they're just
to be clear,
That's
I
like
do
Mitch
believe,
Hedberg
cook
level,
off,
just-
you know?
Well, to be clear, I do believe that what's his face? Elon throwing Romans has more to do with autism than any political conviction.
Wait, do you think he's not smart enough? I think he maybe does have autism, but do you think that he knows that would cause a reaction from the association? That he
No,
knows?
he doesn't have a long history of
Well-
doing provocative things on social media.
So, to that I'd say maybe Jim Bob, but you
Yeah,
have to
maybe.
realize there's also the
He is
famous
autistic.
photograph of him looking like a complete idiot while jumping up and down at like a
Yeah,
massive
he's-
Trump rally.
He is a little
He did
weird.
not-
I look
In
like a complete
2025,
idiot.
can we leave behind acting like the richest, most powerful people on earth are fucking retarded?
I don't know, dude. It's
I think it's
possible.
more likely that he was on some kind of hallucinogen, to tell you the truth.
I saw some of
I
the
mean,
other footage, by the
I
way.
just don't think you get to be the richest man on earth by being stupid.
No,
Well,
no,
being-
Close State, you do
being
actually
stupid-
because no, hold on.
Being-
You can because you can be smart in a specific, a very specific
Yeah.
area and be shit at public speaking.
That's right.
And be shit
Yeah,
at like acting in
no
public.
But
people-
to be the
if you
most,
have no
to be the richest
morality-
person on earth, you have to be smart in a whole lot of areas.
If you have
That's
no
not true.
morality and you don't care about people and everything is numbers
Oh,
and
get
business,
outta here with that
all
shit.
this stuff,
wait.
all this stuff is good
Flow-
business for most of these
Flow State,
smart people.
I could counter your position though. Would you
Okay.
agree that politics itself, like, basically has recently selected the most entertaining people, and entertainers are generally dumb?
Yes, but I don't think that they're actually the ones in positions of power.
Okay, so you're saying that the ones
I
who
think
are
they're
selected
puppets.
have zero influence or power.
No, Ice
Or
Beans,
not
I
zero,
didn't say
but
that.
but okay, great. But like you wouldn't say like someone in a position like even Donald Trump, right? Whatever you say about Donald Trump being in that position, you're saying, well, there's other levers above him. Even if that was true, you wouldn't say that he's dumb. I don't think Donald Trump is.
I don't
actually
think he's dumb. I don't think he's dumb.
Yeah, so I think that
I also don't think Elon Musk is dumb enough to like accidentally do that salute, and not know what he's doing.
I agree with you. Actually, I think that he's smart enough to know what the meme is. He gets memes, so he's not fully autistic. I think Adam's right to say he's like whatever part of that, because he does act weird at points that don't mean anything. So Adam's taking a very
Isn't that just high level pattern recognition though?
Yeah,
like you can see the memes, and even if he acts like an idiot, he still knows he's good.
Is that high level? Like memes are not that high level. Like it's either he's trolling or he was on substance doing some weird shit.
Or
like it's really
both.
like that simple.
What
or
if
both,
it's both?
Right?
Yeah. I think it was both, maybe.
Yeah.
Because he did look stupid. He looked kind of high in that one clip, didn't he?
It's let's just say how dumb it is to do that at an inauguration when every single time anyone's even come close to making that a hand sign, they get clipped and pasted across the news
That's
for 24
true.
hours.
That's why I
Everyone
think
knows that.
That's why I think he
They probably did it on purpose.
I think it was a troll, like because
Yeah, it was a
people
troll.
who have that level of power, who people perceive to be fucking basically running the president, like he could probably
big
think he
FU.
can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, it's a big FU, right? Fuck you. It's
I
fucking money,
say-
but in a gesture.
I say that he did it because I say he did it because of the backlash that he's gotten over all the Twitter stuff with the foreign workers and all that. That I think he's mad. He does have a temper.
Oh yeah, maybe he is. He's doing vengeance against his opposite.
Who's he been hanging out with for the
Well, he's
past
kind of
week?
childish though, isn't he? Even like
A lot of times he is.
with
yes.
the reaction,
he's
you're
a
making
front
fun of me
man.
because of my video games. Like delete.
Have you seen that whole scandal with him pretending to be a high level Path of Exile?
Yeah, no, the
player
asthma gold thing. Like,
that was hilarious.
Oh, he
like,
sucked at
oh,
gaming
you're
or
mad at me.
something?
Delete.
Yeah.
That's
I
like
really
that's
like
like a
Elon
12-year-old
Musk,
thing,
and
right?
holy shit, he's been doing a lot of really stupid crap.
I want to hear from the guy in the middle who looks really perplexed and confused.
Ozron. We love
Yeah,
Ozron. He's always looking confused.
Speaking of autism,
He looks like he has an accent.
Yeah. No, I actually have doubts, so I wanted to ask Jim Bob this.
I hate Indians. Go ahead. I love you. Go ahead.
No, I mean,
never
there was
knew
this
you
guy
saw it.
called, this guy called Bill Casing. He was the one who actually came up with the thing that the moon landing was a hoax. So
Who
he,
did? Sorry,
he
say
wrote
that
his
again. Say that again. Who
Bill
did?
Casing. Bill Casing.
Oh, Bill. Yeah,
BILL.
Check it out. Check it
Yeah,
out. Check it
we
out.
never went to the moon. America's $30 billion swindle.
Boom.
Then, these are some of the points over here. NASA lacked the technical expertise to put a man on the moon. Absence of stars and lunar surface photographs was indicative of a hoax. There were unexplained optical anomalies in the photographs taken on the moon. There was an absence of blast craters beneath the lunar modules, and the rocket engines of the lunar module should have generated an enormous dust cloud near the landing sites during the final seconds of descent. The death of Thomas Barron, a quality control and safety inspector for North American Aviation, was mysterious and
My computer
indicative
just
of a
got
hoax.
fixed. All of our computers just got fixed. But, dude, I agree with you. I have the book. Look, Asverum, right here.
Yeah.
But listen. But you saw the
Right to
Indian
hell.
moon landing footage, so I don't know why you're still doing this.
No. He later on changed it over here. Revised theory from the conspiracy theories. Did we land on the moon? 2001. Later on, he changed the whole thing. He said the astronauts were launched with the Saturn V. Then, in order to account for their disappearance, they simply orbited the Earth for 8 days. And in the interim, they showed their fake pictures of the astronauts on the moon. But on the 8th day, the command console separated from the vehicle and descended to Earth, as of course was shown in the films. So this guy started the theory and he himself changed it. So even I don't know what to believe in anymore.
I got you. So
I'm
it's like a lot
sorry,
of
sir.
confusion. So it's like the person who did an expose, you're saying, changed his position. Almost like, who's that guy, the
Joe
Russian guy we
Rogan,
always
right?
talk to about? Who's a Russian guy we always refer to who's exposing the
Bezmenov.
inversion? Yeah. It's like
Yuri
that.
Bezmenov.
It's like that, dude. Where Yuri Bezmenov comes in and goes, everything's inverted.
Research, right?
Sorry, Uncle Fatty, go ahead.
You can't just quit doing research when you find what you think you want to find.
Right. It just changes.
That's why you keep doing this, the whole part of science.
Yeah, but what if
experiment.
Uncle Fatty? What if
Doing
they
the
just? What if the purpose is to send you into endless circles of folder chasing?
Right, because the purpose is just to find what you want to find to use as an argument and not keep looking for more information, right?
No, but I'm saying if the information keeps changing, I'm asking you, what if it keeps sending you into an endless loop of folder chasing?
Why would you expect information to stay stagnant? That's the point of looking for different things.
No, do you understand that if you're arriving at something that you think is true descriptively, maybe the trick is to send people into information chasing.
Maybe the trick
hamster
is not
wheels.
to go into scientific experiments with a premise that you're going to find what you want to find.
Like
to
what?
find what happens in
I
the
just
experiment.
don't
and
know
not
if
just
you guys
what
are
you're
talking
looking
about the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know if we are actually.
Is this a flat Earth panel?
It's really
So
Fatty
hang
is
on,
that
I've
weird
been
kind of schizo who
I've been patient.
sometimes
I have
has
a
like
question.
a flash of knowledge.
Who? Effigy, was that
Why?
you?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I have a question for our moon deniers. Hang on, Fatty. Do you guys think that if we fake the moon stuff, that our adversaries, it would be in their vested interest to prove that we faked it, and that they would do whatever they can to show that the United States just faked a big fucking thing like that, and that they aren't as great as they said?
When's the last time you read a Russian newspaper?
You've got people in the United States right now in front of you trying to prove to you that it didn't happen, and you don't believe them. So
I actually want to. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I
Go
agree
ahead.
with
I'm
that.
sorry.
No, I agree with that, Mud. Is that you already do have those people? It's almost like they go, well, where are these people who disagree? And you're like, oh,
Where did
those
they
people.
go?
I don't
There's
like. These
literally
people.
millions.
But I would actually point to this: is that who asked the question?
I'm sorry.
Who asked the
Effigy.
question? Effigy. I look at that and I actually thought about that. I go, okay, well, I'm going to take both sides here. I'm going to go, okay, so if there's adversaries and they go, we want to expose you. Now, what if it's the case that they saw that and they thought, wait a second, hold on a second. Let's say a military exists who figures out the opposition approach and they think, should I expose the approach or should I mimic the approach? I think if the approach is effective, you should mimic it from their perspective and not expose it. Does that make sense?
No, it makes no sense.
Why not?
It makes perfect sense.
Why
No,
not?
it makes no
Tell me
sense.
how it
It only
doesn't.
makes,
Wait.
it only makes sense to the
Hold on,
conspiracy
tell me-
brain. Because
tell-
the thing
no,
that
no,
the
no,
other
hold on,
country want to do is
dude.
I'm
don't
still in the middle of
fucking gaslight,
explaining.
dude. Don't gaslight, dude. I was fair with my answer, and you go conspiracy brain, dude. Tell me why it doesn't make sense. If something is effective, a deception is effective. If your opposition is doing it, if you figure it out, why does it not make sense to mimic the deception? Why does that not make sense? Don't say
to mimic the deception in the way of like
let him answer.
Going
Let
to
him
the
answer.
moon the same way, pretending to go to the moon to the same way.
Answer the question.
He's asking you to repeat it real quick.
What did I ask you?
Are you saying specifically so that another country can go and pretend to go to the moon specifically?
I'll ask it one more time. If
Can I answer it?
No, shut the fuck up.
Please shut up.
The question is, if Group A does a deception on their own people and the world, and the adversary looks at it and goes, oh, shit, they're lying. Now, if they look at the lie and go, well, we could either expose the lie or we can utilize the lie. If the utilization of the lie is more effective than exposing the lie, I'm asking you, why wouldn't they just do the latter? It sounds like you can't give me an answer.
I can see some scenarios where that might be the preference, but if you're not going to go through the motions of spending billions of dollars to start a program to pretend to do it, to go
They
through all
have,
of that,
dude. India, look at
They
India.
are.
Did you see what we showed you, dude? You saw the does Flowstate need to bring up the Indian footage
so
we
you
just
guys,
saw?
you just think every space program is just
There's
fake.
literally a space race. It's got a name.
Listen, if you've got a space, if America did this whole thing, right, this whole production, we got there first, right? Russia can either go, no, they didn't do that, and try to get believed, or they can roll with it and then use it to their advantage, whatever ends it is.
Why not?
Every other country,
Blow
every
up
other
tanks
country
in
has,
WW2.
Hold on, every other country has the same option after that, except the return. There's diminishing returns. It gets more and more unlikely that you'll be believed if you call cap.
That's right.
But specifically in the
Just
context,
like Corona. Just like Corona.
specifically,
Have we
hold
not
on.
lived through that?
Hold on. Specifically in the context of
Go
the
at 'em.
Cold War, why
That was about to-
exactly would Russia not have an incentive to claim that it was fake?
Because they can claim whatever they want, but
they did.
Will it be believed?
Wait, hold on a second. Ask that again, Adam.
So specifically in the context of the Cold War, okay. So to be clear, As far as the argument goes for today, I agree with it. I do not agree with it in the context of the Cold War.
Okay.
Because in the Cold War, Russia has a very strong reason to call out the evil capitalists who are faking their science because it's not as good as glorious Russian science.
Okay.
And capitalism is just worse, so it's not as good. But unless the evidence was so good that they couldn't deny it, and if they did deny it, they'd make themselves look retarded.
Okay, can you just take can you object, Adam? Can you just?
They were ahead of us, Adam, in the space race, weren't they? Right.
Yes,
we were
yes,
proving
yeah, they
them.
were.
Right, because we were doing the back and forth. They made it to Mars first. We made it to Venus first. We were proving each other's junk.
What are you talking? What the?
Probes.
Exactly. Right.
These probes.
It's just amazing.
We were following them the whole time. That's the only reason we
Probes?
did anything was
Okay,
to
okay.
prove them wrong. They had junk everywhere we went. Okay.
Okay. And it's just not that easy to claim something and have it go, right? That's
You
the
don't
point. Like,
think, okay, so we have Group A, Jimbo's argument, Group A and Group B, right? And we realize how they control their people. They realize how we control our people, right? So we're going to use those tactics on our people.
Yep.
Even though we're two different societies and the tactics aren't the same. Okay. Group A and Group B don't merge. Okay. That's what the Cold War is all about. You think that George Bush called? You think that Ronald Reagan called and said, "Hey, let's work together and just fake this whole thing"?
No, it doesn't need it. It doesn't need it, right, Uncle Fatty? It's just not required.
Well, then why didn't Russia fake or Soviet Union fake landing on Mars right after we landed on the moon? You know, why?
Wait. Why would they fake? Well, look.
In
If
the
you're gonna,
Cold War,
no, hold on. I'll tell you
if
why.
they're not gonna
I'll tell you
It
why.
has to make logistical sense.
I'll tell you why.
I mean,
because it's basically a bravado game of if we have the power, if you can communicate to the world that you have the power to do X, what would that mean about what else you could do that you can't tell people, right? So if you actually say, I can fucking do this, and if everyone believes it, if they believe, if they
was to push the button and end the world. One button ends
if
the
you
world.
convince
That was
people,
power.
yeah, well, Uncle Fatty, if you can convince people that that's possible, you don't need the technology to do it, right?
Sure.
Great.
Sure.
That's definitely my point. Now, Effigy or anyone else, Adam, let's post.
We still wouldn't have found junk where they were.
Let's
create
posit
garbage,
this.
bro.
Let's posit this. If you could convince the world or your own population that you have something in your hand, and if they believe that you have it, why would you need to actually make it? If you could just get people to believe it. Now, just hypothetically, you have to grant it. If you could convince them that you have something, that you've done something, without needing to actually do it, would you? I mean, what makes more sense? Would you actually try to do it, or would you just go with the fact that they?
But you're
believe
saying
you
it
can
makes
do it?
more sense to get that many people and spend that much money for people to commit deception.
Did we all
like
just
knowingly go through all of it?
Effigy,
to
you're
commit
not boosted,
deception?
are you? Effigy, you're not boosted, are you?
Sounding like it.
Are you boosted, Effigy?
Boosted what?
Boosted with the jibby jab.
The jibby jab. Before you answer,
the answer
I would
to your
like hold on,
question.
Adam, please,
Totally.
because
It's a
people
perfect
are.
example.
Pardon me for
I
just
can
a
smell
moment.
it.
People are. I swear to God, right now, people are paying for their super chats to be read, and we've been 35 minutes behind on them. So let me run through a few of them. Quick response if you have one to any of them, or just a quick laugh is fine. Otherwise, everybody shut the f up. Econ coming with big 5. The square root of 9 is 3, so the clock will strike thrice before Jesus comes back. Ryan Thorup coming in with big 2. Oh shit, was the moon landing a skit too? Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 10. Sun Tzu was a line of generals in China. They existed. The last name says it all. Scientology. Econ coming in with the big 5. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish, knick knack, patty whack, give a dog a bone. ET phone home. All of us are clones. Have you seen my phone? I actually like that one. Econ coming in again. Zachary, how many fingers am I holding behind my back? Also again, Flow State, great checkmate on Cheryl today. Justin says,
Thank you. Forgot about that.
Justin says with the big 2, fail, you should have let Adam interrupt. Yes, actually, I regret letting Zachary keep going. I didn't realize.
L's in the chat for Jim Bob, because that was, I was like, I want to hear what he's going to say.
Just hand it up to him.
big time fail there.
I was backing up that stance too, and I was like, let him talk, but then the talking just kept going. I'll give him his own night, Jim Bob, and I'll let you come on and cook with him.
Oh man, no.
Jim Bob.
Hold on. I just had a moment to pause. Wrongful rage coming with the Big Ten. Someone needed troll schooling. Send him to me, and I utilized that one to send manure to the back because I don't give a fuck. Justin coming in with the big 2. Firmament.
Yeah.
I kind of like Firmament though. It's kind of cute. Enslaved by truth with the big 2. Man on someone else's land. Also following up with the big 5. Hard credit check to join Freemasons. Most of these guys would fail.
That's funny.
2 more. Wrongful rag coming in with big 10. If you find a rabbit hole and it keeps going round and round, you're in a black hole. Thank you, Wrongful. And Mike Ball with the big 10. Rag told me that sometimes he super glues his thumbs to his nipples and pretends to be a T-Rex. His secret is safe with me. What the?
Good move.
Our boy's getting ate up, isn't he?
Top notch times 2, man.
I love you, Wrongful Rage. Good one, Mike. Okay. Whew.
In 30 minutes, it'll be 2:07.
Also, Jim Bob.
Yeah.
I will ping you in your Discord. I
Okay.
think I have something that might be relevant to any debate regarding Zachary.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks for.
Is it going to be a dick pic?
No, it's
send him a dick pic too. Then he'll respond to it.
He's the reason I made a gematria song. He inspired the shit out of me.
I didn't even know you had a gematria song. I bet it's...
I'll send it to you, dude. You'll love it, dude. It's amazing.
Where do I sign up for this new church I heard about?
The Church of the Cupboard.
You know what? I actually kind of just want to DM you. I have something. I don't know if I want to.
Secret.
Well, I'll just say, I found his book online, just the full PDF of it. So
yeah, great, perfect.
Yeah, it was.
We'll do a reading on my stream. Wouldn't that be fun? Put a little truther music in the back.
Oh, I put it in my book club folder.
Yeah.
You guys can get the tech support guy to read it for you.
Yeah, Asverum, he's ready to go. You do voiceovers, Asverum?
They can't read it themselves. They'll be too busy.
Can you read just technical writing, just like descriptions of products and stuff?
I can read, but my accent is not good. People will get put off by my accent.
People will love your accent.
I actually like it. I like it because I think you're faking it, and if I thought it was real, I would like it less. So let me think it's fake.
Katie, my girlfriend, Mrs. Flo, she changed the voice on her GPS to an Indian accent. I didn't even know they had that thing.
Right here.
I take a left.
Oh Lord, we love you, Asveron.
Yeah,
I don't even.
You're a nice dude.
Yeah, he always comes
do
on here. He hangs out until his mom calls him down for breakfast, and it's very nice.
But the other thing, so regarding your question, Jim Bob, it was I believe it was a while ago. So the question was, if you were trying to lie to somebody about whether or not you had something or didn't have something, and you could just lie to them, you were saying whether that would be more beneficial than actually doing it.
Yeah, if you could just like convince people you had the thing, especially in this particular context, Adam. Not like anything, but to this one particularly is like, we have something very dangerous. As long as you believe it, do they really need to produce it if people believe it? That's
having the thing itself does provide, well, in the context of like WMDs, actually having the thing has a clear utility.
Yeah, no, that's not the question. The question is whether you even need the utility. If the utility of the thing itself is people believing you have it, you understand? Like you're skipping to whether or not you could then use it if you did have it. I'm not asking that. I'm saying if the utility itself was that people believe that you have it, you wouldn't need to have it, right?
Not in that case.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
But the other thing is there are clear utilities to having it on top.
I don't disagree with that.
If you could choose between the options not having the thing and lying, and having the thing and not lying, having the thing is better for two reasons. One, there are other utilities, and two, you can't be debunked.
Right,
What-
but you're
what about
assuming that you can
exagger-
get this thing and that there's no cost.
What about exaggerating? What if you have
Exaggerating
something
works.
that's really close to the thing,
Right.
but it's not the thing that you
That's a
say
good
you
point.
have?
That's a great point.
So you
It's
can
just a
go
big
up
literally.
Same
super
principle
high.
applies.
No, you,
Like
like
Karunka.
The
well,
exact same
with
principle would
the
apply.
nuclear bomb thing, you can make bombs that can drop. I mean, think of a bomb the size of a literal plane.
That's one of those words.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
Sorry.
Oh.
Look, dude.
This
Look,
whole-
Adam.
okay.
Adam.
Yeah.
Look at
I
the
should've used
last 4
space.
years.
I'm
Look at the
sorry.
last 4 years. I
Oh,
think
man.
everything I'm saying is completely parallel to the Runka iris, and that's a demonstration of how a massive narrative that just rips through the world. People can accept a narrative that's not actually true. The use of the narrative is very clear, and yet there's no actual need
What wasn't
for the
true
thing.
about it?
One
About
second.
the-
Sarah needs
wait,
to read
wait.
a super chat. 1 second. One second. Go, Sarah.
Thank you. Because
what a
there's
simp.
currently a super chat war. There's currently a super chat war going on between Wrongful Rag and Mike Ball. It's getting quite comical. Rag comes in to say Mike Ball has a micro D, but it's okay. His wife uses the prosthetic leg instead. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that. And Mike returns fire with, don't be jealous that I could put my woman in 9 more positions you can, Rag. Oh my goodness. All right, keep fighting, boys.
Someone said what wasn't true about. Now, is anyone willing to talk in code to elucidate?
I can
whoever
do
asked
it.
that?
I can do it.
Please do
because
code,
I can actually say specific
screen is
claims
shit.
which can be backed up, and I will keep this. I can fucking code very well. So effigy, take the time period, look up the numbers for the common cold around the same time. What you're going to find is that the common cold numbers drop off a cliff. What the explanation that has to be given is why exactly the common cold drops off a cliff due to certain precautions, but the intended target of the precautions went up at around the same rate as the common cold. This shows that the intended target of the precautions was likely overrepresented via the common cold being mistaken for it, as opposed to all of them being the targeted thing. This isn't a denial that the targeted thing existed. It clearly did. But what it is saying is that the statistics were inflated.
Yeah, that would be considered a lie if the person knew to inflate it. Among other things, the effects of
If they knew to inflate it, but like they were judging it, everything that happened during that time in hindsight is just bullshit. Like
if I could just,
people were saying it the whole
people were trying
time.
to figure things out.
Could I?
Wait, no. People were saying it from the start. What are you talking about?
Yeah, from the very beginning.
What are you talking about, dude? Gaslighting out of everyone.
Yeah.
Can I put in just for 1 second? So I've
Put it in.
done some time on
You
both.
guys have given like just hindsight.
The only position I'm defending is the one I just
Bullshit.
said about the numbers being inflated. I'm not saying anything other than
Man,
that.
put it
That's all
back
I'm
in.
saying.
Put it back
before I
in.
get lumped in with people saying crazy shit.
Speaking
You're
of
gonna
crazy
pretend-
shit, Longful Lag coming in with the Big Ten. I heard there's a couple of guys in here fighting. Quite a few. Yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
All
Jim.
of us, actually.
I think he's
I'm
talking
fine.
to the chat.
I'm fine. I'm just the point. The point was to Adam is that like if you could basically what you just did so concisely point to a very useful deception.
It
Why
is
why is
unclear.
Okay.
So deception implies intent.
I'm saying like, well, humans, we agree humans from our worldview, humans are capable of very skillful and perpetual deceit, right? Especially given power.
Yes, but the claim is that this is intentional and actually I 100% agree. People can lie and people can lie effectively. Like everybody can think of their favorite 20th century regime that lied a lot and had people believe their shit.
The Reagan administration.
But the question comes down to, okay, well, I agree, people can lie and people can believe the lies, but then you have to like actually say this specific thing now.
Yeah.
You And this is a criticism of your style in general, Jim Bob. You do broader hypotheticals and rarely go into the specifics.
Okay, that's fair. But the specifics for me, at least we're going to tie it back to the moon landing. I'm pretty specific in saying the trail and trajectory of common technology is inconsistent with one specific claim of technological feat called traveling to the moon. And I'm not sure how you're going to disagree with that inconsistency.
Say again. Sorry, I'm looking for.
I said in regards to this particular topic, whether or not we went to the moon, I'm saying specifically that the trajectory of known technology goes a certain way, and the moon, the traveling to the moon, ends up being an anomaly that's like completely inconsistent with all other technological advancement.
No, it isn't. Why?
Okay,
Why
no,
would
it
that?
isn't?
Why
Wow,
would?
wow.
Yeah.
What do
Why
you-
would
what do
that
you-
be out of line?
Wait a second.
Why,
no,
why
it
would that
isn't.
be out of line? Yeah.
What do you mean?
yeah,
No, it
just
isn't.
I
Tell
mean,
me
it just
one other
isn't out of line.
Tell them
technology.
it's been debunked. Use the debunked word. It's
Tell
the
me
golden
one technology, Adam, that's been developed by humankind in the century specifically, that went backwards in capability.
No, this is a misunderstanding. This is a complete misunderstanding of what is happening right here. The technology to get to the moon was specific to that attempt. The technology hasn't gone back.
What the does that mean?
No,
what is that
I'm
kind of
trying to
word
explain it,
garbage?
dumbass.
Please.
Shut the fuck up for a second and
No,
listen.
one statement at a time. What the f did
No,
you just
I'm
say?
talking. Shut the fuck up. This isn't your show. Shut
But
the fuck up. Let me
talking wrong.
explain. I haven't talked that
Fucking-
much.
you
and
said
I've been
nothing.
waiting to dump. Yeah, I'll say more if you shut
Say
the
it
fuck
again.
up. Unless Sarah would like to
The
say her
purpose
super
of
chat,
making
then I'll
orange juice
shut
was
the fuck up.
juice. That's all you said, dude.
Yeah.
Nonsense machine.
That's all you said.
He
The
said
reason
that.
the orange juice tastes
The
good is 'cause
reason
it was
we made
in
the thing
July.
is because the thing I made. Nonsense machine. Start over,
Just gotta
dude.
love it when
Reset
idiots,
yourself.
like, jump on the
blow in the
first sentence you
cartridge,
try to
effigy.
say, and then they're
Hey,
like-
effigy, blow in the.
I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the Death Star. The Death Star? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a year already. Yeah. Man, it's such a...
Go ahead,
That was a
effigy.
random ass clip.
I just want to ask one question. So, has anybody ever up here spent any time sailing or any on the water, like the ocean?
No.
Hang on, I don't.
Okay,
I don't
because
think
I
your name is
have.
Effigy, so shut
Real quick. So, it's really hard
No, I'm not
for
gonna
you
shut
to
the fuck
go
up because
across
the
the
host told me to
ocean
go, so you shut the fuck
and
up.
not get lost. Have you ever seen the Tom Hanks Apollo mission
You almost
movie?
said Tom
Right?
Petty. I was
Okay,
like, yes.
you now have to
So,
talk about fucking
Have you
movie.
seen Tom Hanks?
Did that not seem a little bit absurd that they're like, oh, we're out of fuel and air, but we're going to make it back these few million miles. It's no problem. And that's when I started questioning things, when I'm like, that does seem
When
a
you
bit
watch the
absurd.
movie, that's when you start.
No, because when you question the numbers and stuff, and you know what it's like to be out at sea and get lost at sea, all of a sudden you go, well, it seems like it'd be a bit dangerous going into space, a little bit more dangerous than the sea.
Effigy, Gus Grissom agrees with the person who's talking right now, by the way.
All right, can I go now? Is there?
With
No,
the
she can
big
go.
pen.
Yeah.
Mike, don't tell me your dad pleases your lady. They keeping it in the family. Say hi to your brother's son for me. Jesus Christ. Mike returns. Fire, rage, the type of dude to still get a that thing boosters. And Wrongful says, Mike Ball, the name is kind of on the nose. He really likes balls. Ligma nuts. Shots fired. Rage eats corn sideways.
Oh,
Ain't no
shit.
way.
Oh, my. Oh, my
Thank
goodness.
you. Go ahead, boys.
So go ahead, Effigy. You were
If I
saying
could
the
continue, yes,
reason
just
for
let
the
me
toothbrush
shut
was
the
cream was
for
to use a
5
toothbrush.
seconds, you idiot.
Guys,
You idiot.
So we've got rocket technology, right? But then the things that we make to go to the moon are specific to that. We stop making them after that. Technology is a unbroken chain, right? So when the guys at NASA are like, we don't have that technology anymore, it's
No, they
because we
didn't
don't
say
make
that.
things like that.
No, not what
Those
they
things are
said, liar.
Digital technology
No,
now.
stop it. That's not what they said. They said they destroyed it, and it's too hard to build back. Now, it's back to my question, Effigy.
Yes,
which you
because they'd have to
obfuscated.
build analog
Bro,
shit when everything
let
is
me
a
ask you
digital
a question.
world now.
Oh,
You have to worry about radiation affecting
good, cool
microprocessors
story,
and shit
cool
like
story,
that.
cool story.
No,
Listen,
it's the reality of it.
got you. So so you're saying that
that's why they're
so the
building
tech-
things completely new now.
So the
they're
tech
they're
went
starting from
backwards.
scratch.
Yeah, so the tech went backwards, right?
No, it's taking a leap because there was not an unbroken chain.
What?
But
You know,
that
you know how
leap-
we,
listen,
you know how
dude,
we
went backwards.
dude,
no, we
listen,
haven't
let's
stopped
take-
building
dude,
cars. If we
hold on,
stopped building
effigy.
cars for 50 years, we'd have to
Effigy.
like
Effigy.
Yeah,
stop
but
for a
there's
second.
still people that know how to build cars from the
Effigy.
1920s.
Yeah, listen to Mud. Listen.
But we
Your
did,
argument.
right?
Listen,
We're having
I'm going to
new
show
ways
you how
of
stupid.
building cars.
Dude,
If you stopped
hold
it
on.
long enough, you would just build it in a better way because your technology would
you
be
know
better.
what, gentlemen, we're gonna
They
do
put better
this.
engines in cars from 1930s, and they go.
Hold on. We're just gonna let you two.
Okay, listen, Effigy. Okay, so your argument, based on what Mud said, which I agree with, like, if you say they made a model, the Model T or whatever Ford, right? And you go, well, why aren't we making that again? You're saying, well, the fucking technology back then isn't the technology now, so it's not practical, it's not applicable, it's not a logistical thing we should pursue. It doesn't make sense.
It's not that we can't. It's just that it's impractical to do it because we have better technology now.
Understand that from the authorities' position, when they're asked about this, they don't actually say what you're saying. Do you understand that?
I think they are. I think you're just interpreting it differently.
No, they don't. They said we destroy the technology and it's too hard to build. Now, would we say that about a Model T? Because Mud said, and I agree with him, that even though we don't use...
Is that the answer to the question, why can't we just go back now with the things that we had already, though?
No, that's not the same question.
Because that seems ridiculous the way you're interpreting it.
I didn't say that. I'm saying if we...
Because 1960s technology, as you guys keep saying, was not really high tech. You kept interrupting me before that. Who cares?
Change your tampon.
Deal with it. Deal with it.
Cool. So you don't want to deal with the question here because you know it's the end of
the question is dealt with.
No, it's not.
We are making vehicles right now to go back to the moon with manned crews.
That's great. What we're
Brand
doing
new,
versus what's
but
possible.
They're not based on the Saturn V technology.
And they keep not doing it.
It's specific to those and those rockets.
And they keep not doing it.
What are you talking about? The Artemis missions are being made.
You notice how what Mud said, if we're going to take an analogy, give me one example of something we were capable of doing that we lost the capability of doing over.
We haven't lost the capability.
Yes,
we don't use that technology specifically. We don't use Saturn V's and those kind of modules.
I didn't
That's
say
what you're talking about. We're building new kinds of spacecraft.
You're confusing me. You're confusing, right?
Oh, you're definitely confused.
No. Look, dude,
yes, that's the first thing we agree on the whole night. You are confused.
Hey, Effigy, I'll end you right now. The fact that we
Put me out of my misery of having to hear you speak.
Okay, cool. So the fact that we don't use the technology to make the same Model Ts, it doesn't follow that we can't make a Model T.
But why would you when you could make something better?
I didn't ask whether you would, dummy.
But that's the answer to that question.
No,
then.
I said saying that we don't replicate past technologies. I'm saying that we're incapable of replicating an advanced version of what we did in the 1969. You're saying, well, dude, of course we're not going to use the same technology.
What are you talking about? What do you think Starship is?
What do you mean Starship? Did a man land on the moon?
Elon Musk's rocket that has people in it, right?
Where, to the moon?
They're making a version right now that
they
can.
Are. Again. They will. They are. Just wait, bro. That's all. That's your argument is just wait, bro. That's it. You got nothing, dude.
Wait, a spacecraft that carries people into space is not anywhere near analogous?
No, the moon, head. Space is 60 miles up. You think that means anything to launch someone 60 miles up?
All you're doing right now is getting uppity because we haven't done it right now.
Look, dude,
even though they are obviously, he's saying he wants to go to Mars. He's obviously planning back, and they have the Artemis mission that's already building the.
Effigy, is space considered 60 miles up? 60 mere miles up. You call it space. Effigy fucking whacks off on his little NASA pillow because someone went 60 miles up, and he's making that argument that because Elon Musk tried to go to the moon and NASA stopped him and brought him to Congress and said, no, you're not. You're not going anywhere, bro. Not without us governing you. You're saying, dude, they launched him up in the air and they floated down. Didn't you see it? It's like, dude, I'm talking about going 273,000 miles, landing on an object, and then coming back, and you're going, are you really serious, bro? Didn't you see William Shatner? He went up in the air and came down, bro. You're full of shit, dude. We can't go to the moon.
Because something we've already done.
That's begging the question, dumb.
This is what
it's definitely not.
Just asserting the thing that's in questions, not begging the question.
Yeah,
wow, dude.
It's classic move.
We went.
Well,
when did Todd Pinnett make those statements? When did Don Pettit make those statements, Jimbo?
What statement? You want
The
to bring it
statement
up?
that you're referring to about the technology.
The exact quote is, "I'd go to the moon in a quote. I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond." The problem is that we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
Destroyed
and
it. That's
painful
intent.
process to build it back.
What was
That's
happening
intent.
at that point in time? And
But-
what
but-
was
Read
wait.
the sentence. I'd
But wait,
go
hold on.
now. I would go now,
But-
but we
but
don't
wait.
have the technology.
The question I have is, what sense do you think he's using the word technology?
Fucking whatever. What was
Just
going
means
on?
I mean, if you have to start dissolving the meaning of words, you've lost.
I would.
Well, okay,
Adam. Isn't the word? Isn't the
Did you
better
just
word?
say flow state?
Adam, isn't
In
the
this
better
conversation, you're going to say that?
Adam, isn't the
If
better
you have
word?
to start dissolving the meanings of words, you've lost the point.
Adam, isn't
Okay.
the better question
Now
of the
this
word
is-
is destroy? Isn't that would be more appropriate to look at than?
Why
than
did we
technology?
destroy all the Atlas infrastructure?
Well, no,
Why did we
actually,
destroy all the Atlas infrastructure? The launch pads,
so-
the fucking boosters. Why
Okay,
did we
so
get rid of that
so
shit?
two things.
Why did we do that?
So two things,
What?
Jim Bob.
Because we were
First
moving
of
into
all,
Saturn,
if
right?
you want a specific example where knowledge of how to create a thing went backwards, I can point to concrete. Roman concrete.
That's
was more
not true
advanced
at all. Not even
It
close.
is
They
true.
know
It is
exactly
true.
how to build it. It's just more expensive.
Yes,
That's
they
nonsense.
just
Complete
yes,
nonsense.
hold on, Mud. They've
known for
recently
many
figured
years
out.
it's
No, they
complete
just
nonsense.
recently figured out compared to
That's
when the Romans
complete
were doing it
nonsense.
over
There's
1,000
dozens
years
of videos
ago.
Nonsense. I agree
debunking
with
that.
Mud. It's nonsense.
No, you can
There
reproduce
was-
that.
There's dozens
So,
of
hold
videos
on.
debunking that
Hold
across
on,
the
That's,
board.
Mud.
that's terrible.
Hold on,
Adam.
Mud.
Adam.
Gentlemen,
No. No, so all
argument.
I have to do in order to prove this is point to a time in which the Romans did know how to do it, and then people did not know how to do it. Now, Mud,
Alchemy
are
isn't
Because
saying,
of
Mud?
an individualistic
Hold on, Mud.
societal,
Hold on, Mud.
very
Hold on.
specific thing.
Not done.
Because
I'm not done
because
with
the
the question,
Germans
Mud.
knew how
I
to make
didn't
a
answer
better
the
machine
question. I
gun
didn't
than the
actually
other
finish-
guys.
and
They
I didn't
lost
actually
the
finish the
technology.
question, Mud.
What are you talking
I didn't
about?
actually finish the
Sorry.
question, Mud. I didn't
I'm
actually
sorry. I'm
finish
so
the
sorry.
question, Mud.
I get way too
Okay.
worked up. I'm sorry.
So Mud, my question is, was there a point at which this was common knowledge to road builders, and then at a point in the future, it was no longer common knowledge to road builders?
For the same
To an
agency?
extremely
For the same
specific
agency?
society, yes.
For the same agency? Dude,
Okay,
now it's the same
so-
agency.
So
in that case,
if all the road, bro,
unbelievable, dude. NASA's
But-
the same
but here's-
agency,
but
dude.
here's
the thing.
This is how I know people like you've never built anything. You don't understand what it's like.
Here's the deal. The Roman Empire, it was pretty fucking big.
We don't know how to build aqueducts, right?
Yeah.
That's what Elon Musk
but the
said
same
next.
materials weren't available in the same areas.
It's really simple.
Yes,
they didn't have the same laws in each area. They didn't have slaves in the same area. You're talking. I don't care.
So due to that, the knowledge went backwards. Now the part
It didn't
on
go
technology.
backwards.
It didn't go backwards.
Yes,
There was literally
yes,
a
the knowledge
pause.
did
I
go
don't care if
backward.
you say
They
100
lost the
years.
knowledge
It was
of
a
how to
pause.
recreate it. They literally
Adam,
lost.
it was
how-
literally-
they literally lost the knowledge.
Bro, they know how to build everything
currently
that
they-
allegedly
yes,
was
yes.
in these
They
rockets.
have
Do you
reverse
understand?
engineered
The
it in modern times. That's true,
brother. The
Mike Ball coming in with a Big 10. I don't exist. Wrongful Rage following it up. This panel is bad. Yes, you are a bunch of tards that just don't know how to not talk over each other. I cannot believe this evening.
I'm so sorry.
You all suck. Anyways, he said we have to roast each other in chat just for the
I'm
giggles.
being very polite.
You're still interrupting me. Wrongful Rage following
She's just
up with
being
another 10. Jesus fucking Christ. It's on. Fight, you savages. Enslaved by Truth coming in with the big 2. Apollo, computers were digital. Wrongful following up. Fight, savage. Get that effigy. And Adam Nelson comes in with the big 2, says 17,000 miles per hour with people on board doesn't happen, bruh.
That's just escape velocity, right? Or is that 11,000?
This conversation is so beyond me. I don't know anything about the moon, whether we went or whether we didn't, and I'm not convinced either way at this point. Wrongful Rage coming in with the big 10. Furby doesn't have a donut to Riz. There, I included you, Furby. And Wrongful follows up one last time, for now. I remember my first moon landing. It was all ass. What the fuck? No. Listen, this whole, I am not done. This whole show is going straight to the trash. I'm going to have to pull it off of my actual YouTube after this. I highly recommend you all do the same because of everything.
Because of the bagels.
Everything. And I'm going to have to clip it up and relaunch it
Just
once
put it members,
more.
Sarah. Sarah members, it'll be fine, right?
I'm not with that guy saying that crap.
Oh, no, I
absolutely
forgot
not.
about that. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Remember, 2 hours and 52 minutes. That's where you want to
Okay,
look
gotcha.
for.
Thank you.
Wrongful rage. One more time. 10th man down to the back before he speaks. Yes, sir. You got 10 minutes in the back, 10th man. All right, back to you.
Okay,
Cards.
Adam, I just want to frame this for you just to understand what you're trying to say here. You're basically calling back to some technology that had a pause in the knowledge, but we're actually saying, no, we're actually talking about within the same century, the same agency even, not only the same society, but the same agency, which is even more particular. You're trying to use an argument that in the past something happened. Elon Musk tried to say this. He was like, we forgot how to do aqueducts too, and that's why we lost the technology. He's like coping on a documentary. I go, dude, we understand what aqueducts are. We can replicate aqueducts easily, even if we don't do it the same way the Romans did or any other culture tried to do it, right? So your argument that, well, it's clearly demonstrable that there's another technology we kind of forgot or at least like there was a gap in continuation of it. But this does not apply reasonably to NASA because we're talking about 1969 where they have this technology. We have an increase in engineering and aerospace engineering and knowledge and mathematics and all this shit. And you're basically saying, guys, we just still forgot, bro. Remember the aqueducts and the other things we forgot? That's not a good argument, dude.
This is this argument is two parts. That's the first part. The first part is meant to be a direct response to the question that you asked. And now I'm going to say why the question itself is actually irrelevant. So it's because you're using the word tech. It's because there are multiple meanings of the term technology. Technology can refer to, and I contend that when Don Pettit said that, he was referring to the physical objects that they created that were made as a result of
Those
the
are
knowledge.
hard to build again. Get the out of here.
An entire
That's a worse argument, bro.
No,
it is
you
not.
require a whole
What are
infrastructure.
they made out of? Abalone? What the f are you talking about?
Adamantium? What, do we got to find Wakanda again or something?
So
like
hard. The way they built it then, it was so hard.
It was.
Yes.
Really?
It was a huge undertaking.
build the exact analog.
Okay, hold on. Okay, Jim Bob. Imagine
such a
in
huge
your brain
undertaking that the women had to actually code it.
So imagine in your brain, Jim Bob, that it actually happened for a second. That the moon landing actually happened.
I can do fantasy.
Do you believe that if it actually happened, that it would have been a large undertaking and would have been expensive?
At the time, what was it? It was $50 billion.
It depends on what you mean by undertaking.
Yeah, 10 years.
That a bunch of people did. That's what I mean by undertaking.
10 years. Yeah, but Adam, hold on a second. Okay, if I granted that would be true of a computer at the time, which 1/10 of the power of my cell phone would be the size of a fucking building. What's your point?
So it would still be expensive.
So my cell phone could do more than the...
Even if the development was less expensive relatively, it would still be
my
expensive.
Cell phone
and it would
does
still be a big
more...
undertaker, and it would still be a big undertaking, even if you're just talking about training the people who are going to do it.
The first thing to happen in technological advancement is it gets easier to make and cheaper. That's the first thing that happens. Look at a microchip and look at USB drives. You had 1 gigabyte and it was like, oh, $50 for this 1 gigabyte drive. Now you can get terabyte drives.
Yeah. Mud, why is my cell phone 1,000% better and faster and more effective than the computer?
Now, it's
Hold on.
So
hold on, dude. Then the computer that they had that was supposedly guiding the system.
Well, first things first, I actually want to respond to Mud's argument.
Sure.
Within the frame of this actually happening, I'm assuming this actually all happened, then it did actually. The reason we know it did is because within this frame, there were multiple moon missions. And
What?
in each
It happened because it happened? That's
Talking
argument?
about improvement in technology.
So Dim Bob,
Dude, I can't believe you
what
said
I'm
that. You're a
doing-
smart dude.
What I'm doing is I'm responding to Mud's argument. Mud's argument was that when a technology is developed, it then becomes more advanced and cheaper over time. What I am
Except for
saying is that within the frame of this actually happening, then that would have happened because there were multiple moon missions. That matches your model.
No, it doesn't.
Actually matches what
No,
you're
no,
saying.
Adam,
get any
hold on,
cheaper,
Adam,
dude. The economy
Adam,
got worse.
Adam, what you're doing here is arbitrarily taking a point between 1969 and 1974 and saying, guys, look, they went again. We're saying, no, we've had a century and plus 5, or a half century plus 5 years. So you're saying, guys, it did get better until 1975, and then literally it was completely retarded. Stopped completely.
Stop dead.
Why
never
would you
going back. Literally never went back.
Adam, why are you arbitrarily deciding at 1974-75 that that's where you're going to judge whether it advanced or not, and leaving out, I don't know, 55 years after?
If I can make a point on this, it seems like all liberal sciences are irreplicable.
So because we didn't go specifically to the moon, we discount all the other things we sent out into space. Probe,
Did anyone
the
say
space
that?
shuttle
Did anyone say
program.
that?
I don't care
dude?
about that.
That seems
Shut
to
the
be what
fuck
you're
up.
talking. That seems
That's
to be
not.
what you're
Nobody
talking about.
said that, dude. Shut up.
You're sitting there
no,
saying
no, no,
nothing.
no, no,
Nobody said that.
Nothing
Either
happened.
lie or
NASA
talk.
did plenty of time.
No,
Nobody
no,
said
Jim
that.
Bob is saying
So now
his
you're denying
science is
both sides of it.
unreplicable.
Jim Bob even said
The liberal
this.
science is unreplicable. That's what he's saying. He's
Yeah,
saying
it's not
liberal science
replicable.
is
What
unreplicable.
engineering? Tell me. This is why I always bring up the heart transplant. 1967, first heart transplant, a success. Since then, like Mud and I are saying, the exponential refining of the engineering called heart transplant is demonstrable, just like every other technological feat, except for the moon landing. So I'm still waiting for any of you guys who have your NASA thongs on to tell me one technology.
John Pettit was a heart surgeon, bro.
Give me one technology.
John Pettit was not a heart surgeon. Understand?
It's technology. It's a category, dummy.
Right? That's not the similar. There's no similarity to the human.
There's
body,
no
Jimbo.
similarity between engineering and engineering. Get the out of here, dude.
Oh my God! Get out of here! What?
By the
What are
way,
you talking about, dummy?
the analogy would be that
Tell me
Elon
about John
Musk.
Pettit.
Elon Musk
Tell me
stopped
about John
making.
Pettit.
But
What was he?
engineering's not engineering, bro.
Tell me about John Pettit. Tell me about him. Who was he? What was he?
This is such a
Forget John Pettit. Dude, the guys that built the original spaceship, a bunch of them are still alive that were involved in the original space program. And they're quiet.
John Pettit's argument is what's being used here. Let's talk
Robert.
about John Pettit.
I didn't
It's
talk
hard.
about
Pardon
John
me.
Pettit. That's not the basis of
Pardon
my
me
argument.
for a second. Robert, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Fucking argument that Jimbo's
You
making
want
comes
space,
from
I can
John
bounce.
Pettit.
What's my argument,
Can I-
Uncle
hold
Fatty?
on.
I talked
I'm
about
trying
technology,
to do
dummy.
logistics real quick. Robert, have you
That's the 40th
been
that's the 44th
talking?
time you said
Fucking
technology.
nasty.
What?
Can everybody just
No,
give
in the
me a
beginning, I was
fucking
talking
minute?
more. I'm just listening to
Okay.
this now because Adam's making a lot of my points. So
Okay.
if you want to
well,
make
I'm gonna-
space, I can get out of here for you. It's no problem.
I'd appreciate that. Any final thoughts from you before we do that?
Yeah, we went to space. We landed on the moon. Jim Bomb is ridiculous.
Cool non-argument, dummy.
I'm
Shut the fuck up.
5'8".
I'm not making a argument.
You're a dummy, dude. You're a Yelp review. You have no arguments. I toasted you anyway. You couldn't list one. You couldn't list one. You couldn't
The
list
fuck's
one.
starting now?
I asked you.
It's a
List
ridiculous
one
hypothetical.
technology.
I can't help it.
I asked you one technology. You were silent. Get the out of here.
Oh, what do you mean I answer you?
You didn't answer. You couldn't answer. You were dumbfounded. Get back to your
Yeah,
little
keep
books.
filibustering, dude.
Shut
Okay.
up, dude. Get out of here.
Goodbye, Robert.
So we went to the moon.
Honestly, I do want to make a point though, Jim. You have a very compelling argument, to be honest. Like, if the moon landing is real, why can't we replicate it? Why can't we go to the moon today?
Slave by Truth
What's
can answer
happening?
you.
Yeah, because
I mean,
John Pettit told us that we don't have the technology anymore, right?
What?
No, it's just because it costs fucking money.
It costs $63 million a day. We have the money to do it. Shut the
Yeah,
hell
we're
up,
we're
dude.
spending a whole lot more money on the current moon
What
mission,
cost
so it
the
doesn't
money?
make any sense. So
It costs money. That's
what
not the
costs
excuse.
the money? If they have the rockets, what costs the money? The fuel? The fuel's the cheapest
You're getting away
aspect.
from the root of the argument here again.
What
okay? The root of
argument?
the
What's your
is
argument?
Yeah, what's the argument?
Elon Musk, it costs money for Elon Musk to send these spaceships. I thought he
What's your
made
argument?
money.
No, let's hear him. Let's hear his argument.
Who was the man? Who was he? Right? He was the head of NASA, right?
That's not an argument.
He told us, right? He told us that we don't have the technology anymore.
He's
right?
Don Pettit's not the head of NASA.
Right?
He's just
some fucking retard that they sent to space.
He's literally autistic.
Yeah.
You mentioned 3 times
No,
tonight.
no, look, have you ever, hey dude, have you ever been to Houston? Have you been to the NASA museum? They literally have the technology in their own museum. They didn't destroy it. It's literally in their museum, dude.
Hey.
Yeah, that's a gross misunderstanding of what it takes to actually
Dude,
fucking
Uncle
put
Fatty, Uncle Fatty, do you know what an
3 times you told us in the crowd that that he was the head of NASA.
Yeah,
and he made this argument, right?
Yeah, because why would I do that? Because you're appealing to NASA. It's called an internal critique, dummy.
Your appeal to his authority does not.
I
switch
don't
the argument,
appeal
sir.
to it. No, I don't think NASA is an authority in anything, dude. What the f- is wrong with you?
3 times tonight that he was the head of NASA.
No, for you guys, you would be
That's-
listening to
yeah.
him, right?
NASA literally has the in their museum still. You can go to Houston, you can see an entire Saturn V rocket disassembled.
They've got one in Manhattan,
This is-
Kansas too.
Yeah.
Guys, this is a gross misrepresentation of what that statement says.
What statement? What statement?
At the time,
The,
what was
the
his
statement
job?
Pettit says, the one that everyone
So
points
tell me how
to,
it's misconstrued.
because the end of the statement says, but
Dude,
we
Uncle Fatty,
destroyed
shut
that
up for a
technology,
second.
and it's a painful process to build it back up again.
Okay, so
That's-
what's
that's the
what does that
Which
mean?
is
He doesn't say it's gone forever. He just says
any technology.
basically a painful process. It would take
It's
a lot
a really
of money to build back up the scientific infrastructure, the infrastructure we had that were adding
are a lot
parts
of
and
words.
making specific things for that program. It's
You know
not
what-
possible. The guy just said
New.
he says that he would go now, like read the sentence and understand English grammar. He says, I would like to go to the moon now, but we
But
do
they
not
can't.
have that technology anymore because we mothballed it, and it would be a painful process to build it back
So we
up
can't
again.
do it.
What is
Destroying
weird
and
about
mothballing
that
is different.
statement?
Is there any
First of
alternative
all-
explanation for why we haven't been back?
Why would you destroy the technology?
Because there's no point to go back. We're not
There's
necessarily
no
from
point.
him
Dude,
anymore.
hold on,
They're
hold on,
planning
hold
on going
It's a
back.
Hold on a
They're
second.
planning on going back.
Hold
They're
on,
spending
wait,
money on going
wait,
back.
hold on. Effigy, did you just say that there's no point in going back?
There was no point in going back after they already won the space
Hold on,
race.
hold
but
on. Okay,
That
so
wasn't why they didn't go back.
So you said Don Pettit we're misinterpreting, and yet you said there's no reason to go back. Why is it that Don Pettit,
my personal
hold on,
plan.
the same guy you're referencing that you're saying we're miscommunicating, we're misinterpreting, he did a full TED talk of why we should invest, why that's a good reason, why there's a lot of reasons to go back. So you're saying you're
No, I'm
inconsistent.
talking about in the context of the Cold War. I could give many reasons to go back to the moon if we could set up colonies, whatever you want. There's many reasons to go to the moon.
So we
I'm
just
talking about
can't.
in the context of the Cold War, why they didn't go back then.
So we just
Yeah,
can't.
FFG saying until Jeff Bezos says so, we can.
Pettit wanted
So-
to make the moon.
Do we remember in kindergarten when we took turns talking? Do we remember this?
That's why I haven't been
Did-
saying anything.
I mean, just
Do you think
Well,
we
you
did
know
it
what?
back
Are
then?
you know what? Whatever.
We're the
Have at
retarded
it.
class.
Listen,
okay,
I
Jim
am
Bob.
going to
I
go
just-
make coffee, and then I'm going to come back with a full cup of coffee, and then I'm
Who's
going
gonna
to read
take
all these.
I'm raising
and
my
then I'm
hand.
gonna-
I'm raising my
Funny.
hand to talk.
Probably.
I'm raising my hand to
Hey,
talk.
I'm
Hey,
not done.
Jim
I'm
Bob.
not
Yeah.
done. I'm not done. And then when I come back and I sit down and I turn my f***ing camera on, everybody's going to shut the fuck up, and I'm going to read all of these wonderful, amazing super chats from these kind people who do want to say something.
It's like she
Thank
wants us
you.
to start yapping immediately.
There's no way. There's no way, Flow State, that she's not taking it. It's 11 p.m.
No, hey, Jim, you got to raise your hand.
She always takes
I have
11 p.m.
I have a question
Don't raise
for
your hand
Jim
like
Bob.
that.
Why exactly did you say
You
Don
got to raise
Pettit
your
gave
hand to
that TED
speak.
talk?
Raise your hand to speak, people.
Enslaved by
you're gonna do
Elon Musk, in the
Raise
bottom
your hand
corner.
to speak.
Elon Musk, it's your turn in the bottom corner.
So
Raising
why
my hand
exactly
to
did
Honestly,
did
besides the argument that I'm compelled to listen to governmental organizations because they're governmental organizations, what else is the argument here? Can anyone actually prove any, like Jim Bob said, can anyone appeal to anything outside of NASA to prove that the moon landing happened? Like, is the only proof
This
that
is
we have
this is why I asked the
weapons
question
of mass
earlier about
destruction of
America's
Iraq? Is the only
adversaries.
proof that we have from the DOJ? Do we not have any
No,
other
why,
proof?
why didn't Russia just go to the moon themselves then?
There
I mean,
is
why
there
wouldn't
is
they just?
proof. There
Russia
is
was dominating in the space race anyways. Why wouldn't they just go
Russia's
to the
lack
moon?
of challenge itself is a form of evidence.
Hold on, Manor, wait. Just hold on a second. Enslaved by Truth, ask that again.
Why wouldn't Russia just go ahead and land on the moon too? Because they were already way ahead of us on the space race.
Adam.
So, well, now that I actually have time to talk, I want to actually respond to your point about Don Pettit. So why exactly did you say
Oh,
Don
yeah,
Pettit
we're going to
made...
divert to another topic.
Yes, no,
why wouldn't Russia just go to the moon themselves?
I've been trying to get to
let
this
him
fucking
answer
Don
both.
Pettit
Let him
point for a
answer
while.
idiot. Hold on. Let him answer both. Fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
So maybe I jump up. Why exactly did you say Don Pettit gave that TED Talk?
Because when people say there's no reason to go back, I'm going to their authority and going, well, the spokesperson of NASA is actually saying there's a ton of reasons to go back.
Okay, so this is it's a very simple interpretation for why he's saying that. It's because he's not getting the funds allocated to him by the
That's
U.S.
not true.
government.
There's tons of funds. What are you talking about? $63 million a day, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay,
You have no understanding of
so
cost.
hold on. So Jim Bob, what I want you to do is I want you to pull up a breakdown of those 63 millions and show where
How much did it cost
the
to go to
money
the
is
moon
going.
in 1969?
I don't know.
Like 30
They've
million.
They've almost
I don't
gotten
know,
$800 billion.
So it
but
just
what
got
I
more
need you to
expensive.
do, but what I need you to do,
drastically more expensive.
what I need you to do is show that they are actually getting enough money allocated to a probable moon mission. Because my claim,
If they're funding Artemis, dummy, that means they are.
So my claim is that
Yeah, I mean, have you
specifically
looked at
when
the
he
Artemis
made
2
the
mission?
TED
It's
talk,
ridiculous.
when he did the TED talk, they were not getting the funds allocated to do that specifically.
Adam, what's the Artemis 2 project?
I don't know. When did the Artemis 2 project
you don't
start?
know. You don't know what
you're talking about, dude.
When did the
Hold on
Artemis 2
one second.
project begin? When did Artemis 2 begin?
Hold on one second. With this funding,
it's been under for at least a decade, dude.
When-
do you know?
when
do you
did
know
it
how many?
begin?
Hey,
When
shut
did
up!
it
Shut up!
begin?
Shut up! Shut up!
Let him say my true answer.
Yeah,
Give me
shut
an
up! Shut
answer.
up!
Adam, let him talk.
When did Artemis 2 begin?
Adam, let him
Artemis
talk.
2
begin.
Artemis 2 going to the moon, putting people on the moon. Do you know how many rockets that they need to send up for Artemis 2 for them to reach the moon
I will
again?
respond to absolutely nothing you say until you give me the year Artemis 2 started. When did Artemis 2 start?
A decade ago.
Okay.
What's 99 times 99? 9,801. Game over.
Are you familiar with Artemis 2? Are you familiar with how many rockets it's
No,
going
I'm
to
not.
take for them to get to the moon? Over 20,
no, I'm not.
over 20 rocket launches to be able to fuel the craft to get to the moon and back. 20. And in the 60s, we did it with one.
That's hilarious.
That's actually not true.
That's hilarious,
The U.S. did not get to the moon with one rocket. Do you want me to go through all of the?
We did
all
it.
of
There
the
wasn't
moon
one
missions?
Saturn V rocket, you retard. What are you
course
talking
there
about?
was.
You know what a Saturn
It has
V rocket
stages.
is? That's a
I'm not
multi-stage
talking about
rocket.
stages in the rocket.
We're not talking about
I'm talking about
stages, dummy.
individual rocket launches.
The rockets are carrying a payload, right? You got to
Okay,
calculate
so
into it.
there
right?
were a
No, I'm
large
talking
number
about
of
individual rocket launches.
Answer his
So
question.
within the frame of this actually happening, there were a large number of missions to either orbit or land on or collide with the moon made by the United States prior to
No. I'm talking
prior
about
to the
one mission,
Apollo
a
8
single
mission.
mission,
No, we're talking about a mission. A
a
mission.
single
not a
mission to
practice.
get to the moon.
Not a practice.
Okay, so Pioneer
rocket.
2,
One
Pioneer
rocket it
2
took.
was a mission to get to the moon. Pioneer 3 was a mission to get to the moon. Pioneer 4 was a mission to get
What
to
are
the
you
moon.
talking about? What are you talking
Pioneer
about? I'm talking
P3
about
was a mission to
Apollo
get to the
11.
moon.
How many rocket launches did it take to get to the moon with Apollo 11?
I don't know.
One, dumbass. What do you mean you don't know?
Okay. So wait, hold on. So your contention is
And
merely
now-
wait, hold on.
now
Rocket
it's gonna
technology's
take
gotten
20
worse.
Hold on.
It's
This
gonna
is
take 20 rockets to get to the moon.
Justify it, Adam. Adam,
so
justify
hold
it.
on.
Justify
So
it.
enslaved by truth. This is just a word game with the word
Well,
mission.
how is this a word game? It's fucking rockets.
Let me explain. Let me explain why it
Enslaved by
is.
truth.
Let
It's a
me
word game.
explain
You're using
why
the
it
word
is.
one and rocket. It's a word
No,
game.
let me explain why this is a word game.
Word game is a total cope, dude.
No, let me explain why it is.
1 = 20. How 1
You
+ 1
aren't
+ 1
letting me
= 20?
explain my position.
rocket.
So you aren't letting me explain the position.
Okay. Well,
you aren't letting me explain the position.
Everybody, let Adam to determine how it's a word game for Enslaved by Truth to accurately and historically say it took one rocket to do the actual thing of going to the moon, and you're now going to break it down.
Are you going to let me explain the position, or are you going to filibuster?
I framed it so people can listen.
There you go. So now the reason is because you're appealing to the word mission, as if the term mission is not an arbitrary.
Apollo 11. Apollo 11 is one mission, dude.
Am I allowed to explain the position or not?
No, because you're retard. Apollo mission is one singular mission. How many rockets was launched for Apollo 11?
The number in any given mission is not actually relevant. Now let me.
What are you talking about?
It's relevant.
Let me explain why.
It's relevant
because the term mission is arbitrarily designated by NASA.
You're full-fledged.
No. Say by truth. Let him do his thing. It's a bigger hole he's digging. Go ahead.
This is actually a very simple argument. So the term mission is an arbitrary designation given by NASA. If you actually count up the number of rockets that were launched prior to the Apollo 11 mission, were designated as different missions, you will find that there were a very large number. Now your argument is because. No, your argument is because if they take all of these separate launches and lump it as one mission, then it's somehow the same as launching one and calling it one mission.
You're completely missing the point. For one spacecraft, oh, light went off. For one spacecraft to get to the fucking moon, okay? Apollo 11, one Saturn V rocket launched off the
we're talking about the actual technology. One, right?
One spacecraft, one rocket launched off the fucking space pad.
We're not talking about practice.
We're not talking about practice. We're not talking about how long it took to get there. They're going to have to launch 16 to 20 different rockets for one single mission.
Do you understand?
To refuel the spacecraft
to
get to the moon and to get back from the moon.
Do you understand what he's saying, Adam?
Mission.
You're taking the whole thing out of context.
No,
it's not out of context. That's exactly the mission.
Dude.
Look it up.
Shut up, dude. No, you can't do this. No, Adam's turn to talk. No. Adam's shut up, dude. Adam's turn to talk. You're spurging. Adam, do you Adam, please give that. Shut up, dude.
Tomato. This message is sponsored in part by.
Wow, Adam, that was super.
Adam, he just it out.
Everybody, shut the up.
Why?
Let me read these, please. Okay.
Hey, it's Sarah's time.
Where was I? Thank you. I let you guys go. All right. I think.
Can I have my wrench back?
EBT just wrecked those guys. Bad.
It was bad. It was bad.
Retard. It's bad.
It was painful.
I got EBTs all over my face.
L's in the chat.
Let's see. We've got Trib One coming to the Big Five. How many conspiracy theories do the moon landing deniers believe in? You can guesstimate it if you need to. And what's the most confirmed one?
Wait, how many conspiracy theories? Well, the thing is, a conspiracy is merely the enactment of corruption. So how much corruption that's effective? A lot.
Yeah, it's what makes the world go round.
Yeah. Like the Federal Reserve. A Federal Reserve, is that a conspiracy? It's not a theory, right? It's just a conspiracy.
I mean, how
ridiculous.
Worked. How brain rotten do you have to be to think that people don't scheme in private?
It's amazing. It's just amazing.
Like you really have to have holes eaten through your brain to think that doesn't happen.
Couldn't two people conspire to have a surprise birthday party for somebody? I mean, it's like literally ridiculous. Like in theory, we can set this up and surprise this. Well, okay, sorry.
The implication is deception, though, when they say that.
Yeah,
the implication.
Yeah.
Four coming in with a big 2. Has anyone tried using old tech without docs?
Yeah,
Is
I
that
can
what?
write. I can
That-
write on a piece of paper. That's old technology. I can fucking write.
But this whole thing's
letters
not
on
a
piece
valid
of paper.
argument. This whole thing of like there wasn't motive to go out. That like there's asteroids that are like solid platinum, palladium, like all these like rare earth metals that are like we use in like electronics and all this shit. So there was clearly a motive to go out and like to keep going into space. That's why
Oh yeah,
Elon's
because
trying
how
to go
much
into
of that
space.
could we bring back? How much of that could we bring back? How valuable would that be?
Wait, is
all that back?
Teriak saying there is incentive to go and do
Yes.
that? Okay, got it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're not mining in space. That's retarded.
I know,
Do you
but
know how
if
much?
it was real, that would be a project, right? If that was a possibility.
Exactly. And the other thing as well is in terms of like the lost technology, it's like say, oh, they point to the Romans, well, that was lost technology, but the civilization died. That's why America's still standing. So why is there a loss of technology?
And the thing is, you're having a presupposition as to why the technology is lost. Like, I'll go freaking argue with Evichi. Why the fuck do you think the technology is lost?
Or
Do you
destroyed.
really- Yeah,
It's
do you
not.
really
It's literally
understand?
still in the museum. We still
There's the
fly
same
airplanes
authority.
from
No,
the
but the
50s.
thing is, I don't even think you understand it either. Why the technology is lost?
It's not
Why
lost.
is
Are
the
you gay?
No, why is the technology is lost?
It's
in
It's
this
not lost.
time?
It's literally still in the museum.
The understanding hasn't even been lost.
What is the conception to this?
We
claim
still
that
fly the
technology-
same airplanes that were before the Apollo mission.
You're
The
still not
B-52
answering the
is older
question.
than the
You're still not
Apollo
answering
mission.
The question as to why
That's
the
funny,
technology
dude.
is
B-52.
claimed to be lost.
It's
Don
not.
Pettit, bro.
Never claimed that the technology is lost.
And
I don't believe that. I don't believe this
Justin
statement
coming
applies to
in
that.
with the big five. Even if the technology was destroyed, the minds behind the technology are
Yes.
alive. No
Mhm.
one can figure that out again.
What do we mean by technology, though?
Yeah,
It
the guy
doesn't
that
matter,
invented,
whatever
the
pick
guy
it.
that invented the
Specifically,
Apollo
whatever
guidance
you want.
computer is still
Specifically,
alive.
as Don Pettit was saying, it refers to. As Don Pettit was saying, it refers to the.
I'm just
actual,
kidding. Everybody knows
Don Pettit's an
physical
idiot.
object.
Don Petty's referring. Okay.
But you're basing
Tom
your
Pettit, yeah.
argument upon his statement that we've
Yeah,
lost.
it's stupid for
technology.
Jim Bob to do that because
No,
Pettit's
it's
an
not
idiot.
my argument, EBT. I'm saying by their authority, they're going to be listening to what NASA says, right? So you're going to have to say Don Pettit doesn't know what he's talking about, which is going to be a point in my direction to say, well, you shouldn't really trust what NASA's saying because Don Pettit clearly doesn't know
Yeah,
what the fuck he's talking about.
No,
Don Pettit's
fully
bad on
believe
purpose.
that.
I don't know why NASA lets him talk to people.
Yeah,
He's
why
an
is
idiot.
that, EBT? Why is
He
that?
shouldn't be talking to people.
Yeah,
He's
why
a
do they
fucking
let him
idiot.
do that? Why do they let him
He's
do
an
that?
idiot. He's a fucking idiot. Bad on purpose.
Yeah.
Your argument.
Remember when he said, "If there's a leak, there's a leak."
Yeah,
if there's a leak,
yeah,
there's a
dude.
leak.
He
Come
said,
on, get the.
He said if there's a leak in the flange, the
they're-
astronauts know what to
they're-
do. They will fix it, and it won't be a problem with the vacuum of space completely destroying the internal mechanism.
This dude's a complete idiot. Clearly, has never been in spacecraft. Like, I mean, he's just bad on
That
purpose.
doesn't even matter. That doesn't even matter in the argument. It's like Jim Bob. When it comes to the whatever fucking, like person you're talking about, I assume that's saying that we've lost the technology. It's like, what exactly does that mean? It's like what is the
Incapability.
technology
It means
The Artemis
incapability.
2 project proves the point, though, because
It
we're
means we're
overcomplicating
incapable,
it to do
It's
the
very
same
simple.
thing.
Are we capable? Yes or no? That's simple, dude. Right? Are we currently capable? Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Hold on a second. Let me ask you a quick question. Anyone who wants to spurg and simp for NASA,
I want
currently,
the 1v1.
dude, is it currently possible to fly multiple men to land on the moon to ride a moon buggy and play golf? Yes or no?
No. And
Why not?
Okay, the why not is because we've had machinists that were very specific on building these particular Raptor engines. That are
Raptor engines? What are you talking about?
Dude.
F-150.
Bro.
Didn't India just land a craft on the moon?
Machining technology only improved.
It's gotten better.
It's gotten better, dude. We have the same machines anyway.
You have
dude.
3D printers that can print exactly what they need
right now. I'm talking to the chip
in lighter materials.
Okay, let him say. So,
Rage
let him
coming
say.
in with the Big Ten, but I finally learned about bagels. Yes, we all learned about bagels today. Mike says, how does technology get destroyed?
They burn in a fire.
It's unidentified flying bagels out here.
Dog coming in with the Big Two. Jim's
quote unquote lost. But the thing is, that is
He's
a
still
wrong-
talking. He's just still
I
going.
am talking because
I like how
He is
doesn't-
lost. This dude is lost technology.
So the
lost
way that this has
technology is
been
whatever
working
fucking
is
brain
one
cells
Sarah's
that
reading
were
the
in
super
this dude's
chat.
head.
Listen, guys,
Sarah,
Sarah's reading super
distract him
chats.
with the
Hold on a
lotion.
second.
Get the lotion.
It puts
There
the
it is.
baby oil on its skin.
We lost the technology.
Wonder Dog
Yeah.
coming with the
That's
big
not my
2.
claim.
Jim's argument is a man said we can't do it no more.
No, we actually
That's-
can't do it.
That's
Not what it
their
is.
argument. Their whole argument is down to like NASA said we did this, ergo we did this.
No, we can't do it. I ask you, can you do it? Yes or no? Nobody can say yes.
An argument, Jim.
But that's what I'm saying, Jim Bob. Like they're literally their whole argument is an argument from authority. It's a fallacy.
This entire discussion has been somebody from the moon landing probably happenstide says something, and then 20 people start interrupting them.
Wrong,
from the opposing side.
Adam, wrong. The
Well, it's
argument
happening
is,
right now. It's literally currently occurring.
Adam, can we bring 3 men? I'll ask it again, Adam. You tell me the answer in a yes or no form, please. Can we currently fly 3 men to the moon with a dune buggy and play golf? Yes or no?
Probably not.
Okay, why not?
Because the requisite physical objects have not been developed and built in order to.
We left the damn buggy on the moon. We don't even have to send the buggy. We can just send the 3 guys. The buggy's still there.
Because the machining and the tech, you guys don't have an answer.
Dude,
You're
not one of you has ever built anything or been in a machine shop.
That's my job on a daily basis.
Technology improves.
Closer to agnosticism.
But wait, hold on. Jim Bob believes with what I just said. Jim Bob actually agrees with what I just said.
Shh, boys, it's quiet time. We are 30 minutes behind on Super Chats again.
Jim Bob was just agreeing. He agrees with
It's all wrongful rag.
Is doing that.
All the gays.
Mute yourself if you can't control yourself, boys. Wrongful Rag coming in with the Big 10. I didn't make my money being a bagel, but I did make money off bagels, just taking it back over time. Trib coming in with the Big 2. We have the ability, but not the motive. If you do have a quick response to this, not an argument to everyone else, that is fine. Wonder Dog coming in with the Big 2. We never went, but if we did go, we can't go again. That is kind of strange to me, actually. Wrongful Rag coming in with the Big 10. Just spreading moon cheese on my bagels as we type. Meaning that lady is, I don't make my own food unless I'm grilling. Mike Ball coming in with the Big 10. Effigy eats corn the long way. You and corn. Church of 4 coming in with the Big 5. That was not permission to start talking. Church of 4 coming in with the Big 5. Greek fire, Roman concrete, Damascus steel, all texts we have lost. Pottery, weaving. What is that word? Metallurgy.
We lost it all.
What?
We lost metallurgy and everything, yeah.
Metallurgy.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
regressed.
fucking backwards.
If you lost it, how do we know about it?
I believe Damascus steel was rediscovered.
You couldn't
I'd rather
reference it.
like
You couldn't reference it like EBT said. You couldn't reference it.
Yeah,
I think he's
have a
being
Damascus
facetious.
steel
I think
knife.
he's being
It's not
sarcastic.
live
Actually,
technology.
he's being sarcastic.
But
Carney's Rye just showing
possible
some
it was
love.
remade.
Shut the up. Wrongful Rag coming in with the Big 10. Manner spoke. Now 10 in the back. I did put you in the back. Robert coming in with the Big 5. Pure chaos. I'm assuming that's when I stepped away for coffee. Wrongful Rag says, I still like you, Effigy. We cool, but I'm just a troll with cash flow, baby. And here's the proof coming over on Jim Bob's side with the Big 50.
Thank you, Wrongful Rag.
money. He follows up, gripped fingers slipped. If you're going to cough, at least mute. Dustin says, going to the moon is like a video game. Every time you complete it, the difficulty increases.
Super Mario.
Trip 1 coming in with the Big 5. We can recreate or improve off of the rockets from the 60s. I don't know why the deniers keep straw manning. It just takes a lot and a reason to do so.
Yeah, okay.
And I
We're
believe
going
the
there.
Crucible,
They
shut
want to go.
up. The Crucible crew has rated Jim Bob. Congratulations. There's a whole ton of people watching over on that end. And Rachel came in gifting 10
Thank you, Rachel.
memberships. Hexter came in gifting another 10. Tarmater
gifting another 5. And Joseph Newton with the big 2, destroying these fools all night. Yeah, pretty sure that's the case. Q-Tard, I love your name. Coming in with the big 10. The moon landing is as real as Sarah's love for my stupid YouTube name. I didn't even read that first. Tara Mater, new membership over on Jim Bob's side. Various crazy people says lost technology sounds like a 90s alternative band that didn't make it. That's beautiful. Rachel says Jim Bob is correct about the moon landing. Jason says, what is his take? I'm lost. And that could pertain to any of these fine gentlemen up here. I don't think it's... You can't
you dropped me.
A panelist.
He believes in the moon land. That's totally fine.
No, you cannot.
No, I'll go down. It's fine. You go in, though, Tiki Tack, and defend yourself against EBT. Right? At least jump on. Go ahead, take me down.
Go backstage for a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't care who.
Well, no, drop Flow State instead of Jim Bob. I mean, he hasn't contributed anything to this debate.
Yeah,
so.
Flow State was just about to
Shut
get
up, EBT.
It should have been me from the get-go.
You can buy Jim Bob back on, please and thank you. All right, say goodnight for a moment, Jim Bob. It'll be like 3 minutes, I'm sure.
Hey, so
I wasn't done. Shut the fuck up. John Mosman says with the big 5, can we all just admit that preconceptions and biases inform who we believe is good faith or bad faith? NASA to some is like church to others. Yep. And George Dalton coming in with the big 5, supposedly the greatest thing mankind has ever done, and we lost the telemetry. Thank you. Telemetry data. Right. All right. Continue on.
Oh, so, and thank you, Plumpy, for the cash app.
EBT, I have a question for you. I need to know if you agree with the statement. Do you agree with the statement that...
Who's talking? I'm sorry.
I'm asking... No, hold on. I have an incredibly important question.
I want a 1v1 with Jim Bob right now.
No, hold on. I have to ask EBT a question. EBT, do you agree with the statement that we do not currently have the physical object like the physical objects that would be needed to go to the moon right now?
Adam, is your dad R2D2? Why the
I disagree. I've been to Houston. I've been to the Houston Rocket Museum, and there's literally in one of the hangars is the entire Saturn V rocket. And there's also an Apollo capsule.
Everybody take note.
Lunar lander. I mean, what do you? I don't know what you're
possible. So everybody take note. Enslaved by Truth believes that it is actually possible to go to the moon currently.
Hold on.
And that we have the physical objects.
That was a gotcha. Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, if the Saturn V, if the Apollo project went to the moon, yes, we still have that
technology. The guy with the icon to the bottom next to Truth. What is that?
This one, Teriak? Is it
bottom
Teriak?
Next to Truth.
I'm guessing that's Teriak.
No way, no way you're talking about me. It's impossible.
He said with the guy with the icon on the bottom next to Truth. I don't know who that was.
Yeah, Teriak.
I'm guessing that was Teriak. All right, that was 150.
Yep.
150. Damn.
All right, Teriak. Unless
we got NASA budget. We got NASA budgets coming into the stream all of a sudden. We can go to the moon if we get enough money here.
NASA.
Pardon me for just a moment, gentlemen. Tiki Tack says backstage he wants a 1v1 with Jim Bob. I'm assuming that's what you're utilizing your $100 for at this point now. So I'm going to.
I mean, I got to get out of here.
Later, Muslim.
All right, Jim Bob. So immediately out of the gate, I'm going to concede with you that there is no 100% way to guarantee that we have actually landed onto the moon. And it comes down to an interpretation of the evidence that we have within us to say whether we truly believe into it or not.
No, I disagree with that. Hold on a second. Let me stop you there. It's not down to that, because if you say in 1967 we were able to do heart transplants, you wouldn't say it's up to the interpretation of the data to determine whether or not we're capable of doing it, because we can actually fucking observed doing it. The question is, Ticky Tack, if we did it in 1969 and technology improves, engineering improves, machining improves, finding new sources of material that are workable improves, everything improves. That's the trajectory of all engineering and technology. The question is, if you thought we can go to the moon, the question for you is, why half a century plus 5 years later or something like that, are we incapable of doing something we were once capable of? Why? That's one question. And can you give another example of something we were capable of doing in the same century that we lost capability of doing?
So yes, we have satellites that are going out towards Jupiter. We have them going towards the sun. We have them going towards Pluto. We also have the Voyager 1 and 2 projects that are even going out towards beyond the space of what we were at expectation. So we already have evidence to say that there are technologies that are out there to be able to go out there. The issue is that you're talking about a very
dude. Did I say anything? Just stop.
Stop.
No, stop obfuscating.
No. I'm building.
I didn't say anything about satellites, bro.
You need to understand my claim. But these are not satellites. These are not
satellites. Dodge in the chat.
Dodge.
Big Dodge Charger in the chat.
Yeah, you're talking about the moon landing.
Talking about bringing 3 men to the moon, getting out of fucking thing, dude. You're talking about we're satellites and we send stuff in. I'm not talking about that, dude.
Yeah, but there's more. You just asked for more advanced technology in order to go out even further on that.
What did I ask you, Ticky Tack?
For more advanced
No. Hold on,
technology,
stop.
yes.
What did I ask you?
For more advanced technology.
No, what did I ask you?
That's look, I just repeated.
Repeat what I asked you, please.
I did.
Say it.
I did.
Say the question I asked you.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Obviously, if you can't repeat my question, you're bad faith.
I did.
No, then do it again.
I did. I repeated it.
Do it again.
I repeated multiple
times. And he won't do it. Dodge.
I repeated multiple times.
No, he didn't answer my question.
You're the one dodging here.
No,
you're the one dodging.
You did not answer my question.
You're the one dodging. You're the one dodging.
Okay, you can't answer. You can't repeat my question.
You can't answer any of my questions.
I am asking you a question. I'll ask it again. I'll ask it one more.
Questions too.
I'll ask you one more.
I asked you questions too.
Okay.
I asked you questions too.
It's your claim, right?
No, you have.
You made a positive claim. We went to the. We can go to the moon, right?
Repeating your claims.
I asked. You can't even repeat my question, dude.
Yes,
dodgeball all day.
I did.
Okay, you can't. What is it then? Prove it.
I did.
Prove that you can answer.
I repeated it.
Prove it right now, dude.
I repeated it.
Okay,
I already proved it.
Okay,
I already proved it. I already proved it.
Okay.
The thing is that you're trying to obfuscate when I'm actually on your side on this shit. And I already granted you the idea that it only comes down to the interpretation of the evidence that we have in front of us in order to determine whether you go into
the evidence shows we can't fly.
You can be. Hey, let me complete what I'm actually.
The evidence shows.
Let me complete. I'm not gonna. Let me complete what I want to say. Can I complete what I want to say? Can I complete what I wanted to say? Are you gonna allow me to?
Yeah, say it, dude. Yeah, keep saying.
Are you gonna allow me to? Are you gonna allow me to? Are you gonna allow me to? Can you say yes one more time? 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 No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. Okay, you can't. Can you say yes one more time? Please? Please? I'm asking you nicely. I'm asking you nicely. Can you please say yes one more time? Please? Please? I'm asking you. Like, I'm on your side. I'm on your side. Right? I just don't think your claims are legitimate. You want to reset this? You want to reset this? All right, Sarah, you go jump on in.
Okay, before anybody talks, who is the truther guy that Wrongful Rage said the truther guy? Is that
me? Is that me?
Enslaved by truther?
Enslaved by truther.
Okay, you have been dropped. It wasn't Teriak. He confirmed it in the chat. It wasn't Teriak, but you, EBT, have been dropped.
Oh man, ABT had the muscle. That's why. NASA's real.
Say goodbye, enslaved. We love you. Okay, let's get back to this.
I missed my slave already.
Oh, Mud, I'm going to mute you while you're walking around.
Oh,
making
sorry.
us all dizzy.
My name is not Mud. Sometimes. Hey, I have a question, Jim Bob. Hey, do you make money at doing this whole fingers in the ear? Nah, I can't hear you. I know I've seen you
I don't know,
around.
chat. Do I make money?
Well, I can't imagine that it's from anybody who's got a brain in their body.
Do you have any
Just sitting up
arguments?
here, why don't we go back to the moon? What is on the moon that you want so bad?
Do you have any arguments?
What's a camera
on the moon? Why
Yeah,
do you think it would be worth
Trippy,
going
I
back?
already answered this. There's rare earth metals.
I didn't ask Teriak. I asked the drunk
What's
guy.
on the moon? I don't know. I watched a video on how if we could set up a vantage point on the moon, we could probably study the system from a different view.
Oh yeah, have you seen the photos taken from the moon that were taken by the astronauts, or do you just
Wait,
go,
is that
oh
a
no,
different?
that's
Are you
not real?
you're gonna somewhere else now, or?
No, that's a question. Have you seen the photo
yeah.
of Earth
I think they're
taken
absurd. Yeah.
from the moon?
Yeah, I think they're
and
absurd
it's just not
looking.
real because you don't want to believe it, huh?
No, it's not because I don't want to. I just the overall view of the statement that we went to the moon is inconsistent with how I see reality, and so it would be difficult for me to accept a photograph that would be basically assuming the thing that's in question. That would be called question begging.
Sure. Have you seen the picture of Earth from the satellite before anybody?
Have you
went
seen a
to the moon?
picture of Kamala Harris that's not real?
I don't really care.
So you don't think they're
You don't
fake?
like to answer
Fake
questions.
idiot.
It's a simple question. Have
Okay,
you seen
cool.
The picture of
What is a
Earth that
picture?
was taken from a
Great.
satellite?
That's
by a
question
satellite?
begging.
I don't give a fuck what you.
You don't
think
care
it
if
is
you're
because
begging
you
the
don't wanna
question?
Answer it.
Because you're question begging. Did
No,
you see the
there's a
thing that I think
question,
is
and then
real?
there's a way of answering it, and there's a way of dodging
did
the
you
answer.
did you see the thing that I think is real? That I'm assuming is real. Have you seen that thing?
What do you think is real then?
What I think is real, something I can interact with pretty much directly and replicate.
Would you believe it if I told you that there was a space race going on and we wanted to beat out another country to make ourselves look good?
Yeah, that would be
You would
me.
believe
That would
that.
that would.
So,
dude,
your
gonna let
whole-
me
your whole-
answer?
your-
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to him.
Yeah. So if there was a situation where you optically wanted to make it look like you beat another country, if you didn't have to actually do the thing, I would
Yes.
say that would kind of make sense to lie about it.
Oh, okay. So you can show me the technology that would have been used to fake it.
What? That does not
Oh,
require
yeah, the technology that didn't
camera?
exist at the time.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they
dude,
would
studio?
use.
dude,
Got
dude,
you, man.
what are you
Got you,
talking
man.
Show
about?
me the studio then.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
the
do we
technology,
have?
man.
You can even show me a location that
Yeah, what's
existed at
the
the time.
Do we
that
have?
would
Do we have?
caused that video.
Hold on a second.
Where was that studio at?
Are you saying that at the time the
Yes.
technology? Are you going to let me ask a question? Or
No, I know that your question is, am I saying
What
that at
is
the
it?
time we didn't
You're
have
not
the
gonna let me ask
technology
a question?
to fake the
Yes.
moon landing?
Okay, cool.
I'll even say
Yes,
yes.
that's my actual answer.
So what
is
was
we
I gonna
didn't
ask
even
you?
have the technology to fake it. It was easier to go to the moon.
It's easier to
than it
go
was
to the
take it.
moon than to
What?
convince people who are looking through their TV screens at animations
In
that
the
still
60s,
believe.
yeah.
Hold on, still believe to this day that the animations they saw were real. You're going to tell me
They
it's
were not
hard-
animations in the first
not my
place.
argument.
They
I
were
like
not
you before
animations.
that,
Okay,
Bob.
dude.
Okay,
Okay.
before we all start screaming and
Holy
yelling,
shit,
blah, blah,
dude,
blah,
you're
blah, blah,
dumb.
blah. When they actually showed you, or your parents, because you weren't alive when it happened, right? You didn't witness the actual moon landing footage on,
And who
on
did?
television.
Who did?
They filmed a TV screen and then presented it to the audience, which would have introduced all sorts of artifacting into the actual footage. Plus, it was shot in the 60s, and you're looking at a copy of a copy of a copy of
So
a
you're
copy.
saying it's possible to fake it then?
No,
Good
I'm
job,
not.
dude.
And you can stretch all you want and reach as hard as you can.
You just ended your own argument, dummy.
No, I didn't. You just want me
No,
to.
You just
because I'm
demonstrated.
extremely fucking
You
stupid.
just demonstrated that you can use
Distortions are
technology.
easy to deprecate. Have you ever used Premiere
They
Pro?
filmed a tiny little, like, 2 to 4
You
inch
just
screen and showed everybody the
demonstrated
film
that
because they
you
couldn't
can-
actually present the audio or the video directly to the audience.
You just
because we couldn't stream
demonstrated.
back then. Oh my God, is
you
that
just-
surprising?
So you
That's
just
why there was so much latency. And
Why-
if you would open your ears and actually
Oh my God.
accept
He
new
just-
facts
he's like a
into that
woman. It's
lump you call
unbelievable.
a brain, you might be able to
It's-
understand
You
something
got- you got
that's
a
the
little
inside of your
chin
eyelids.
right there.
No,
Yeah,
Jim
very
Bob,
off-putting.
people finishing their points is spurging. He can't ever shut the fuck up.
Understand how to listen. He only knows how to talk.
You've
Cormaxter, how are you
literally
today?
said nothing.
I'm just wondering to this guy, Jim Bob. Jim Bob, is a Cape Canaveral a fake institute? Is it a fake entity on planet Earth? Do you believe that? 'Cause
Cape
I think
Canaveral?
you're a fucking retard. I think people like you need psychiatric
You're a
asylum.
degenerate, though. Who the f- cares what you think, Goblin?
You believe in virgin
Oh.
birth. Why not believe that the moon landing is fake? So
Cool,
you might
red
as
herring.
well.
No, I
Let
just
me
want to talk
explain
about the
something
moon
to you,
landing
numb-
here.
numb nuts,
Just
numb nuts.
Shut up.
Everyone's
Shut up, you
real.
degenerate.
ICBMs are real.
Bro, do you have AIDS yet or what?
You deny that ICBMs
Do you
are real.
deny? Do you deny? Get the f- out of here, pimp. You're a fucking dirty pimp. You're a pimp. Get out of here. Go back to your porn. Go back to your porn, you degenerate. Bro, your face is AIDS. You have AIDS face. You look like Freddie Mercury.
He looks like a guy that would take the
brush
seat
those
off
teeth.
of a roller chair.
You look like Freddie Mercury runs a pizza parlor. Fuck out of here.
I got the best pizza in all of Brooklyn here.
Go get a B12.
You are. I hope you don't have children.
I hope you
Go yourself. Buzz Aldrin was a fake person. Yes.
No, but we do it the fake.
Yeah, okay, so you brought up Buzz Aldrin. Why did Buzz Aldrin deny that they went?
What do you say to Buzz Aldrin and John
Buzz
Armstrong?
Aldrin.
Yeah, why did Buzz Aldrin deny that they went?
Shouldn't he be making tomato sauce or something?
Denied it. You gotta send me that, Terry.
Right after he did
Bro,
that on
you
the
got-
counter,
Yeah, brush those teeth, Hormaxer.
Bro,
They're getting very yellow.
You got Kathy Bates energy.
Drop
got-
dead, I'd snap you.
Yeah, it's called a toothbrush. Use it, yeah?
I hope you don't have kids, really.
I already have
Man,
3.
Hormaxer being on my side.
And that was
denied
it.
the moon landing. Holy fuck.
And you're done. And you're
Terry,
toast.
Buzz Aldrin punched a dude in the face for telling him to his face that he didn't go to the moon. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he's on camera saying that, yeah, we faked it. We didn't go.
Conan show, right? Yeah, on the
It's
Conan
not
show.
like he's 95 and could possibly have something wrong with his brain or anything.
So,
That's
yeah,
not
but
possible.
the guy who literally supposedly went is denying it.
Okay.
Yeah, he can deny all he wants. He's 95. I don't trust his.
Yeah, so then how do you know? How do you know that he's telling the truth?
How
or
do
not?
you know that he's telling the truth? Then?
Well, you're just avoiding the question there.
He's not having a senior moment.
Because again, you're basically turning around and you're saying, well, we believe these guys now, but then, oh yeah, no, he's just old age. That's just dementia or whatever.
Would you believe that Joe
This was
Biden
like 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
Then he was 85.
Well, hold on.
Didn't sniff children.
Hold on. Give me just a quick thing. What exactly is the argument here, Teriak? Because no matter what, like assuming he's being genuine in both cases, then he's lying at least once. So either you think he's reliable or you don't think he's reliable.
Adam, why did you? Adam,
that's what I'm saying. Like you were saying, oh, we got to trust NASA and all this kind of shit because they'd never lied to us.
Adam,
the guy who supposedly actually went.
Nobody here made that claim.
Is literally on tape saying, yeah, no, we never went.
What did he say?
And Buzz Aldrin is also on tape saying that they did go. What's your point?
Exactly.
Yeah, why would he say they didn't go?
He said both.
For any number of reasons.
Do this, if you don't mind. I'm going to go ahead and read these. Thank you kindly. Okay, I think I left off here. Why are they having trouble landing now when it was easy the first time? Sus, says
Syriac
Paige.
doesn't understand sarcasm.
Jeremy coming in with a Big 10. Manure meat needs more time. Shut the up time. Yes, and he is gone for the evening. Joseph with the big 2. Jim Bob and Flo make a good team. Jess says, is that Manure the guy whose holy prophet liked those way too much? Yes, absolutely. That was the one. Joseph says, Flo for the layup. Various crazy people says he wants a one-on-one with Jim Bob. Make sure he has a condom. Following up, he says, we can go to the moon. We just need to stop funding EBT cards so we have the money to fund it. And you're welcome to add a quick response through any of these if you have something, but make it quick. Joel says with the big 5, we got there in 69 with calculator technology. Now we can't do it.
It's not the argument.
CFO comes in with a big
make an argument.
super sticker for me to just tell you all to shut the
Thank you, CFO.
I'll respond. Hold on. You said we can respond to some.
Yep.
Someone said that's not the argument. Mud said make an argument. Please, I've actually not heard one person when I asked this very direct question. If a technology and a capability exists in 1 year for any given technology or something we can do engineering wise, why is it that the moon bringing men to the moon, right, and riding around on buggies, why is it that one technology doesn't fit the same trajectory of every other engineering category? I'm just asking.
We still have the same technology to do the calculations.
One word, bro. Not only is it a specific.
That's a non sequitur.
Math isn't engineering, okay?
Like we're gonna
I didn't ask if you could do calculations.
Computers do math.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Computers.
That is what you asked.
Well, so let me destroy this. So ticky-tack.
The math.
Ticky-tack. There are calculations that in string theory that prove that there's at least another 10 or 11 dimensions. Do you believe there's 10 or 11 dimensions? You're talking about mathematics. You're talking about mathematics.
Math is descriptive, dummy.
Math is descriptive.
I'm talking about engineering application, dummy.
Yeah, and Teriak is talking about string theory.
I'm talking about application.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Notice how you can't answer. Notice how you can't answer.
You don't need to yell.
I asked this one question. They
You don't need to yell into your mic. You don't need to yell into your
You
mic.
guys
Yeah, because Jim Bob, the reason is because they now realize that their belief or their truth is based on faith.
Talk too much, Jim Bob. Shut the
prepared to come in here for this conversation.
Oh, we got a new one? Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Look,
Bring it.
Bring
it, dude.
Jim Bob, by the way, just to give you a little background information, Lawyer Dog believes that the Eucharist or the body of Christ was actually mushrooms.
Hold on, Teriak. So I've already responded to the question that Jim Bob posed, and I've
Does
responded
anybody
to it in two
ever
different
like
ways.
stop and listen to what anybody's saying, or are we just all yelling
Nobody
at
ever
the
talks to
screen?
listen to anybody.
Well, we prod their dogma and they lose their
Trib
No,
was
I-
coming in with the big 5.
Dogma.
Actually, I can see why
I don't have
Andrew and
dogma.
Jim. Trib 1 coming in with the big 5. Actually, I can see why Andrew and Jim Bob don't debate. There would be no winner. It would just be one phrase per person repeated over and over. Sarah comes in with the big 5. He's the only person more annoying than me. Probably referring to all of you. John says, I am not a NASA simp, but Jim Bob is always meta debating to avoid the arguments on
Not even
topic.
close, dude. I talk about technology.
Bullseye.
Extremely specific.
I'm so specific right now.
Extremely.
Oh,
Can't get more
It's not
specific.
meta. It's not meta.
Hold on. I just want to make this point. Like, the people on the pro moon landing side are being accused of not responding. I responded to Jim Bob's exact point multiple times. He just wants to pretend like that it isn't a coherent response.
No,
that I gave
it wasn't
when it
because
is.
what did you
No,
bring
it
in,
is.
Adam?
It is.
Adam, what did you
It
bring
is.
up? I'm talking to Adam. Shut the f up.
Yeah,
Adam.
I'm sorry. Adam was talking. And you interrupted him.
Adam, can I just talk to Adam for a second?
Everybody, Jim Bob.
I just want to respond to Adam. Shut the f up, dude.
Jim Bob. Annoying, Jim.
All I had to do was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl.
Bob, you were speaking to Adam.
Yeah, I was speaking to Adam. Adam,
Please,
I
everybody else
appreciate you trying to I appreciate you giving a response, but if you're referring to, well, there was a time back in the day, I forgot, I don't know if you mentioned aqueducts or something similar,
So,
right? You were
well, I can explain it now.
Okay.
My claim is that you're using the term technology differently than Dom Pettit was using it, but I was trying to provide an example that matches your specific definition of technology.
Can you give me my answer? Can you give me my question though, Adam, just to make you understand?
So the initial question was, can you refer to a technology which went backwards, and then later on you changed it to, can you provide a specific technology in the fields of engineering?
Can we say engineering just to be clear?
Okay, well, I genuinely don't know if the specific example I gave, which is Roman concrete, which was lost for a time and then rediscovered later, that did literally happen.
Okay, hold on a second. No, hold on. Let's
hold on.
stop.
So
dude, wait,
hold on.
Oh my gosh.
All I want to point out is that this is a specific example that meets your criteria.
It's not valid. It's not valid. Why? I'll tell you why it's not valid. Can I tell you why it's not valid? I'll tell you why it's not valid. I'll tell you it's not valid because let me tell Adam. You guys want to protect him. White knighting. Hold on. Let me correct.
I'm on your
You
side.
guys are white knighting. You guys are white knighting right now.
Let's say we are white knighting. What does that mean?
Can I just talk to Adam then? If these guys are going to protect him.
I'm going to give you the dog again if you don't shut the up. Jim Bob and Adam, please, everyone else, just shut up.
Okay, Adam. If you lost a specific kind of way of making concrete, does it follow that you lost all ways of making concrete to produce the same outcome?
Yes.
What?
So okay,
So you lose.
let me explain. So a specific kind of concrete is a specific outcome. So if you cannot produce the same kind of concrete, you are necessarily producing a different outcome.
No. Hold on.
Yes.
No.
Okay. So Jim Bob, imagine in your head if I have two different forms of concrete that I produce using different methods.
You just debunked yourself. Two different kinds of concrete.
Yes. Hold
You
on.
just debunked yourself.
Let me finish the sentence.
Two different kinds of what?
Finish. So two different kinds of concrete.
That serve a certain purpose.
Now hold on. So the claim I'm making is that one kind of concrete is separate and is a different outcome than another kind of concrete.
Okay, cool. Let me like use another analogy. There is a woman, a part of a family in Italy, who makes a specific kind of pizza. The recipe is lost, therefore all pizza is lost.
I never claimed that all concrete was lost. I never claimed that all concrete was lost.
It's over, dude. It's over.
Yeah, he tried to walk you into saying that, but now we're going to dwell on it.
At no point did I say that.
It's the same exact entailment, dude.
It's not
what you're forgetting is that you can make better concrete. So
can you make better concrete than the
you
lost
literally
one?
make better concrete.
Hold on. This is just a bullshit categorization game. No, this is just a categorization game. All you're doing is you're saying I can move around the categories to make myself right.
Can you make better concrete than the lost one? Yes or no?
Likely.
Yes, great.
No.
That's the end of your argument. If you could make better concrete than the lost one, you've proven my point.
Well, no, it isn't.
You don't have a point.
Well, actually, so first of all, whether or not a
It's
form of concrete is better or worse depends on the usage of the concrete. So the reason I say likely is because you can probably find a specific use case.
Did
more
concrete
likely
get
than
better?
Do we not have better rockets now than 1969?
Hold on.
Did concrete get better?
Hold on,
dude.
Did concrete get better? Yes or no?
Hold on. The problem with your
Give me an
argument,
answer.
Jim Bob, I'm trying to respond to something you said before you got on this.
Did
this
concrete
weird
get
track.
better? Yes or no?
Jim does not
I don't
let
know.
anybody speak. Okay, just get that through your head.
So I literally cannot possibly answer that question because I don't know what you mean by better. Now, different.
Okay, Jordan Peterson.
Let me explain what I mean by that. When you're literally appealing to teleology here, and I need to know what makes a better or worse concrete and do a comparative analysis. Now, the problem, hold on. Now, let me respond to what you said before, which is what I've been trying to do for a while here. What you're doing is a game of shifting around categories. Now,
Concrete is one category.
Now, hold on. Let me explain how the game works and why you're just shifting around categories to make your point.
Is concrete one category? Yes or no?
Shifting.
Hold on. Yeah. Let me explain.
So you won't answer.
So, yes, the answer is contained in the answer to a previous statement, which you don't want me to actually answer to, because you made a previous statement.
Is modern concrete better than Roman concrete?
In some senses, probably yes. In other
so we didn't
senses,
lose the
probably
technology.
no.
Then we didn't lose the technology. Your argument's over. We didn't
Let
lose any
me
technology.
explain why this is merely a categorization game. You don't want me to make this argument. You're trying to prevent me from making the argument.
Let him speak so we can hear what he has to say.
Okay, why don't you shut up too?
You shut up.
Why don't you fill in your teeth, dude?
There are different categories you can make. Okay, so
you're whistling. You're trying to talk, but you're whistling.
Hey, man, can you let a man make a point, or are you afraid of hearing somebody else
You're still
talk
talking too.
Oh my Jesus.
Okay, shut up.
I'll wreck you next, dude, Madonna. What are you doing here, Madonna impersonation?
The reason this is a categorization game. The reason this is a categorization game is because you're saying that you're specifically limiting it to technology to get to the moon, and you're saying nothing outside of that would qualify as anything similar. When I could point to space travel in general as a category, or simply technology to get, say, something onto the moon. Whereas I could also say, in the same sense, that Roman concrete is a specific thing. So that's the only thing I'm talking about here. In the similar sense that you're saying that technology to get to the moon is a specific thing. So you can literally swap out any different categories in order to make this argument correct. And this is actually entirely arbitrary. This is a categorization game. It's a form of advanced equivocation,
bro. Right? You could use fucking the building techniques of the pyramids. Like, yeah, we don't know how to do that. What makes you think that we can't do that now?
See, if you're using space travel, the specific way that Jim Bob is doing this is he would say, oh, well, we can still construct buildings. Therefore, we didn't actually lose the technology to make the pyramids, although the specific kind, those are gone. This is a categorization game.
Now, when you don't know how they're built, you have no idea if it was technology or freaking magic.
Adam,
we know how the rockets were built. Do we or do we not have better rockets?
Adam, can I ask you a question?
Adam, yeah.
If the question is whether or not we can achieve outcome B, do you think achieving outcome B is a different question than how you achieve outcome B?
As to whether or not the outcome was achieved or not?
Yeah, like the question of whether or not you can do B, right? Whatever the task is, the outcome. Is that a different question than whether or not you use the same means to achieve B?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you understand what's in question with the moon landing is whether or not you can achieve B? So if someone builds a Model T, let's say we lose all of the engineering for Model T, it's gone, somehow it got destroyed in a new Alexandria fire. The question isn't whether or not it's lost or it's hard to build. The question is whether or not the minds that continue the tradition of engineering could quite easily replicate that B. The outcome B called a Model T. Do you understand?
Yes. And I do believe that with the current technology, it is in fact easier to make a rocket to go to the moon, and technology meaning base of knowledge. It is in fact easier than it was in the 60s. The other claim is that when Don Pettit is saying technology, he means physical objects, not knowledge base.
Okay, so can you give an example of in the same era with the same agency? You're basically arguing something worse, Adam. It's that you're actually arguing a really bad argument, which is that to say that within the same century, the same exact agency that holds the same knowledge, that's all internal, by the way, totally top-down, government controlled. You're saying that they lost the technology, right, in the shortest time frame, when we can point to examples of being able to replicate ancient outcomes using new technology. You're saying it makes sense.
No, this is not the point. They didn't lose the technology. They don't have the infrastructure base to make it anymore.
That's not true. They just said we have better rockets.
Different kind of thing.
That's not true. What you just said.
When
did you just lied, dude.
So hold on. So the claim I'm making here is really specific. I'm saying that yes, they absolutely could rebuild the physical objects, and with the Artemis 2 project. And for the record, I was wrong on how the Artemis 2 project worked. The Artemis 2 project with 20 rockets is basically just a fancy multi-stage system, but you can say multiple rockets, so it actually works the same as like the Apollo mission, but that's a different topic. I just feel the need to correct myself there, but that's a different thing.
This is where
but hold on. But this doesn't go against my position at all to say that it's still hard, just easier. Like after your 20th time beating Dark Souls, it's still hard, but it's obviously a lot easier. Dark Souls is a hard fucking game.
Well, this is where panelist arguments are actually really bad when they say that they lost this technology, because the thing is that engineers are extremely bad with documentation.
Oh, fucking
my god, no. Don't play that. Don't
I don't
do
even think
that.
Adam will let. I don't even think Adam will agree with that.
Yeah,
that as
don't
an
do
argument.
that. Don't do that. It's the greatest achievement in human history. The greatest achievement in human history, and they fucking lost it.
They're really bad with speaking
The
in
one
public.
thing that we did more than any
So,
other
so
people.
wait, tick-tack.
Multiple questions I need to ask.
Tick-tack. So are you saying that reverse engineering is impossible?
No.
It doesn't matter. We don't use that.
Yeah, so then your whole argument gets blown out the window.
No,
You didn't document it, bro, so we can't do it.
We use
Yeah, that's
digital
done,
shit
dude.
now,
Ticky-tack,
so we
listen to what
wouldn't
he just
even
said, dude.
Use the same technology from the time. You guys are being boneheaded about this.
Ticky-tack.
And you sounded like a fucking rock.
Teriak just blew you out, dude.
Will you let me make my argument?
It's easy to just
Will you let me
fucking
make
look
my
at it.
argument?
just debunked you.
Yes, no, yes, no. Will
Also-
you let me make my argument? Yes, no, yes, no.
Who is this
yes?
Berg? Shut up.
Oh,
I think he's broke again.
Idiot, get out of here, dude.
Let me make my argument, right? Will
You
let
don't
me
have
make
an
my
argument. You don't even know what an argument entails. Like, what consists of an argument.
Will
You
you
don't
let
even
me
know what
make
an
my
argument
argument?
is.
Will
You know,
let
you
me
should
make
have a
my
little more
argument?
respect
Will
for
you let me
Ticky
make
Tack.
my
He did
argument?
actually spend
Will you
money
let
to
me
be
make
here.
my argument?
That's true.
Will you let me make my
Just saying,
argument?
like, that's
Will you let me
good
make
point.
my argument?
Yeah, make one, kid.
Okay. And so when it comes to the 1960s, when they were machining things,
That's
they
a story, not an argument.
I'm making
Here
an
we go.
argument.
Finish.
I'm making an argument. Shut up. In the
Pussy face.
in the
Santa Claus
1960s,
face.
people were machining parts together. They weren't actually documenting like, oh, it has to fit within these criteria. They were facing it, and
They were improving? Wait,
Early
improv?
IQ
Yes
or
and?
what?
Yes
There's
and
just-
engineering?
Yeah,
you
Just here's a
fucking
bunch
idiot.
of parts. Figure it out,
You're
boys.
such a fucking idiot.
How much do
Grab
you
a file, start getting it.
You fucking idiot.
Oh my
You should
gosh.
be ashamed of yourself.
Have you machined
Oh no.
machine parts, Jim Bob?
You're
I'm a
telling me they
metalsmith.
took more time making wooden carts
I'm a metalsmith.
and
you
make
dumbass.
diagrams?
Have you machined parts?
Yes, I'm a metalsmith.
Okay.
Many.
How do
Yeah.
you machine parts?
I'm a machinist.
When you have two parts,
Mud's a machinist. I'm a metallurgist. You don't know what you're talking about.
When you have two parts together, when you face them
When you put
together,
the parts together.
look, you guys are not even listening. You guys are not even listening.
Because you're a joke.
You're not dealing with the reverse
You're
engineering
not
part.
even listening. You're not even listening.
Go ahead. No, let the clown talk. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell us. Teach us.
No.
Teach
I'm not
us.
talking. No. You.
Teach
You're
us.
calling me a clown.
You are a
calling me
clown. Look at your avatar, dude.
I'm the clown, dude. I'm the clown. I'm
You're talking to
trippy.
Ticky-tack.
Ticky's the guy
Teach
talking
us.
to you.
Teach us.
Ticky's up over there. I'm the
Oh,
clown.
sorry. My bad. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Oh man, I wish that was you.
He meant
Go ahead.
literally.
Go ahead, Tiki Talk. Tell us how we improv engineering and machining.
No.
Yeah, you can't.
I'll give you a turn. I got a cool thing to bring up.
Hey, I don't know if you guys knew this, but like 3D printers are super hot nowadays, and
That's
so
doesn't
mad.
matter.
Tiki Tack's so mad.
Yeah, I am mad. I am mad.
Make your argument, little guy.
No. Fuck you.
Okay. Wow.
Ticky-tack, I've never seen you this upset.
He's so mad. He loves the moon so much.
It's because nobody's allowing me to talk.
He went
Is it
to.
because your mama told you she loved you to the moon and back, and now
She got you. Yeah, she got you blankets with the rockets on it and the little thermos that you suck out of the top of the rocket, right?
definitely got stars on his ceiling.
Why are you
for
so
sure.
invested, dude? Why are you so invested? Listen to yourself.
Because I want to have
You're a mess, dude.
Because I like you, Jim Bob, and I want
Yeah,
to
but
have
you're
real
a mess. Make your
conversation, and all of a
argument.
sudden you just. But the thing is, you never allowed me to make my original argument.
Go. We're all listening here, buddy.
It's already way past.
Give
that.
us your testimony.
Continue.
All right. If we want to move way back to originally what I wanted to prove, so we're already under this assumption that we have certain evidence presented in front of us, and we can make a deduction whether we believe in the moon landing or we believe not to. But there's nobody that actually prove whether we've been to the moon or not. So it comes down to the idea of what evidence best suits the individual, and I'm here to try to work you through those things.
That's a
say,
cool
like,
story. Can you make an
that-
argument, dude? You sound like a fucking woman.
So the evidence that you're talking about, present it. Present that.
You know, charitable right there.
Stories,
Jim
dude.
Bob. Jim Bob, I was being charitable to you right then.
Stop
and
the
there.
story.
Jim
But
Bob,
yeah,
you got
do the
10
evidence
minutes
thing.
back. hold on. Ticky Tack, come back. Jim Bob's got 10 minutes backstage unless somebody buys him back up. Hold on. All right, Ticky Tack, get back up here. Come on, you got this. I believe in you, champion. you normally come on here and just slaughter a panel, Ticky Tack.
Sarah, since I kind of want to call him Jizzbeard, but I don't want to be that mean. Since he's in the back, I do have a question that he's probably not going to hear. If we never went to the moon, Jim Bob, how the f are mirrors up there that people on a regular basis bounce lasers off and then measure the distance?
Right.
They
Prove
put
it.
the mirrors on the moon physically.
You prove it by firing the laser and have it come back.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
So
the issue is that you just take that for granted.
Yeah. So just take a
Terriac.
picture of it.
Terriac, do you have
Dude,
an
we
answer
got
for
like
that, since you were arguing against the moon landing?
Yeah, so if you're scientific, you'd be able to test that for yourself. But can you test that for yourself?
You can test it yourself.
Yes, you can point a laser at the moon and hit it directly. Yes, they have the coordinates. You
Yeah,
name it
so
at.
go ahead.
Effigy knows shit. You guys
Turn
come
on
here, you
turn
wanna
on
argue
the
not
camera
knowing
and
anything
show us
just
the proof.
repeating the same shit
Or how about
Bounce your lasers,
in
bro.
2010
Find me
when,
a video.
when the Chinese lunar surveyor was taking images of the surface of the moon and took
Video.
a picture of one of the lunar landing sites.
But you have not done this.
I'm sure I can, actually.
Yeah, no, I know.
Just
But how are you sure you can? You're taking it on faith.
No, I'm not. You're taking it
Yes,
on
you
faith.
are.
You heard one guy say, I don't believe in the moon landing. And you were like, you know what? I want to be special like him. I want to pretend I know more than other people.
No, again, I'm just saying that the
that's
argument
why
that we did,
honestly,
it's
you
full of
just-
So what
holes.
did
Like
you
Swiss cheese.
appeal to? You heard a bunch of guys say we landed on the moon, so you believed
You
it?
like
Is
being
that
a contrarian?
is that
You
the
should just
argument?
admit that. What was that, Mr. Guy with hat?
Is that the argument? You heard a bunch of guys that said the moon landing is real, so that's how you believe it? Because we're still waiting on the evidence thing. Like, the evidence thing is what we're waiting for.
I actually
So,
do.
like, what about moon
Gee.
rocks? Are moon rocks not evidence?
Check it out.
Yeah,
This is my
the
little
moon rocks that they just proved that whatever
panel.
country just tested and they found out it was some volcanic rock. That one
See,
that
there's my
just
spaceship.
happened. Like what moon rocks? The ones you can't touch?
No, you
Like
can't.
I don't know what.
Are you crazy?
What is
You
a
know
rock?
it's-
The
Did
moon.
you
Oh,
know-
hold on. Hey, okay, here's a better argument. I don't even believe this, but here's a better argument. The moon, which used to be a giant chunk of the Earth that got hit by an asteroid, split off
it's
at
not.
some point, became the moon. So it
It's
should
not.
have the same mineral content and everything, unless it got hit by a bunch of other
It's
random
not,
asteroids.
though.
It's
Dude,
under
it's
collision
not.
theory, but collision theory has been debunked a long time ago.
I thought that was the whole. I thought that was the whole deal. The moon was a rock.
Gentlemen, I need to voice confirm somebody.
Sorry.
Isadore, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are we going to show anything
Sweet.
on screen that shouldn't be on here, like penises, boobies, stuff like that?
That's my job.
No, I'm not. Absolutely not. I'm not a degenerate.
confident? Okay.
I am totally confident. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can't show poopies. I'm gonna have to delete my channel.
Jim
No
Bob is
YouTube too.
speaking from the back chat. He said they bounced a laser 1962, and he said, Sarah, tell them that MIT bounced a laser off the moon in 1962 before the supposed mirror.
It was a much more powerful mirror. I mean, laser.
Oh, so they had better lasers in 1962 than they do now? Is that what it is? Is that what
A
happened?
while back, they fired a fucking laser at the ISS. But I'm
pretty sure they've been firing lasers that. Pretty sure they've been firing lasers at California and Hawaii for the past year, but
He's
that's a whole nother thing.
This is reviewed before the mirrors.
To the chat, $5 will buy Jim Bob back on. He's
I'm
got
sure they
about 6 more minutes left, so just so you know that we can do that if you buy him back up. But he's been
Okay,
put
so-
backstage. Go ahead.
Can I just? I don't want to take up the panel's time that much. I just got a quick question. A quick question for the side that's kind of denying the moon landing. Got a quick question for you guys. So, you state that there isn't enough evidence to support the moon landing, but by that same logic, the ISS, the International Space Station, doesn't exist based on your guys' argument too, because you need the same levels of evidence. So, what do you got to say for that?
Not even. That's a totally. That's one of those category errors. The moon.
I'm using your logic.
Is not
I'm
space,
using your
right?
logic. I'm using your logic.
Yeah,
So you guys
your
say
logic though.
that
The
there's-
moon is not space though, right? Like that's the whole
no,
point.
I'm using your logic.
Yeah, we're not talking
and
about
applying
the
it
International
to the
Space
ISS.
Station.
So does the ISS exist?
That's
based
a
on your
whole
demands
different
for evidence?
conversation and set of
Well, answer the
parameters
question.
when it
Stop
comes
dodging
to.
it. Don't be a goon. Just answer the question.
Oh, stop dodging it. Sorry, I thought you said.
Yeah,
I thought
you're
you said
dodging
somebody's
it.
name.
You're
No,
saying
I'm
that
not
there's-
dodging the
Let me
International
finish.
Space Station.
Does it exist?
What do you mean? Let me finish. You asked the question.
As
and you claim
far
he's not
as
answering,
what do you
but then
mean?
now we're
Like
talking.
are you saying there's a building spinning around up in the sky in space?
No. Does the
I don't believe
International
that's real.
Space Station
No.
exist? So you don't even
No,
believe the
I do not
International Space
believe-
Station exists?
Go outside and
I
look
do
at it.
not
He doesn't believe in
believe
it.
in outer space there is a
You don't believe in
building
outer
flying
space?
around in a circle.
Holy
I do
shit.
not believe that.
Okay, so the ISS doesn't exist. Other countries don't use the ISS. It's not a thing. Is that, I have you on record saying that?
Hey, when China or another country makes it to the moon, these guys will say that was fake too. And it was
No,
nasty.
because the story that we're given with the moon landing is that they were able to have all this sophisticated technology, but then they weren't able to replicate it. They were just like, "Yeah, we've done it. That's it."
wasn't
And just walked away.
Explain the ISS.
This is like my
Can you explain
Yeah,
the
because
existence of the ISS?
even in that case, it's been constantly being upgraded. They've constantly been sending out missions to it. But with the moon, all of a sudden, no, we can't do it.
Do you realize that?
Then how does the International Space Station even exist?
Okay, fine.
It's in outer space.
Okay, I just showed you how it's different between the two.
Kindly, Teriak, I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me get through a few more, okay? These people are waiting to hear these. Tarmater comes up with a big 5 for the skit. Various crazy people says Tiki Tac has verbal hemorrhoids. Fair enough. Mike says, thanks for having the balls to actually discuss the topic. You know, I didn't even think this was going to be that big of a hit. I didn't think this was so... Ugh.
I mean, I came...
Q-Tard says, 1969, no, we did not have the GFX to make it look... Oh, graphics to make it look that good. Modern
It didn't look
movies
good, dude.
can barely fake believable spacecraft.
It
I
didn't
told
look
you
good.
why it didn't look good, but
didn't.
you don't want to accept that as an explanation because you just don't want to.
It's real because it looks so fake.
No, nobody ever said that. I said that it looked
Elon
like
Musk
that
did.
because it's a copy of a copy of a copy
I'm
of a
sorry,
copy.
Mud.
I'm not Elon
I'm
Musk.
sorry, Mud.
I'm joking. I'm
I admit
joking.
I haven't been paying too much attention on the panel list. When did Elon Musk come on? Is Elon Musk on the panel right now?
No,
I was joking.
He just said.
Oh my god.
Okay.
All right, sorry, Sarah.
Guys. Justin coming in with a big 2. Never trust a cringe Lord Joker VTuber avatar.
Well, don't talk about Jim Bob like that.
CFO with the big 19 or big 17 at 17 years old got Instagram defeated by an egg. I don't know what that means. Wrongful rag with 5 more made by Jim Bob memberships. Micro Phoenix with the $5 just for me to tell you all you're a bunch of tards arguing on the internet. Wrongful Rage with the Big 10. Hey, this has been fun, but I got a donut to Riz before bed. Bye, Post Hose. It'll never die, Sarah. No, the jizz donut will never die. John with the Big 2. I got 99 problems and a Spurg ain't one. This has been a panel full of Spurgs. Dr. Tetanus with the Big 5. Through a series of smoke and mirrors, a grouping of tubes and Kubrick, we were able to do something that is impossible to do today. And whatever the hell that says at the end.
Kubrick, Jim Bob, did you get that message I sent you on Instagram? It was that video of Kubrick apparently giving his whole thing.
Stanley Kubrick.
About how he faked it.
How they said that Stanley Kubrick helped fake.
Well,
the
no,
moon
it's
landing
a
because he
video of
Mud. You're bringing Jim. Mud's in the back. Mud's in the back. Go ahead.
I don't know, Jim Bob. Did you get that thing from that guy?
Oh yeah, that was actually not Stanley Kubrick, so that was fake.
Oh really? Okay.
Oh, how do you know?
Kubrick is fake.
How do you know it's fake? Well, you can use it was his face, so you can actually compare it to the real Stanley Kubrick, and to a high level of.
What if they use those special effects to change his face?
I need a fist bump hand.
Yeah, well,
the
thing
bump,
of
Jim Bob,
you still
is
reading
like a lot of
Superchats?
people.
Let me get through just a few more because we are again 30 minutes behind on them. Trib 1 coming with the big 2. If Elon said, "Hey, come to Mars with me," would you go? Everybody, quick yes or no.
Never be the first.
I would, yeah, exactly. I would be like the 10th maybe in line.
I'd say no too.
I'd see how it goes first.
I would want Tyriak to go before me.
I'm a reluctant fan of Elon Musk.
It would be funny
because the H-1B visa thing made me like him less, but overall I like Musk.
Hey, did you see the thing about
Hold
Elon
on.
faking gameplay?
Let me
and then getting
finish
mad?
these. Carney with the new membership over on Jim Bob's and Wrongful Rage says, Lawyer Dog, you came to go into the back, but first tell them how mushrooms took us to the moon. Yes, we had a whole conversation the other night about mushrooms in the Bible. Nobody knows, nobody understands. Justin says, you fund research when there's no price tag, but to repeat something, you know the price. How much does it cost to go back to the moon?
Good question.
Go ahead and answer.
Yeah, I don't know. That's for them. That's a decent question to ask, though. It's like
anybody can answer that.
I can say kind of an answer. I know that the reason that we don't go back is because there's really no reason to, other than to make people think or make people that go, it was fake, be able to say, oh, well, they did it this time. That would be the only actual like good thing that would come out of it. Would be like, oh, hey, look, we went this time, so I guess last time maybe we did.
Well, the question is like more like we know how much a B, like one of those B bombers are or whatever, right? We understand.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? So like when we spend money on things that are called engineering, I think it's totally rational and reasonable for people to go, how much does it cost to produce this product? And they go, well, it's a lot, but we just can't seem to produce it for you. And we're like, well, you produced it before, we had a B-2 bomber and, let's go back and pretend we had a B-2 bomber in 1969. Imagine paying money for the expectation of the B-2 bomber, but they can't do the B-2 bomber and they keep giving you reasons why you can't. And then they have panels that are fucking populated by you guys who are like, you fucking don't believe in the B-2 bomber? And I'm like, just produce the B-2 bomber, dude.
There's exactly that happened to the government. There was that plane that was costing $1 trillion per year for research that didn't get developed.
So is that a good idea to keep paying then?
Well, no, but
then why are you supporting NASA then? That just debunks your entire defense of it.
I support NASA because they've created much more than just us going to the moon once. Memory
I
foam.
popped that quote up in chat multiple times tonight. I hope all of chat realizes how disingenuous this argument has been.
Exactly.
The quote is very mundane.
Cool.
NASA helps. So NASA does launch a lot of satellites. They aren't the only organization that does that.
Yeah, but they've also created like thousands of things scientifically that we use on a regular basis. They've worked on camera lenses. They've worked on memory foam. They've worked on a lot of tech.
Ceramics.
Aside from those two things that are the only two I can think of right now. But, little brain damage from tonight. You know what? Hey, Jim Bob.
I love
I'm going to poke you in the belly button.
Yeah, we can all agree on Tang, right? Let's come together on Tang.
He actually giggled.
Jim
Bob coming in with the big 50 for a small bottle of tequila and the tacos you wanted. Thank you so kindly. This has been one. I might actually need to go find a drink after this one. Rage coming in with the big 10. Bye on this side too. Be good. Stay blessed. I appreciate you, Wrongful Rage and Wrongful Rag. Church of Four says Dark Souls. Real men play Stardew Valley. Heart Ponder, I think you're on screen. So the ISS is fake too, because astronauts are spending way more time in that station than a trip to the moon, and same amount of evidence is seen.
Hold on, just on the ISS. So personally, I'm agnostic on the moon landing, but I think a lot of the arguments against.
Oh, now you're agnostic.
Yes, I've been
Watch them attack you. Watch them. Look at them. Look at them lick their lips.
But the thing about the ISS has been photographed from Earth by civilians. There's basically no chance the ISS is fake.
Don't we have photographs of the moon landing? From Earth to the moon?
We
do. We have taken pictures of their landing site.
The more interesting question is whether or not the moon.
I don't care if it's interesting. I care if it's sound.
What?
I don't care if it's interesting. I care if it's sound. We've taken pictures of the landing site from Earth to the moon many times, and we've directed lasers to it.
So just let me finish the statement. The more interesting question to me is whether or not the first moon landing was faked or not. I think it's possible that the first moon landing was faked and the rest, and like some of the other ones were real. That seems
Based on
more
what?
realistic. Because the U.S. had a motivation. Like the main thing that makes me think
Motive?
that the
Who
moon
had the motivation? Who in
the-
government had the motivation? Who?
Well, just let me finish the sentence.
Well, yeah, I just can't grant
The
you these
main-
things. You say the government has motivations. Well, who are these people in government that had motivations?
Look, okay,
Who?
so okay,
America.
just for everybody in the future, I'm going to explain something about how I talk. First, what I do is I make a claim, and then after I
Fucking
make
argue.
a claim, I state the supporting evidence for the claim. Okay, so if you
Okay,
wait
so
a
who? I'm
second
waiting.
after I make a claim, I'll back
Calm
it up.
down. Stop.
This is
flirting.
just how
Calm
I
down.
talk generally.
Calm down.
So maybe
Well, you talk
maybe
like
I
a
should do it
retard.
backwards.
Calm
Maybe
down.
first I should state all the supporting evidence and then
Well,
state the
calm
claim.
down.
Maybe people
Calm
will
down.
interrupt
You're
me. later.
spurging. Chill out. Smoke a cigarette.
He's
Okay.
actually not spurging. He's saying something, and then you're basically clogging him up, so he can't justify what he's saying.
Okay.
I want
So-
to know who in the government.
He's
I
still
want to
doing
know who in the government is plotting this. Who has these intentions? You haven't named any names. You just said the government.
Okay, so
Is it the Lolly Lule Lo? Who is it?
Well, I think it was probably the Patriots. I think all these people
It
were
was
probably
probably
pretty
the
patriotic.
Patriots.
Yes.
Tom Brady
in the government.
No, he was making a reference to the Metal Gear Solid game series where
Yeah.
the major villains are named the Patriots. But anyway, but they certainly would be patriotic because the time period we're talking about is the Cold War. And the reason why it would make sense is because they want to win the space race. However, the main reason I think that, and I do believe this is actually strong evidence, is that the Russians didn't give them shit for it. I do genuinely think that the Russians would have claimed that this was fake and provided evidence that it was fake if they actually believed it was fake. Which is the main reason why I think the initial moon landing was real. I think it. I don't know. Maybe they made fake footage and the moon landing was there. There are actually more options than it was fake and they faked the footage, or it was real and the footage is real. It could be they have fake footage, but the moon landing was real. That's also a possibility.
That's possible too. Yeah, that's possible.
So there's actually a bunch of different options here. But the main
but your main contention, if we go 2 steps back, so if we go 2 steps back, your main contention is that civilians can see the International Space Station. But I posited to you that civilians can see the landing site from Earth to the moon.
So I would say regarding Earth to
and
the
then
moon,
from there, hold on, I'm not done. Hold on, wait. I'm not done. Let me
He's
finish.
not done.
Go for it.
The civilians can see the landing site from Earth to the moon, but then your refutation for that was that the government had some sort of nefarious intent. When I asked you who in the government, couldn't name any names, and you pivoted to the Russians. So you didn't necessarily answer my question.
So basically, you're right. I cannot name a specific name, but hold on.
Okay.
So first of all, you're right. I cannot name a specific name, but
Pretty
I
nebulous,
would say,
don't you think?
Sputnik.
Man.
God, dude, shut
So-
the up
I'm
for a
sorry.
second, dude.
Sorry.
But
I know,
but I would
Jim
say
Bob.
that
You
this-
punch me in the face. I'm
I
using
would
tactics
punch you
that
in the
you
face,
use. I'm
dude.
sorry.
Just get
But
to
I
the
don't think I
fucking
need to
point.
name a
Knock your
specific
teeth out.
person. But I don't think I need to name a specific person to say that
I
there's
think
an
you do.
institutional. Hold on.
Please,
I believe that
please.
there is. I believe that there's an institutional motivation for NASA to do it.
And institutional motivations come from who? The desks in the institution, or who?
So well,
The rugs?
the place
The
the
drapes?
motivation.
Can you name the person that dropped the bomb on Japan? The actual exact person? I mean,
I used to, but I forgot their name. I was able to do that back in high school. But if you posit the assertion, that the government had nefarious motives, I'm going to need names. That is a reasonable call.
So Isidore, can you name me the exact person?
No, don't answer my question with the question. Answer my question.
Logic.
Okay,
He's
okay,
using your
okay.
logic.
I will.
You made the claim about me. I didn't make any claim
Isidore,
about any of this.
I
I
already
came in here
answered this
answering
question.
questions, and you're giving claims. So
Sake
I
man.
want names.
I already answered this question. I already
you
did.
did.
I said
You
I
said the
can't
Russians.
because I don't know.
Yeah,
because I
I
don't
can.
believe I have
There you
to
go.
in order
That's
for
all
me.
you need.
I
That's all you
believe.
need. I can't substantiate my
man.
claim. That's fine.
So the claim I'm making is that I don't need to name a specific person to say that
You
the
grant
people
yourself
within a
that, for
specific
sure.
institution has a motivation.
There's people in the institution, right? An institution isn't an institution without people. So who are making these nefarious motivations? Who are they? Who are they?
Would you accept would you accept a position instead of a specific person's name?
What do you mean? Would I accept a position?
The head of NASA, whoever the head of NASA is.
So just whoever that guy is, that guy has nefarious motives.
So nefarious, depending on perspective, I would say that from his perspective.
What the dude? You said that if they fake the moon landing, that someone is going to have intentions. That institutionally, someone had the intention to fake it. Okay, who? That's all I'm asking.
I'm saying they could have the intention to fake it.
They
and the
could.
person
Okay, they
with
could
an intention to fake it
might have
would
had an intention.
Yes. Because, like I said, I'm honestly not sure one way or the other.
Sure.
Now, hold on. Let me fucking say what I'm trying to say here.
Sure.
The head of NASA would have a clear motive, and no, hold on. So I made the claim. Now let me say the supporting reasoning. Okay. So, first of all, they want to prove that their organization can get results. That's a clear motivation. If they're given this thing,
wait, what do you mean by that? You got to clarify. Hold on. That they need to get results. That's.
Sake,
what
man,
does that mean?
You keep interrupting me as I'm answering the question that you're interrupting me.
I just want clarification. I just want clarification here. What do you mean by that? They need to get results. Like from what?
Okay, so let's say you are in a group, and the group says we can go to the moon. Okay. So you would want to produce things that show that you can go to the moon. Like that's.
Oh, you're talking about like
something
functionality.
That's reasonable.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Like if you say I could make a sandwich and somebody says prove you can make a sandwich, you'd better produce a sandwich.
Okay, dude, you're prattling now. Could you just get to the point?
And if NASA says they can produce footage of somebody on the moon, they better produce fucking footage of somebody on the moon, right?
Okay, but
it's pretty simple.
What's your point?
That's a motivation.
What was your motivation?
That is a potential motivation.
What's the potential motivation?
I just went over it. What?
No, just repeat your conclusion one more time. Could you repeat your conclusion one more time?
Okay. A potential motivation for the head of NASA in order to fake footage is to show that NASA can produce results such that they can show that they did actually send somebody to the moon. In this case, they're lying. But the results would be the same as if they did actually. So that is a potential motivation to show that their organization can get results. Another potential motivation is to prove that U.S. is better than Russia, because we're talking about Cold War. Now, like I said, the reason why I don't fully buy into this is because Russia didn't call bullshit. I think Russia would have called bullshit if they had good reason to believe it was. And obviously they were watching.
Well, yeah, Russia had informants and spies. Yeah, if I could talk for
Russia
once,
was watching the.
I think it's just the you show. I think you just. Do you have anything else you want to prattle on about, too? I timed you. You literally went on for 1:30 there. Is there anything else you need to say?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, you didn't give me any names to any of this. Like who's directing this nefarious intent or anything like that. And on top of that, I guess if it came with the Russians, to your point there, is that we did have Russia, Russian spies infiltrated various levels of the government. And you're right, they would have snitched and said something to disprove that it isn't true. But going back to my original claim on this, you're saying that civilians can see the ISS, but civilians can also see the picture of the landing site from Earth. We have pictures of these, but again, I don't know what the motivation is. What the government's motivation is throughout any of this. Where is this intent coming from? Like, where is it coming from? Who is it coming from within the government? I have yet to get a clear answer on this. You chatted on for 1:30 and you never answered my question.
Look, at the very start, I said I can't give you a specific name.
That just gives you an excuse to prattle?
And then your criticism is you couldn't give me a specific name.
You don't have an argument then.
When I did provide
to any of this.
Okay. I
By
actually
your own
made
logic, and I was
actually
listening
made
to you
an
guys
argument
for
as to-
hours. I was listening to you guys' arguments for hours, and you all were saying that how come the technology hasn't changed, but you forget that we have the ISS, International Space Station. We send astronauts to space all the time, but you find it hard to believe that the United States government actually directed and diverted their funds and attention to different projects.
5
My
minutes in the
goodness.
back is door.
Like my position is more complicated than I think that guy understands, and I tried to make it clear to him, but I don't think he tracked any of it. Anyway,
And you're arguing for the side that you don't support, which I do respect. But you gotta
my position is agnostic. I came up because I thought a lot of the arguments that the that the pro moon landing side were making were bad, and then they all left. So I kind of just ended up on the other side, because genuinely, I think the whole "we lost the technology" argument is really bad. I think that's a really bad argument.
Yeah,
and I think I pointed out as to why I think it's a really bad argument.
And just to point out as well, right?
It's not an argument. It's a literal description of reality.
No, it's a misrepresentation.
Just to point out as well, we're all told that it's like they didn't have the technology to like fake the moon lands, all that kind of stuff. We just didn't have that technology. But the clip I linked in the back, and Sarah said it was showing where the Apollo thing is like lifting off from the moon. It's like from an automatic camera, and the camera is literally tracking the shuttle as it's leaving the moon. So we have like camera technology that's automatically able to track things on screen, but we don't have the technology to fake the moon landing. It does not make any sense.
That is not an automatic camera. That camera was controlled by a control station where a guy with a little joystick aimed it, and he had to deal with an.
So we have that level. We have that level of sophistication, but we can't
Did
fake the moon landing.
He had to deal with lag, and that's why when it takes off, it doesn't automatically track.
How did he
anything.
practice that? How did he practice lag? How did he practice for lag?
You do the math.
I asked you how. You do math. That's not a
You know
answer.
the exact
dude.
time difference between the moon and
If you did the
Don't
math,
don't
you wouldn't
argue
need to
from stupidity.
practice.
So I'm actually
do it.
watching the footage
First
now.
person put it into practice
Fucking do the
because the
math.
damn lander jumps out of frame almost right before.
You have the women of color did the
Camera
math for
aims
the
up a
for
little
that.
bit.
So,
it's not fucking amazing. It's not automatically tracking anything.
You don't
hold
have
on.
any answers, dude.
Jim Bob, I just watched the footage. I literally just watched the footage.
There, it's okay. You're drinking. It's fine.
I just watched the footage. There's definitely enough time to compensate for lag, considering how much space above the lander there is.
So then there's no practice then.
That's
So
why
you
the
just say-
lander went
So you just
out
say
of
there's
frame.
not there. You didn't need
You just
practice.
did it.
Right. You just do it the first time. Nail it.
Yep.
Like
And
like the
not
whole
only did
mission.
they nail
Wait,
that,
hold on. Like the whole mission, right? Just nail it.
Yeah,
no
they nailed
practice.
everything else.
I believe Jim Bob. I believe this is the Shia LaBeouf method where you just do it.
There is visible lag. There is visible lag in the footage. You can tell. No, you can actually watch it.
No, I granted that.
It
No,
pans
Adam,
up
I granted
after the shuttle goes up.
I
It pans
granted
up
it.
after the shuttle.
I granted it, but you're gonna have to say now they nailed everything first time.
Yeah.
For instance,
100%.
let me talk. Hold on. Let me just like lay something out for you.
I actually don't believe that.
Adam, hold on. They went to the moon. They separated from the central command module. They continued that rotation around the moon. They never tried this ever in any sort of realistic simulation at all. They landed on the moon. They waited 3 days. They lifted off the footage you saw. That was the liftoff, by the way, to approach lunar the central command module that was going, I don't know, several thousand miles per hour. Never practiced, actually done a real run, right? A hard run on this. And they nailed it the first time.
They didn't even have the technology to properly simulate it.
That's what happened, right?
Because the entire program did that in the orbit of the Earth constantly,
and
right?
say they did it.
No, actually, I don't have to bite that bullet because
And they did build simulations.
Well,
and they did
the reason
on Earth.
the reason
How
I
did they
don't
get there?
They had immense training for years. Like
Training.
Yeah,
how do you
it's
train for
fucking at least
something that
3
you have
straight
no
years.
access to?
Okay, so the reason is because there were multiple.
simulate it.
How do you simulate something you don't have access to?
There were multiple.
Answer my question.
We are all too stupid to figure out how they simulated it.
How
There
do you
go, there's your
simulate
answer.
something you don't know what you're simulating? Please tell
How
me.
do you expect me to know this answer?
You can't answer it.
I won't answer it because
You
that's an
can't
asinine
answer it.
question,
You're
and you
toast.
want to
Get
argue
out of
from
here.
semantics
You're
when you
another
know
toast.
damn well that they
Another
built their
wrecking.
own simulators and they
No,
fucking did it.
You said they
tested it
they just
for
did it.
years.
That's your argument. They just did
What
it.
you do is
They
you
tested
try
it for years.
something,
Why do
and
you
then
think
when
that
you
there are
fail,
specific
you
places
make a
that we
model
test
of your
our space
failure.
travel
You
technology
simulate it
on Earth?
Failure, right?
We go to places where it's as close
I mean,
to
what kind of question is this? Like, we deal with simulations all the time. Video
What
games
does
are
simulate mean?
simulations. Like,
What
what
does
are you
simulate
talking
mean?
about?
What does simulate mean?
You're
You wanna sit
simulating the
here and act like
conditions. That's why they train
Simulate
inside
and simulate.
pools.
What is
and
simulate
try
mean?
to get 0G.
What's required to simulate something? Is the something
Look,
required?
you're going to try to sit there and say that
it
we
is.
had to recreate the exact conditions. We didn't have to recreate the exact ones. We had
Is
to get as
something
close to them
required to
as
simulate?
possible.
How do you know you're
Train in a
close to
giant
them? How do you know
vacuum
you're
tank so
close
they
to
can
them, Dummy?
simulate 0G in that way.
Hey,
or
Trevor,
How do you know
can
you're
you-
close to
that way.
them?
You know what my
Can you
answer is?
simulate going to the center of the Earth? Can you
You wanna know what
simulate
my
going to
answer
the
is?
center of the Earth?
We already did go to the moon, so like your
How do you-
questions are kind of moot. But
have you ever done it in a video game?
Yeah, have you ever done something the
Hey,
first
Jim
time in a
Bob,
video
we
game?
didn't have
the correct
technology
way?
for the.
So
Jim
funny.
Bob?
They can't answer this question.
Just
Jim Bob,
saying.
can you
I already
hear me?
answered it. It did happen. So
Can we
like,
take it a
It just
different route
happened.
to
It just
the?
happened.
Jim Bob, the way they simulated it was using a very deep pool and having them in their astronaut suits, and the water simulates 0G.
Okay, hold on.
When
Let
they
me,
go
let me-
underwater.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, so when you're in underwater, is there more or less resistance?
More resistance.
There's
More
more.
resistance. So okay, so if there's more resistance,
I'm
is
just
there
telling you how they
hold
did it,
on,
though.
dude.
That's how they simulated it.
I understand what you're saying. I'm actually countering you right now, so just let me talk. So, does it make sense to train in a scenario where there's more resistance for a scenario where there's zero resistance?
You mathematically calculate after you do
Training.
the
I
initial
asked
training
a
in the water.
question.
No, you're asking a stupid question. They're not
No, I
training
didn't.
for
Calling it a
inertia.
stupid
They're
question just so you
training-
could dodge it.
They're training for orientation in the water. They're
I don't-
training
no,
for
no, no.
an
No,
environment
no,
where they're
no.
not orienting up and
The
down.
water simulate.
Dude,
the
hold
water
on a
has
second.
buoyancy, correct?
Hold
The
on,
buoyancy
hold on.
helps
I'll
to
ask it
simulate
again.
what it's
You
like
guys are
to
spurging.
be in a less
Okay.
gravitationally
I get it.
affected place.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I see.
So it-
Jim
so it
Bob, hold
looks
on.
like
I'm going to
it.
answer this the best face. I'm going to answer
You
this
guys
the
can't
best
answer
face.
the question again.
You can't.
5 minutes
But Jim
again
Bob,
in the
they-
back, Isidore.
The whole position
sit
here
there.
has they've destroyed themselves because
did.
they're now admitting that they can replicate, quote unquote,
Terry,
replicate
go
those
ahead and keep
conditions.
making-
But then they're also
Ironically-
saying you can't fake it. You can replicate situations, but it's impossible to actually fake it, which makes no sense.
The best
God.
way to fake or simulate it is with wires and
Yes,
wire type
yes,
work.
yes.
Ironically, across the board,
Yes.
I don't care if you go to movie magic or literal engineering,
Yep.
wire suspension is such
Not
a
water.
far superior technique to water
Not water.
for simulating any sort of weightless or limited environment
I'll
across
tell you why.
the board.
I'll tell you why. I want to add to that. If you kick off of a structure in water with that kind of resistance, what you're training your body to do in muscle memory is completely opposite to that of in the vacuum of space, let's say, which would be very dangerous to kick off something, not being able to predict the kind of velocity you would experience given that you've never experienced like no resistance at all. So you're basically arguing, bro, they trained in water, which is full resistance that we know of. I mean, add some mud maybe, whatever, but pretty high resistance to train. And your argument is that, you know what it is? What's really funny about this? The water, the best explanation of the water is for visual aid to the audience.
Yes, yes. That's how you get the proper lighting.
It was our people technology back in those days.
Which is why they have a filming set in their studio to do this stuff. They have a pool to do this.
Not only that, they have the largest
get
pool on the
through,
planet.
Let me get through
And
a
our-
few of these, if you don't mind,
You
gentlemen.
guys got nothing.
Silent Zero using his membership. Forget about NASA. How come no other country has done it? It's a very good question.
You didn't see the footage from India?
Other countries have done it.
Don't talk about my country not being able to do that. We definitely went up there. Shiva be on us.
It's going straight to the trash. JP Belly, Jim Bob is derailing constantly. This was from
Cry
earlier.
harder.
That was earlier. Mike says, NASA bros, what evidence convinces you there is a rover on Mars? Anybody?
It's only 53 million miles away.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably
I mean,
just driving around.
Imagery discoveries, the
they
updates
just need
put out, like the
they just need to do some math to drive it around.
Tyler,
That's how
you
it drives.
guys saw my streams on Tyler, right? That's how they do it. They put a autistic kid in a virtual reality set and say, NASA provided you a 3D image. Don't worry, it's not a video game. And he's like, I'm helping drive
I got
the fucking
pictures
thing
from
around.
Russia, bro. I like the Russian pictures of our garbage in space. Those are the better pictures.
Where?
Those are the more
space?
credible pictures.
Where's space, sir?
Trip
what
one
is
coming in
space?
with
Where's
Big
space? 60
Five.
miles up?
Oh.
Get out of here.
Conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, where's
have
space start, dude?
Fighting like a horde in
Jesus
church is going to
Christ,
fucking
guys,
continue
let
the
me at
same
least
fucking
get
trope
through
Spurg
again.
harder. Spurg harder.
She's trying to read, dog.
I've been spurging all night, dude.
Spurg harder.
I'm about to spurg on all of you, and it's not going to be pretty. Trib coming in with the Big Five. Conspiracy theorists have to put so much faith in the unknown that they justify reasons why their unknown is more true than stuff that is shown.
That's very beautiful poetry. Are you going to put that on Etsy? Get the out of here. Bring an argument, asshole.
Yeah, put that on a t-shirt.
Just a story, right?
Church of Four coming in with the Big Two. Could Trump's crypto scam fund the next mission?
Absolutely.
JP Belly says, why would they put thousands of satellites in orbit that becomes useless space junk rather than using the moon as a permanent satellite base? Moon landings would have a purpose indeed.
Not only that, but satellites, if someone argues like the use, often people have a misconception of how we utilize what's claimed to be satellites versus like how we use communication is mostly ground and wired. Like we actually use more ground technology than what people think we're doing with satellites by a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So when we go, well, what are you offering with these satellites anyway? Let's say I just granted that there's some machines that are floating or ballooning, or even if you wanted to claim orbit.
There's
I
no
don't
such
care.
thing as GPS, Jimbo.
What GPS?
There's no GPS, right? We don't have GPS.
Did I say that, head?
How do
I
you get
still don't know what
face?
side Fatty
Hey,
is on.
listen,
I have no idea what
face.
side Fatty is on. It
I'm
seems
fairly
like he
certain-
oscillates randomly.
Did I say anything like that, head?
Adam,
What are you hearing?
can-
Voices in your head?
You can present my
Face.
side. I would let you, Adam, but you have failed miserably, bro.
Head.
Should it be?
Oh, Lord.
Don't represent my
Brian.
fucking
I don't even know what side you're
Hey,
on.
fuck face,
All
fuck
right.
face, calm down.
Somebody
You
just
guys
paid
don't
refer to
stinkers.
him as face from now on.
Somebody paid $5 to drop Fatty. All right, I'm gonna add a timer for you. And actually, Isadore gets to come back up. His 5 in the crystals is up. So stand by. I'm just fixing the clock. All right. So Isadore, hold on. Don't even start talking right now. Brian says, Jim Bob, can you say a bit about how the idea of space travel, etc., points to the Tower of Babel? Is it a secular attempt to escape constraint?
No, I cannot. I can't answer to that type of question, actually. Sorry.
Perfect. EBT says, imagine life without Tang and Velcro.
Actually, hold on, Jim Bob. Assuming that the moon landing, assuming that NASA actually invented Tang and Velcro, would you support NASA?
No, because other people can do that.
Oh well, good point. I never thought of that.
Various crazy people said, NASA made Tang. That's a win for me. EBT says, ever had an astronaut ice cream? It's gross and fake. EBT also follows up to say, NASA spent hundreds of thousands designing an anti-gravity space ink pen. Russia used a lead number 2 pencil. That's actually
That's the power of American engineering.
right. Rachel
We don't
says,
have enough money. Sorry.
Rachel says, who? The same CIA who used Operation Paperclip to create NASA, you brainworm.
Yeah, so the thing about Operation Paperclip is we know that the V2 rocket did actually exist, and it was actually created by von Braun. If you want to claim that, all the rocketry that Germany used during World War II, actually that was all also fake. Well, that's a much weirder claim. I don't think that merely being a part of the National Socialist German Workers' Party means that you're wrong about engineering.
Okay. And then Robert says, Jim Bob, you retarded What?
Troglodyte. It's like a caveman. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Excluding your question about tech regression and the NASA director quote, do you have any other weak arguments, or is it brain rot all the way through?
Let me translate. Excluding the question you couldn't answer, fuckface. Do I have any other? I didn't need any for you, dummy. I didn't need any other arguments for you. I'm glad you gave Sarah money, though. Fuckhead.
Fair enough. Thank you. Vengeful Truther with his membership. Thanks for the membership for whoever gave that to them. This was earlier. Sincere Hypocrite says, apparently landing on the moon requires less advanced technology than creating fake footage. I'm not even a truther, but this is just tarded. Fair enough. Redfish with the 10, just for me to tell you all that this is the craziest lit, obnoxious, loudmouth, asshole, talk over me, not let me read anything, fuck you all panel I've ever had in my life, but I still love you dearly. Mike says, I used to be a space tard too. Most of us were. These space tards just can't accept that they were fooled. We all were. Redfin said to kick TrippyCast, but I believe he has exited the panel. I did not boot him, so he may have left right as soon as you sent that. And then, of course, that one's to drop Fatty. The Tooth says Apollo 10 was a practice run. They flew the lunar module around 11's site, recorded decent and
Cool.
ascent
Prove it.
metrics, then calibrated tracking radar.
Oh, I see.
I don't know what any of that means.
I've seen Interstellar too.
Yeah.
JP came in just to say Jim Bob is a shill.
Shilling what? Do you even know what that means? Head.
Mm-hmm. And Truth and Reality Undefeated says, we never went to the moon. That excuse they lost the tech is insane. How can we not do something now that we did 50 years ago with way better tech?
Not a single answer still.
Thank you.
I've given you my answer like 20 times.
No, you're talking about
and you
cement,
just don't
dude.
like it.
You're talking about cement.
And
This
let
is
me
brain rot.
just do an overlay. I've got somebody backstage I need to voice confirm. Just one, is that you?
Hello, yes, I'm here. I have a different take I want to share with everyone because
Okay.
I don't think it's fair only have a Western take. I want to give the middle.
Why do I
East,
want?
He wants to give
Russian
Why
opinion.
do I want hummus all of a sudden?
No, brother, you want Baba Ganoush, not hummus.
Oh, Baba Ganoush. Oh, dude, Baba Ganoush is the best.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yes.
See, it's good. It's good.
Okay.
But do I share my take?
Yeah.
For Moon?
Speak.
Okay.
Yes, comrade. That
I
was your
think
opinion.
I'm not the Russian, brother. I am Middle East. Okay. I think the West is make copy the Middle East because the first man to go on the moon is Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam because
Alhamdulillah.
he fly Burak to moon. Is in Quran, brother.
Burak
He
who?
fly and he crack the moon.
Oh.
You know, we have here transmission of hadith.
Neb?
What did?
Yeah, Neb. Yeah, Neb.
Neb.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Nothing. Keep going.
Oh.
What?
Very good.
Did he get there on created or uncreated wings?
It's created, brother.
What about his shin?
Is Muhammad have two shin, not Allah, brother? Come on.
Is Allah's shin look like a human shin?
Is that how he flew to Allah's right hand beyond the heavens?
How
with the wings?
Did he use a right hand signal to turn left?
Was
I
it like a
think so,
levitation thing or like a Superman deal?
Does his
Like, did he
foot-
have?
Does his foot look like any foot?
Was his turban flowing behind his back?
Did Muhammad have a 1.5 inch penis to not harm the little girl?
You know what?
It's
That
a
was
good
for
argument.
aerodynamics, Jim Bob.
Measuring
It's a good
type came out 10 years after. We don't know, brother. We don't know.
Hey,
1.5 inches.
So I have a question. Why does the why does the necessary being have to have a shin and two right hands?
In Arabic we say Allah knows best, brother. We don't
of course.
question.
Also, it isn't saying that Allah has a shin and two right hands, anthropomorphization.
Correct.
Brother, this word is too big for my vocabulary.
All right,
Can you
I'm
make more
sorry.
easy?
I feel like I'm ruining something here. I'm gonna shut up.
Jim Bob has 10 minutes in the backstage unless anybody would like to pay to revive him back. Starting the timer now. I hope it doesn't last long. Please do Jim Bob right and bring him back. Thank you. Continue.
But I just want to understand why only Western representation. We need the Middle East here too, you know. It's not fair. I don't think America go to moon. I think only Middle East. Everyone copy. They copy Quran. Okay.
Well, our rockets are used for other purposes.
Wait, hold on. So can you discuss how exactly Muhammad got to the moon?
Yes, everyone was asleep, and he's fly the Burak. It's like the human head, but horse with wing, and he's fly, and he's go moon.
A Pegasus.
No, this one copy from Quran. No.
So everybody was sleeping when Muhammad made the trip?
Yes, brother. Yes, everyone asleep.
And in the world, or just where Muhammad left from, where he was visible?
From
that's a big
visible,
deal,
brother.
right? Because if that was witnessed by anyone, that would be a big deal if everybody's supposed to be asleep.
Yeah, but the Quran says so. So what mean?
Do any
Well, I'm just trying to get
have a-
specific. I'm uneducated on the Quran. I'm learning the Middle Eastern way of space travel. I mean, we're being Western. We're trying to use our technology through rockets and all this fancy modern stuff. If we're looking at a different way to access the moon, that's a big.
You have to.
That's a big.
Brother, I will give you a head start. If you want to learn, you have to learn Arabic first. Learn Arabic first, okay?
Okay.
Ooh, okay,
hold
so
on.
I'm going to be honest.
Very important question. Sorry, very important. So, is it possible that Otto von Braun was using Djinn to power the V2 rockets?
No. The jinn are not. No, you don't bring that in. This is Muhammad here. Don't talk about the jinn with him.
No, I'm talking about the Jinn. I'm talking about the
brother,
Jinn.
don't insult the jinn. It's not good for you, brother.
Well, yeah. I'm asking a serious question because obviously the claim is that the Americans copied it, but also the Americans wouldn't be.
No, the idea.
We have American
necessarily be using something illicit.
We have American jinn as well, brother. We have our own version of American jinn. You understand?
But what I'm saying is obviously they're not doing it the same way Muhammad did it if they did it at all. So they have to be
it's a different grace. They're not blessed over here. We're not blessed in the West. It's a difference.
You don't know Arabic. You don't understand. You have to read Arabic, brother. Please.
You have to ask the right questions here. You're not. You're trying to impose your Western ideals onto the Eastern religion.
I find very racist. If I be honest with you, it's not. Please.
Are you telling Americans they
Well,
have
no,
to learn
like so.
Arabic?
My understanding of jinn is that they're just evil spirits.
No. There is good jinn.
Learn a whole nother
There
language.
is bad jinn. There is mixed. And please, for the women in the panel, please allow men to give you permission to speak first. Please. If you don't mind.
That gentleman has 5 minutes in the back, but just for that comment, I think I'm going to tell you to fuck off for the rest of the night.
Look, Sarah, no, hold on. I know him. He's a troll.
I got a question for the conspiracy theorist.
Well,
if that's
before
okay.
you do your questions, Shiva, voice confirm.
Hello, am I edible to you?
Are you what?
Edible?
Good old Shiva.
It's a British joke.
Hey, Effigy, how's it going?
What's up?
Okay.
I'm the Church of Four in your chat, by the way, Sarah.
I saw that actually, but it's good.
Gross.
I thought I'd come up and stick my two
Or what?
my 2 pennies in.
Is everything? I can't hear anything.
Isn't it 2 pence?
2 pennies. I am from the England.
Oh, right.
Sarah's
The greatest country on the face of the planet.
Please continue.
All right. While
How's
you
everyone
guys
doing?
are being tards up here, I'm going to go ahead and read some more super chat. Let's see. We have. I think we left off here. Sarah says, Jim Bob, please explain to the chat the word choice is part of tone in a conversation. I can't believe I have to try and explain this. Whatever that is referring to. Jim Bob, you got 3 minutes unless somebody would just buy you back on. I don't care if it's on my end or yours. Just buy him back on.
How much is it to buy him back on?
Like $3.
Oh.
Yeah, he had 10 minutes back there. Mike Ball bought 2 off. But you gotta, yeah, like $3.
And I'm supposed to be the Jew one here? Oh my god, okay.
It's part of, like, I
Oy
have to
vey.
honor it. I have to honor it. And God, I'm surprised Jim Bob didn't have to pee or
No,
something.
no, I
by
mean
this
that like
point.
nobody wants to pay $3 to bring him back.
Oh, you're making fun of them? Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't blame you there. Especially on over on his channel. I'm disappointed in all of you. Like, you can buy it on his side too. Comes in both ways. JP says with the big 2, Josie, are you Canadian? I might simp. No simping in the chat. The simp troopers will destroy you. I wouldn't recommend it. And Jim
Simping
Bob
for a
is
Come
back
simp in my
up.
super
Thank
chats.
God. Yeah, go over to.
Just the super chats though.
Yeah, I mean, it's also 1 a.m., so anybody who has money is already sleeping because they have a job. So
It is 3 a.m. for me.
No,
and
Sarah,
I
your
do have a
donation link. I
job.
don't see a donation link anywhere.
Well, it's working.
what was Sarah's
my end.
question? Tone? Something?
Yeah, something about. Hold on, let me pull it back up. Jim Bob, please explain to the chat the word choice is part of tone in a conversation.
I'm actually not sure what that means. Like, you can say that 2 sentences with all the same words and have different tones. So the word choice isn't the tone. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I think word choice could be a form of tone, because if you're using like more aggressive words to mean the exact same thing.
I guess, but it wouldn't. I guess that'd be true, but it wouldn't be that any choice word would be tone. Couldn't you use some words that aren't like the? It's like, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. What,
yeah.
Is she? I think she's getting
Not all words.
accused of tone policing, so she might be defending herself against tone policing, probably.
Oh, that's fair. I'm not your buddy guy with the big 5. Enjoy my Canadian Monopoly money. Jim Bob will. Urshman says, does this count? No. And then ALC asks to bring back the fake Muslim.
That dude's great.
But he actually left the panel. So I don't really care, honestly. Tiki Tack says, can I have the executive decision and just say Jim Bob should be allowed on for the rest of the night? Don't hate you, Jim Bob. Yes, you did pay $100 earlier to boot him for the night. So if you want to utilize that, you use part of it for your speed date. And then in addition, if you want to lock Jim Bob in for the night, I don't care at this point. Anything goes. Anything goes. Timothy gifting 1 Raging Tomato membership. Thank you kindly. Mike Ball says, kick Josie. Josie, you got 5 minutes in the back. Enjoy it. And then JP Belly with the big 10. I have a well-paying job, Jim Bob.
All right,
Bob, shut
that's
the fuck
fine.
up and go back to the
I hope
Pokeball.
he keeps. It's 1 for me, so I'll just say good night because I'm not going to sit around in the back and fucking wait.
Well, you don't have to because Tiki Tack just said because
he paid
spent
the rest.
Yeah, you don't even have to go anywhere.
All right, well, who's that guy's name?
JP Belly.
JP Belly yourself.
Well, I guess that means somebody has to leave. Good night, everybody.
See you, Adam.
See you later.
Also, Jim Bob, I did DM you that guy's book.
All right, thanks. I'll check it out.
I'm 90% sure it's the right one. It might not be, but I'm not, like 99% sure it is. All right,
could
bye.
be a good stream. See it.
Take it easy on the Highlander, JP.
Can I bring or ask I guess if there's any moon landing pro guys left here? Instead of taking it to the technology route and maybe why they would or necessarily wouldn't do it, just purely from a pragmatic like business point of view, you're talking about $1 trillion industry, something that would rival the oil field, to the point where you could, again, if NASA's creating all this stuff, right? We got Velcro from NASA and pens and whatever else. This is $1 trillion industry. Why wouldn't they? I mean, anybody take advantage of that, whether it was government or private or whoever, if it was even remotely possible, even if going to the ISS was possible on a somewhat regular basis, it would be, people pay tens of thousands of dollars to go to different states. Imagine what they would pay to be able to go up to, whatever, 60 miles up in the air, much less to the moon.
The issue is one of scale, though, isn't it? So you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. You're talking trillions of dollars here. We're not talking.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Trillions. So the problem is one of scale. So like earlier, there was lots of talk about technology, and if we, why can't we do this now? We got smartphones. Why can't we do this now? And the difference between the two is scale, right? So things like smartphones are mass produced, but space rockets are not mass produced.
No.
But they would be if it was worth trillions of dollars. Just like oil is hard to get out of the ground in a lot of places. I did it for 10 years. You got to drill really deep. But we improved the technology and we made it more efficient and cheaper. That was the first thing you did when you saw money under the ground. You figured out how to get it out faster and cheaper. If you see trillions of dollars floating around, according to everybody that believes we already did it, it's easy enough to do it in 69. Trillions of dollars.
Where's all this residual money?
Wait, no. Let me respond. Let's just back up. Easy. I would remove, I would dispute the fact that it was easy in 69. It was possible. I don't think anyone is claiming that it was easy. Right? That's a mischaracterization.
But we lost the technology.
So definitely someone did this stream, but yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm not making that claim, but the issue again is logistics. So let's assume we find an asteroid that's rich in, I don't know, iridium, right? Or palladium, or cobalt, something that is used in tech all the time, cobalt, right? Let's assume it's rich in that. Well, then water is going to be an issue, isn't it? If you send people up to the asteroid to mine the asteroid, oxygen is going to be an issue. And so fuel then becomes an issue, because every ounce of extra material that you're putting onto the spaceship, well, that much mass of fuel you have to remove.
Assuming technology doesn't drastically increase at an exponential rate purely based off of finances and time invested. That's how every single industry that has ever existed has worked across the board. It's never not been that process, except for this one single time that happened to be the greatest achievement in human history that would make more money than all the gold and all the oil.
And before you answer that, I did run a poll and I just finally ended it because I forgot I fucking ran one. 39% say we landed on the moon. 30% say we never went to the moon. 20% say the moon is just cheese. And 9% say because aliens. Thank you. Back to you.
Shiva, I just wanted to make a distinction here. The question of what's scalable is a different question of what's possible. Scalable is like a choice you make, like, should we do this or not? The argument hasn't been whether we should do something or not. The question is more, is it even possible? And we've been arguing we're actually dealing with something that was possible, but by all accounts today, the same exact kind of feat is not possible. So we're actually talking about capability.
I think that's a disingenuous representation of it.
God, stop the fucking Yelp review, because that doesn't actually address anything I said.
But every time. Okay, let me repeat.
You misrepresent the quote that you get that
attributing
idea from.
intent is not a counter to what I'm saying.
Who is saying it's not possible?
Well, it's not possible. Reality is right now. Reality right now is that it's not.
Bro.
Oh no, I didn't say that, dude. Right now, is it possible to carry 3 men? Shut up.
And you keep arguing it.
Is it possible right now, yes or no, to bring 3 men to the moon with a dune buggy and play golf?
Oh
yes
yeah,
or no?
you asked us this question earlier. What's
enough
with the
money,
dune buggy
yes. I mean,
and
come on.
golf?
With
What's
enough
that all
money.
about?
What?
What's the
Golf?
what
They
you?
play
I
golf on the
heard you
moon.
asked this question earlier,
What?
and
Yeah,
I'm
they play-
curious as
so,
to
I-
what
I'm
the
using-
the buggy and the golf is all
Well,
about.
what's why it's relevant? It's not only rhetoric, but it's actually relevant because look at it this way. Early on in this sort of technological feat, right, where things are still
Right.
risky, they load up a shuttle with a golf cart, and they literally do dangerous stunts on the moon. Right. Okay. This kind of that kind of behavior doesn't even make sense.
It's psychotic. Dude, talk to any OSHA guy. Dude, you can't even climb up on a 4-foot ladder. Oh, 1960s, it was different.
Sorry, did OSHA exist in 1969?
What did I just say? 1960s, it was different. Here we go. That's a nonsense argument.
The point is.
Hang on. Are you asking me? Is it possible to do something that NASA are claimed to have already done?
We're saying right now we're not. There's no evidence that it's capable. Shut the fuck up. What we're saying is it's not possible. That thing we did in 1969. You just keep.
Sorry,
talking.
you need to repeat that because you froze up.
Oh, sorry. So is it possible right now to bring 3 people to the moon, 3 humans to the moon, drive a dune buggy around on the moon?
Enough money,
You
yes.
showed evidence of it tonight.
I
on
mean,
the stream.
if you put the resources into it, then I imagine so. If NASA, if we've already
this
done
premise is completely faulty. This premise is based on that misrepresentation of that quote of the lost technology that you
I
guys
didn't
keep
mention that quote.
repeating over and over and over the whole night. This has been the whole night.
I didn't quote I didn't quote Don Pettit. I asked you a question. Is it possible right now to bring 3 men, have them land on the moon, get out of the shuttle, drive a buggy around the moon? Is it possible right now?
We've done it once. It obviously is possible.
Yeah, if we've already done it. Yeah.
Okay, so right now I'm thinking I don't see any evidence that it's possible. You guys merely asserting if we had enough money to do it, then I think if that was the case, you would have a private company clearly.
We could rebuild the shit in our museums and make it work.
What? Clearly right now you'd have a private entity going, dude, I'm going to charge a to get people onto the moon and drive dune buggies.
And what's
Isn't that the direction we're going?
Well, hang on, wait. Okay. So before you send the people to the moon, you need a hotel for them to sleep in, right?
The ISS.
Other
You could have built it
amenities
bigger.
that are going to
People live on a satellite, right?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, those are
The fuck are you
astronauts,
talking about?
not tourists.
For $1 trillion, I'm sure you could build a nice space station.
Okay, let's take a training wheels approach. Hold on, let's take a training wheels approach. Let's make it more simple for you. Okay, would it be lucrative for a private company to do
Right
a
now.
loop?
No, it wouldn't.
Shut
That's why they're not
up,
doing it.
dude! You fucking idiot.
That's why they're not doing it right now. It's
Would it
because
be-
it's not lucrative.
Is it?
The point is moot.
Would it be lucrative? Would it be
Not right
lucrative?
now, no. It
Shut
wouldn't be.
up,
That's
dude.
why we're not doing it.
Shut up.
Yeah, it's difficult if you won't let people
Look,
ask the question.
Listen, if you guys can't control your mouths, hit the fucking mute button and just wait until somebody actually finishes their goddamn sentence.
Jimbo.
Y'all
Yeah,
are driving
Jimbo.
me nuts
I'm
tonight.
trying to just ask a question, Uncle Fatty.
Must be
What-
the moon. The moon must
all
be.
night, Jimbo.
The moon
You're a
must be way
crackhead.
too close to the earth right now because y'all
Only
are
something that you
crazy.
think
When's the
am.
last time you smoked
Great.
crack, Uncle Fatty?
You're fucking
Honest.
awesome.
Be an honest person.
1996.
Okay,
1996.
how did I guess? So here's the thing.
When's
Would
the
it-
last time you sucked dick, Jimbo?
Okay, here we go.
What, 5 minutes
Thanks for,
ago when you were
thanks for giving me your thoughts. Thanks for
It's
giving
like the
us your
30th
thoughts.
time you've said dick tonight.
Yeah, dude. Watch it. What else did you do, Uncle Fatty, for
Dude.
crack? Did you do that for crack?
Oh,
Yes or no? Don't lie.
I
Don't
swear to
lie.
muck your dick, Jimbo, you
Did
should
you
know.
do that for
You
crack?
said it again.
Dick, Jimbo, you should
Did
know.
you do it for crack? Yes or no?
I don't keep count. You just tell me what to do.
You didn't keep count?
fine.
Whoa,
He
that's
doesn't
the
keep
wrong
counting the
answer,
amount of
Mel.
dicks he sucks, Jim Bob.
Dude, that's the wrong answer to that question.
Am I supposed to?
I don't keep count of the dicks I suck for crack, Jim Bob. Okay, listen. So what I'm trying to do here is posit this hypothetical where someone offers normal people, right? Right. So if it's
technology, right?
so if it's possible, right, to sell people on a ticket to like just like low 60 miles up kind of experience, like holy shit, look how it's technically they call it space, right? I'm looking at it from the perspective of like if 1969 what we allegedly did then was possible, it just seems that a private company would be able to tailor an operation that kind of just goes close to the moon and back. Like, is that reasonable for you guys?
We're just at the point where commercial spaceflight is in the outer atmosphere. Like that's it. Like, that's where we are right now.
Oh God, it's just amazing.
Is Bezos not selling private stuff on his rockets? Or are we not just getting into the phase where we're starting to have
answer
It's
these people?
difficult to have a
Now, one question.
Not a single question. So simple.
So,
So simple.
Well, hang on. When I open my mouth to answer,
this
three other
tactic
people
is so
start
annoying.
talking.
And
It's so annoying. The tactic of answering you, asking you a direct
tactic
question.
of rebutting in the middle of the first sentence someone says.
All of you talked at the same time because you're so emotional.
Says the man who's been getting emotional all panel.
Well, pardon
Okay,
me,
so
good
let
sir.
me simplify
my question.
Yeah, let
I'm
me
still
simplify this
waiting.
down because they don't they clearly don't understand,
So,
right?
okay, yeah, sorry,
What
I'm waiting for
they're
everyone to shut up
claiming?
and
Yeah,
pop, and then I'll answer
Steve,
your
one sec.
question.
We're talking. Let Teriak get through his point.
So what we're claiming is, right, we're saying if they actually went to the moon, all this kind of shit, in 1969, they had to pass through the Van Allen belts, which is radiation. And now NASA's saying we can't do that because back in 1969, apparently they had the technology to protect people from all this radiation, but now we don't have that technology to protect people from the radiation.
That's
Okay,
what they claim.
so who's making that specific claim?
NASA claims that.
No,
Exactly.
who?
Dan Pettit,
Like,
right?
get me a quote. Get me a quote
not
from
Dan
someone
Pettit.
about
No,
the
not Dan-
radiation.
not Dan Pettit. No,
and
someone
how
else.
we can't protect them from the radiation anymore, but we used
There's
to be able to.
entire YouTube videos from nerds talking
no,
about
something
how they
academic,
can't
yeah.
get through it.
Something academic.
Yeah,
Something
professors, you can go type in YouTube such and such. I don't know, dude. There's more people.
So if I've understood Jim Bob's question correctly, it seemed, and maybe I've misunderstood, so you can kind of clarify if I've misunderstood. It seems that you were asking, would it not be profitable for a private company to start ferrying passengers like tourists up to near to the moon or to the moon? Is that your
like
question?
near. It doesn't have to be close. Like it could be further along and back. You know, like something. Even if it was
Even
like a
the
quarter.
ISS.
I'm guessing
Even the
the
space
answer to
station.
that.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm guessing the answer to that would be no, and it's a I suppose I don't know how much it costs to send a rocket up into
Okay,
space.
It wouldn't matter. Cost offset by the cost
Shiva,
of the
post that
ticket.
link in the back.
I have another link too about the Van
It does
Allen.
matter. It does matter because you need to charge people a fee,
And that
right?
charge is offset by anybody that can afford it, which inevitably will make the cost go down in the future.
How much does it cost to send a rocket up to the moon?
Let's say it costs $10 billion to send one rocket up. You're telling me you couldn't find enough people to invest over a 10-year period to increase that number to maybe go up to 10 or 15, 20, 30 people at a time up there, and you're charging what? $1 million, $10 million?
But we also put two links, just to interrupt real quick. Sorry. We put two
Sorry.
links, one from the Irishman and one from me, explaining the not just two, but three Van Allen belts.
Have you got text so I can read while I'm listening to you?
Sorry.
rather than,
Yes. So these
videos?
guys are making videos, right? One is Fraser Kane, huge channel. He's explaining. The title is "What are the Van Allen belts and how can we get past them?" Well, if we already did, that's a strange question, isn't it? Now
Nobody's assuming that we can't.
no, the video assumes we can't because they're trying to figure out how to do it. Dummy, go smoke some crack.
Well, isn't part of the reason that we had to make things so small?
So in the link,
and compact,
No,
is because
the
we had
link-
to shield
The
people.
problem
and
is the weight.
too much weight.
Yeah,
in the link that
the
Terry
lead
just
that was
sent me-
required, the lead that was allegedly required to get through was
Lead.
which was what caused the weight So they had to limit all the stuff. Everything's super compact because there's so much lead.
So from the document that Tariaq provided, I've just scanned down a couple of paragraphs, and I'm just going to read a sentence. While we can protect astronauts to some extent with shielding provided by the spacecraft structure, this shielding isn't as effective as the Earth's magnetic field. So they're not saying that they can't protect the astronauts from the radiation.
What are they saying?
They're saying it. Hang on, let me repeat the first sentence. While we can protect astronauts to some extent.
What extent?
Well, I don't know.
We don't fucking know anything.
No, but Shiva, your argument's defeated here because they're literally admitting we cannot protect them sufficiently.
From the evidence that
We cannot protect them sufficiently. Like the whole argument. First of all, your claim was your claim. Hang on, Shiva. Your claim was I'm dismissing your question because you have to provide evidence that there's actually radiation in space. I gave you a NASA .gov link that confirms that there's radiation in space, and this is a problem where they even admit we cannot protect them sufficiently enough. That's why we haven't gone back. So how were they able to send people to the moon? We're able to protect Buzz Aldrin from this radiation, but they can't do it now. That is the question. So deal with the question.
They were dosed with radiation while they were in flight. They knew they were going to be. They took iodine, right? Like
they took iodine.
Part of what happened.
Yeah, that's it. Iodine salt. They had table salt.
Dude, the guys have to say is so funny.
Well, no, isn't that part of it, right?
Yeah. The claim that was made.
Just a lot of shrimp, right? A lot
just
of
up
shrimp.
there.
The claim that was made.
They had shrimp cocktails everywhere.
The claim that was made was that we cannot protect astronauts from the radiation in the Van Allen belt. The document
of them, by the way,
provided me states categorically while we can protect astronauts to some extent.
What extent?
Therefore, the assertion that NASA are unable to protect the astronauts from the radiation is demonstrable. It's false.
No. What extent? The question is to the extent they can get through the belts or not. You don't know the answer, so shut up.
Well, neither do you.
You do though, right? Because
I don't need to have the answer because you're making a claim they can, dummy.
We're not saying they can.
Shut up.
You're the one who's the burden of proof is on you claiming
No,
they can.
you are the one making the claim that
What
we
claim?
cannot
That they can't.
Yeah, there's no evidence that they
That is
can.
a
No,
positive
That's
yeah.
my position, dummy.
Let me restate
have a
again so
fucking
you're
Crohn or
100%
Scone or
clear.
you call it.
So there is an issue for sending people into space or going to moon.
Trumpet.
The excuse is because of the amount of radiation. That's why we can't send them back because we cannot protect them. One sec, Shiva. One sec. Because we cannot protect them sufficiently enough. We cannot protect them sufficiently enough.
Space
But
religion.
in 1969, apparently, we were able to protect them sufficiently enough.
Yes, right.
And not well enough for him to still be alive
What I
today.
asked
Yep.
for
Yeah, how
was
old,
a
is, how old is he, dude? He's like
hang
98.
Hang on. No.
100%.
Let me finish. What I asked for was a source that specifically made the claim that we used to be able to protect astronauts from radiation in space, and now we are no longer able to. That's what I asked for, and you have not provided that.
No, you asked for a claim of why there's radiation in space.
You misheard what I said.
We can go back. We can look back on the clip.
There's another clip I know of for sure that these guys are saying we're still trying to figure out how to engineer so that we could make it through the Van Allen belts. I can find these
I
all
know
day,
for
dude.
a fact I saw some dude in a lab coat in some NASA interview on one of those shows that they do where he was talking about that, but that's anecdotal, so it doesn't matter. But no,
that could have been fake. That was
the point, the question isn't it's not that we're trying to get some sort of proof or gotcha question. It's that they're saying they went through the Van Allen radiation belt. They did it perfectly. They landed on the moon. They got everything 100% correct. And now pick whatever reason, whether you want to go after us for the technology thing, the money thing, whatever. All of that they got perfect on the first round, and they've never done any aspect of it since.
What changed?
Can I ask, are you conflating success with perfection?
No. Capability.
Success required perfection in this case. You could not have made 1 degree of error or everyone would have gone.
Yeah, to Mars or into the sun. Yeah, like mathematically, the maths was perfect. Yeah, sure. maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
the math worked
theory-
perfect
and
because
the-
they landed on the moon allegedly and made it all the way home with zero mistakes.
Have you ever heard the
On that one
phrase?
time.
Have you ever heard the phrase that in theory there's no difference between practice and theory, and practice there is?
You're
No,
assuming that
but,
they're going to the moon
I
once, right?
wouldn't disagree with that assertion.
You wouldn't disagree with the claim, right? Because in engineering, you would find that even if maths are descriptively accurate, in practice, it goes wrong. Things don't, But what we're saying is that that based on the claim in 1969 and the following years, what we're saying from an engineering perspective is that they had to really nail it perfectly, and it's bizarre to us that they would have such a consolidated effort that was nailed pretty much perfectly for the time, with some minor errors that they claim, right? But generally they nailed it. And then
Based
later,
on the 1969, right?
I'm talking.
Right?
Yeah. Did you notice I was talking?
I'm trying to get. It's a
Yeah.
declarative question, Jim.
Yeah.
It's a
You wait until I'm done talking, fatty.
Come on, man.
declarative
Let me-
question.
let me
Okay,
just
cool,
point out.
dude.
It's a declarative question,
Shut up.
right?
So
This is
what
all
I'm
based on
shut the
1969, right?
up, dude. I didn't
We love
finish
technology.
my statement.
Fatty, just wait until he
point
finishes
is
and then you can clarify.
That given everything I just said, for us, the one who are skeptical, we're going, well, if that was required, that was actually a necessity for all those things to be in order at that point. It's bizarre that you can't not only replicate it, but improve it with some level of increased ease. That's all.
Okay, so yeah,
Equivalency.
I take issue with your use of the word perfect. If you admit that there were errors, you admit
I didn't
also
say
that it wasn't
perfect. I didn't say
Well,
perfect.
you
I
did
said
say
perfect. I did, not
It's a
Jim Bob.
colloquialism. He's using a colloquialism. He's saying that
Oh,
the
right.
margin of error needs to be so low
So-
that we might as well call it perfect.
It's
okay? That's
below
just-
statistical. It's
perfect in this
if it
context,
is not,
done
if
very
it does
well.
not affect, if it does not affect the outcome, it drastically decreases the actual effect of whatever minor thing goes wrong in something.
Yeah.
It's
Right,
how
okay.
statistics work. Like
Yeah.
We're
you,
looking at
it,
the first time we
So
stepped on
did they land in
right?
their original landing
At
site?
one particular time out of all the different recon that we did, out of
Hang
all
on.
the times we went after that as well, we're taking that
let's-
one and making it the example, right? That's what we're doing.
Let's address this perfection claim, or even done it very well claim. Did they land in the original landing site that they were going to land in?
What? Did they land in the original place?
On the
That's
moon,
begging
yeah,
the
on the
question,
moon.
dude. We don't believe
Yeah,
they
on the
landed
moon,
anywhere.
They had a landing site
don't even know
planned.
the
Did
evidence
they
against
land
Israel.
at that landing site, or did they land somewhere else?
I don't believe they landed anywhere. I don't believe they went, dude.
Oh, okay. Do they say they landed at that site, or do they say that they landed somewhere else?
No fucking idea.
Shall I tell you?
and it's
They landed
irrelevant.
somewhere
Yeah,
else.
tell me it's
The
irrelevant.
reason why they landed somewhere else
'Cause they
was
didn't.
because in the landing site that they had planned to land on,
There was
there were
fish.
boulders and stuff strewn around that they didn't see from the Earth, so they had to choose a different site.
Oh, well, good for
And,
them.
and
They did such
somehow
a
it
good
worked
job.
out perfect.
Okay,
and
yeah,
they
so
happened
let
to
me-
land in a perfect site on the fly because they got
Yeah,
close
so-
and they were like, oh, fucking rocks. Shit. Better get out of the fucking way, mate. Get in the fucking left lane, sir. What are you doing in the right?
So they were versatile,
For
as you're
fuck's
saying.
sakes.
So you're
Let me-
saying that then.
end up being English blokes.
So you're
No,
saying
'cause
that
he's-
then. So wait a second. So just to Shiva, you're saying then you're actually adding more perfection required because their agility and ability to maneuver given new obstacles is also perfected in practice. That actually is in favor of our view. If that was the case, wouldn't that get better too? Shiva?
No, I don't.
Communion
think there is.
ceremony and performed it on the moon.
You guys are just
Okay,
so
so-
toasted. It's just
Yeah, it's
That was
sad.
not
retarded.
It's sad at this point.
This is
So
rough.
let me ask a simple example. Let me ask a very simple example, Shiva, and
It's a
please try to answer this good faith, okay? All right, let's
I
say
asked
let's say a nuke goes off in Chernobyl, or we basically put so much radiation in Chernobyl, right? That it's like it's very difficult for like any human being to go into Chernobyl, right? Let's say, right, I then come to you, you didn't hear anything about this, and I say to you, yeah, like Chernobyl, there was like this nuclear explosion that went off, and there's so much radiation we actually can't go back there, right? And then you would be like, well, how how do you know that? It's like, oh, well, we sent someone back there like 50, 60 years ago to inspect, and they were able to verify that, yeah, there was all this radiation, all this stuff, right? And then your next question is like, oh, well, can I go back there? And they're like, no, because it's too much radiation. Wouldn't a genuine question be like, how were you able to verify 50, 60 years ago if it's too much radiation now?
And why would they have not had new technology they developed over that 50-year period to not only be able to go back, but do it better?
Which one of you guys want to answer? Uncle Fatty?
Let me just interrupt for a quick moment, please. Thank you. Thank you kindly for letting me read a few super chats. JP Belly says, I have a well-paying job, Jim Bob. And
we already read.
My apologies. EBT says, let me back. F Big Bob. JP Jelly says, they nuked space once. Wrongful Rage says, that's a lot of crack. I'm dying. JP Jelly says, what if they never came back? Silent Zero says, watch how they become experts on things they didn't know a second ago. ALC says, for the grift. Wicked Wally with the big 5. I'd send out challenges to the positions on this debate, but all the challengers exploded. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. Nice little pun there. And then also Wrongful Rage came in with the big 50 on the Buy Me a Coffee app. Says, Jesus, this is still going. Have 10 beers. Have 10 beers and call Just Gerald in the morning, because damn, you're going to need a lifeline. Yes, this is.
And Wrongful Rage hit me with another 50. He said he does not work for NASA.
Oof. Back to you, gentlemen. Thank you for being so patient. And
so
Josie.
what was the first question? Mud added another. Teriyaki, can you just ask the guys the same question again?
Yeah, so basically the whole kind of like situation we have here is that 50 or 60 years ago, nuke went off in Chernobyl, whatever. We bombed the absolute out of Chernobyl, so much radiation that would basically kill a human being, right? And then today you're asking, how do you know that exists? And I tell you, well, we sent someone in there 50, 60 years ago and they were able to survive that radiation, but we don't have the technology now. We basically can't protect the human being now. Does that make sense?
But that's not what's being asserted. We can protect people from the radiation in the Van
what
Allen
extent?
belt. Oh, do you want me to fucking?
I don't know. I don't know the extent.
Of course we protect people. You just put them under your wing, sir.
I don't know the extent.
I'll go and look up the extent to which.
To the extent we can get through the Van Allen belt, because that's the thing in question.
And Jim Bob, I actually already offered EBT to come back up after we hit the 3 a.m. mark, because anything goes at this point. And he said that he had work in the morning, so
well,
he
that
was
was a waste.
good.
$20.
I know. He said messaged me backstage.
But again, Shiva, if they were able to protect them enough in current day times, why haven't they sent someone back then? There's still like this question that just doesn't make sense that you have to deal with.
Right, but I don't have to answer that question.
Yes, you
It's
can.
not on me to answer why another party does or does not act.
But they're listing as this is one of the problems of why we haven't sent someone back, and then they haven't sent someone back because of this problem. You understand the contradiction
You're
here.
claiming, you're making that assertion, and the only evidence that you provide.
I'm not making an assertion. You're the one that's saying it's real.
Dude, it's your burden. Dude.
I'm skeptical of your position.
A lot of those astronauts came back and had conditions because of the radiation exposure they got from those, right? A lot of them developed things like cataracts. And
until they died at 80, 90.
They live long and healthy lives, but yeah.
How did you determine that they got that from radiation from the moon?
EBT says,
and then continue
shut up. EBT says, I'm not gay, but $20 is $20. Go ahead.
Good on you.
Actually.
Enslaved by dick.
More dick talk, dude. Man, this guy is so. I mean, are you a bear? What's your bear name, by the way?
Oh, what?
You have a bear name, Uncle Fatty?
Pumpernickel.
Pumpernickel?
Dude, it's creepy.
That's his twink name.
So creepy.
So, according to Google, seeing as I was asked to what extent, so the radiation from the Van Allen belt, the dose is about 1 to 2 rem. I don't actually know what that means. I'll have to look it up.
What type
and
of
NASA
radiation?
considers a dose of 25 rem
Got
as the
rating.
threshold for non-critical short-term exposure.
Have you
Okay, I
rating?
have the link. I have the link for. Okay, I thought I had it.
Great.
But here's a quote from NASA. Right, radiation exposure. The radiation environment in space, particularly in the Van Allen belts, are on the moon, poses significant health risks to astronauts. Current shielding technologies are insufficient for long-term exposure. So it's like this is like NASA's own words.
What shielding technologies?
This is NASA's own words.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I'm asking you.
They
to
must have been
repeat
talking about the suit technology that they
I'm
lost.
asking you to repeat something.
The astronauts know they're
technologies?
taking risks when they
Let
go
him
out
repeat
there.
it, Uncle. Let him repeat it again. Do
Okay,
it
so
again.
the radiation environment in space, particularly in the Van Allen belts, which you have to get past to get to the moon,
Yes.
and on the moon pose significant health risk to astronauts. Current shielding technologies are insufficient for long-term exposure.
Insufficient
For long-term
technologies over
exposure,
time.
and how long does it take
It almost
to-
sounds, Jim Bob, like they don't have the technology.
How long does it take to traverse the Van Allen belt?
Out of the
It's on the
whole-
moon as well.
No, it's there. Yeah, it's
Depends
Yeah,
on
but it's
how
less
good
than
your
the moon,
rocket
isn't it?
is. It'd probably go pretty fast if we improve rocket designs from
All right.
1950 to now.
So I'm
Yeah.
asking,
It should be
how
real
long
quick.
does it take to traverse? Like, so there are two belts, aren't there? The inner and outer belts.
It
how
doesn't
long
matter
does
how
it take?
long. They just
Well,
told
no,
you
it
it's
does matter,
insufficient,
Bob.
dude.
It does matter. The reason why is because one of the variables that you need to factor in is not just the shielding, but it's the length of time that you're exposed to the radiation for.
Yeah, so you try to figure out how to go faster through it, and over 60 years, maybe you can figure it the out over 350 trillion dollars, mate. Come on, they've spent.
I mean,
they literally
Elon
spent
Musk- Elon Musk has-
$870 billion
Elon Musk-
on this project, and they haven't gone back. What's the deal?
Elon Musk has brought this up, and he says that the issue is largely to do with fuel. And
fuel
it
issue.
seems to
Fuel's
me
the
that
cheapest
he's at
part. That's so
he's at the
stupid.
forefront.
Did you
He's
hear
at
him? Fuel's the
forefront
cheapest
of
part, he
rocket
said.
technology, right?
Fuel's the
Like, he's
cheapest
there.
part.
Would
Dude.
you agree that he's
No,
currently...
no. Elon Musk also said we don't know how to build aqueducts again. You're gonna listen to Elon
Yeah.
Musk? Come on, dude.
He said he was
Well,
a
and also
professional
he
gamer
thinks
and a
he's,
YouTuber
he-
busted
Yeah,
also-
he's a gamer now. So come on.
He's
No,
not
no, he's
gamer.
a supporter. He's a
fraudster.
warrior of free speech. You know, as you know. Yeah.
Yeah, he's your new
Unless you
president.
criticize
Yeah.
his Path of Exile gameplay, in which case he'll take away your check mark.
That's true.
Yes.
True.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Or criticize H1Bs or Mossad. Sure.
I've
I answer
actually
your
named
question,
one of
Terry?
my tabs Elon's Maps in honor of Elon Musk.
And JP
Didn't somebody
Belly
call
coming
one
in
of
with
his
the
rockets
big
gay?
JP
sorry.
Belly coming in with the big 5. If they went cowboy style, they may not have come back. You're welcome to respond. That's all I had.
I have no idea.
I don't know what that
That's a
means.
movie reference.
I think that's to
Is that
the
Brokeback?
guy who. Yeah, it must be
Space
to the
Cowboys?
crackhead who's talking about dick a lot.
Oh my
Do you think we can
god.
send H1B Indians?
Man,
Yours,
you
bro.
straight guys love talking about dick more than I do, and I suck dick because I enjoy it. What? the-
God,
Quote unquote
disgusting.
straight guys.
Dude, go find a rooftop.
Can I answer your question, Teriak?
This has been a particularly savage, like 20 seconds. I like it.
Whoa.
Any last? I'm gonna close up. Any last pleas for us to believe your fantasy that we can go to the moon?
What?
No,
Just
I
say
can tell
the
what
evidence
you
we
think.
have is this. That's
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
Give me one more line.
The
about that.
evidence is
It
this.
makes no difference
How
to me
about
whether
this?
you
How about
believe.
this? How about this? Here's more a better faith position for me. What would it? How many times does NASA have to say we're about to go to the moon with men? How many times do they have to fail for you to at least go into like third gear at least? I'm not asking you to go into park position. I'm
What
asking
does
you-
third gear mean in this
I
context?
mean like skepticism, like you're in right now.
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys are like sniffing in NASA panties right now.
Ew.
Third gear would be like, oh, you know what? This is kind of bothering me now. They keep
Yeah.
saying we're going to do this, and there's always
To
a
be
reason
fair,
they
Jim Bob,
can't.
To be fair, my position isn't that we definitely went to the moon. My position
That's
is
fine.
yeah, probably. That's
Okay,
my
that's fine.
that's my position.
I guess it would still hold though. You could still answer it though. Like let's say
Yeah,
you're like,
yeah, probably because I have no reason to disbelieve NASA. Like I don't see a good reason for them to lie about it.
I'm asking you though that exact question. At what point is it a good reason to start questioning them? I'm asking you. What's your
I suppose when we start getting either documents declassified that clearly point to a conspiracy within NASA to fabricate the moon landing, or if we get high-ranking like NASA officials who were present at the time, and I'm aware that time is running out for that, who come forward and say, yes, we lied.
What if one of the astronauts said we didn't go?
Yeah, I suppose that
Multiple
would definitely give me pause for thought. Yeah.
Check out some Buzz Aldrin videos where he says multiple times they didn't go.
Give me a link.
When he's being sarcastic, right?
Well, hang on. It's Buzz Aldrin the one who punched somebody for suggesting that they didn't go.
No.
It's in the back chat, Shiva. It's in the back chat.
I feel like punching someone is in our favor. Like, why would you punch someone?
Oh no, they got a text link. Oh my god, is it? I have 8 videos. I like reading.
What else did Buzz say on that?
Oh no, these are interviews on national TV.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not going to watch that now because I'm on panel.
No, that's fine. Just for your future research.
Yeah, I've got it. Hang on, is he being asked this question by a child?
Yep. And then there's another clip of him on the Conan O'Brien show.
Sarcastic thing about because we didn't even really go, right? And then he goes on to tell how he performed Catholic communion on the moon on that same exact show right after he made that quote.
Mm-hmm.
So which is it?
So wait,
Either
he was being
didn't go to the moon,
sarcastic.
or he didn't perform Catholic communion and have bread and wine on the.
So we shouldn't trust what he's saying, Uncle Fatty.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the whole point. Trusting anything. If NASA's own astronaut comes back and says, "Yeah,
wait a sec, Fatty, do you understand how like your whole argument for why it's real is an argument from authority fallacy, and then you just admit that the authority lied?
Don't trust him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
It's just funny to me that both of the clips that everyone provides of Buzz Aldrin saying they didn't go to the moon, if you watch the entire conversation he's in, he immediately goes into stories about the things he did on the moon.
After saying he didn't go to the moon.
Words he's using, just like it was with the quote that you guys have been harping on all night.
Effigy, that's actually not true. If you look at Conan O'Brien, if you look at
Conan O'Brien, he immediately started talking about he was the first guy to relieve himself on the moon.
No, dude. You got okay. Forget it, dude.
Yeah.
And CSS element coming with the big 5. Jesus, shut up,
crackhead! Shut up, dude.
CSS element coming in with the big 5. What would the reason be for spending billions and risking life to return to the moon, other than to prove the doubters wrong?
I can answer
to make trillions.
I'll answer this. There's actually a TED talk you can find by Don Pettit, who lays out a full argument of why the moon, why go there. There's a variety of reasons. One, given that their efforts to do more space travel, like go to different places, the moon would kind of be like a layover spot for things like that. So there are reasons. If you granted NASA all their capabilities and claims, of course there would be many reasons to set up shop on the moon.
Purely for a gas station, like literally just for a gas station, it would be worth whatever the cost, just to be able to increase efficiency.
The rest of us are talking reality.
What? Even just for the hell of it.
Reality? What did you say?
Yeah,
what did you just say?
Because we're a species.
You know how many years in the future you're talking about?
Effigy, what did you say about reality?
I said you're talking sci-fi. We're talking reality.
We just
sci-fi.
Pre-made. You don't even have to worry about it.
So you're talking. You just admitted Don Pettit in his presentation is talking sci-fi.
Yeah.
Shut up, Uncle Fatty. Effigy, you're saying Don Pettit in his argument for why the moon, right? Who's the one who's basically...
No, I grant all the things in the future about the moon that could be possible.
So that's sci-fi?
That's not where we are. The things you guys are talking about are out of your kids' lifetime's reach. Like, we are so far away from that kind of stuff.
So sci-fi.
We are barely at the point where people can fly up to the upper atmosphere and call that space tourism.
Did you know that sci-fi... Did you know that early in Jack Parsons' development of rockets, which then turned into the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, that all of it, the entire project of NASA was based on his relationship with Robert Heinlein, who was the most popular sci-fi writer. You stupid.
One of.
Yeah, I'm not saying sci-fi.
So
doesn't
NASA
become
was
reality.
based on sci-fi. You dummy.
Yeah, I'm
Shut
not
up.
saying that, but I'm
Literally
saying that in
founded
the
by
future.
sci-fi.
Like you're talking about so far ahead in the future.
Effigy, I'll say it again, dummy. NASA was based on sci-fi.
The actual founding principles.
I already agreed with you on
Great.
that.
So stop pretending. You guys are sci-fi. Your
No,
entire
point.
religion
You're
is
not
based
talking
on
about the
sci-fi,
now.
dummy.
You're not talking about what we can do now. You guys are jumping into the future.
It's appropriate.
No,
Your
the
avatar's
past.
on fire, dude.
The beginning of science.
Effigy, do you have a religion?
We literally just went through this effigy, that the fact that they're making the claim that we're able to protect the astronauts back in 1969, but we can't protect the same astronauts.
We didn't
No,
protect
you're
it.
making
They got doses of radiation. They were wearing radiation badges
And
on
they
the
live till they're
moon.
80 or 90 years of age. No
Hold on,
problem.
Crackhead has
Hang
something
on,
important to
can
say.
you be exposed
They
to
had
radiation
protection
and live a
measures.
long life afterwards?
I wish we could just put Crackhead on the single screen and let him talk.
Can we? Can
Yeah, there we go.
carry on. Can
No.
you be exposed to radiation?
No,
and live a long life?
Everybody else, shut up. Let Uncle
We want.
Fatty have
Yeah,
his
let's
precious
have him
moment.
have a say. Is that evolution?
Give me
behavior?
90 seconds and I'll
Oh my
fucking leave
God,
you
dude.
dumb fuckers in peace right here in your echo chamber.
What's that?
You can't
Okay,
throw the
you're right.
accusation
Really
that we are
badly.
making an accusation.
What?
You just can't even go through seconds, can you?
What's
You're
that?
roboting, Fatty.
What?
What are you saying? Is that evolution behind you?
I can't.
How many? Yeah. Just because
I buzz
you're
too
in silence
fast.
doesn't mean I'm not counting the seconds. Disingenuous fucking trope of a man.
Buddy, you
That's
haven't
not
made a
nice.
point.
All night long, dude. All night long.
All
All
night.
night
Why is he
long.
lying on Rachel? All night long.
All night.
So what do you got?
All night
Anything else you got?
No.
Yeah, don't do that. It was only funny when we did it.
Hugs, not
Can I get
drugs,
another line
kids.
off your cock?
Oh my gosh,
Dude,
Yeah,
Dude.
It won't be
you
a very
gotta
long
stop with that.
dude. All right, is this real life? Oh my gosh. Wow.
Ow.
All right, I'm gonna say my goodbyes. Thanks for the debate. Flow State, it was fun being a partner with you on this. It was wild. Sarah,
Good
thanks
time.
for having me. All of my haters, thanks for jumping on and tussling with me. Effigy, thanks for coming on. Shiva as well. Josie, nice to see you. Mud, that was really fun. And you
Anytime,
guys
Tim, I have
can.
a question for you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Who assassinated JFK?
I think the CIA did some.
It was the
variation of
comedian.
CIA. Yeah.
Definitely Canadian.
Who do you think did it?
I don't want to bring that up on Sarah's channel.
Oh, it was a bagel.
does it
I don't
begin
think
with
a
M?
bagel. I think the bagels hire people to do. They never do their
Yeah.
own work, do they?
Well, they were running
Yeah.
pretty.
Probably an H1B Indian.
Indian? No, that's too
I said an
early.
H1B Indian.
Oh,
not
okay,
Indian.
okay, yeah, maybe. Anyway, if the people listening who are all fucking shit, blah, blah, call into my live stream and I'll give you the floor and I'll put you on the floor as well. So, with that said, good night to all. Appreciate you all. God bless.
Take care.
Nothing personal. To the crackhead, I hope you heal, man. Stop thinking about those rods, okay?
Jim Bob, do you want
What?
me to disconnect on my end?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
See you later, Jim Bob.
See you,
Bye,
man.
Jim Bob.
Ladies,
Thanks
Jim
for
Bob.
coming on.
There seems to be a lot of stuff about radiation. Tell me, do you think there are any residents of Chernobyl who were exposed to the radiation who might still be alive?
Yeah, but
real
that
quick, I'm
would
gonna head
only be a
out
valid
to-
argument. That would only be a valid argument if I was to say, "Oh yeah, we can't go back there because we don't have sufficient technologies to protect them."
Right. So
And
you
also,
concede then-
Shiva, also
Hang
to
on,
your
hang on,
point
hang
that
on,
you-
no.
you-
So
no,
you concede
You
then.
asked
So
the
you
question.
concede
You
then.
asked the question,
So
and
you
I
can-
answered
yeah.
it. You asked the question, and I answered
So
it.
you answered
So
it.
I'm
So
going to
now
flip it
there's
back
a
on you.
follow-up
You
question.
said
Now there's a
that
follow-up
you'd be
question.
willing to have some sort of skepticism towards this if there was some was it in what they called like people who speak out. What's it called again?
Whistleblower. Whistleblower.
The whistleblowers. If there were whistleblowers that came out and said, "Yeah, no, we actually didn't do it," I linked you footage of Buzz Aldrin saying we didn't do it.
High-ranking NASA officials. That's what I said.
Yeah, like the dude who actually supposedly went on the mission.
Well, yeah, but you linked me, and
Yeah.
first of all, you linked me to a video which I said I'm not going to watch now because I'm on a panel with you, right? And I'd rather have the conversation with you than watch the video. And also, I much prefer reading things than watching shit.
Would you play hypothetically if he said we didn't go and you didn't see that it was animation? If those were actual quotes, would you believe that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
One of the quotes is no, because we didn't go there. And you didn't see that it was animation. Those are two quotes from two videos from Buzz Aldrin.
Right, and he was being deadly serious, was he?
Yeah, like I said, anybody, you can go and watch all these videos. He's clearly drunk if that has
conversation
any
with a
effect
child
on
and
it.
the conversation with the comedian. He was being deadly serious.
There's multiple videos of him being confronted by other people, but you're not going to take those for serious.
Here's what I'm gonna do, gentlemen.
I'm gonna go though.
and
Sarah, I'm
Josie.
sorry. I just wanted to thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt as much as I did. I apologize, but thank you. I had fun, and have a good night, everyone.
Awesome.
Excellent
Thanks,
British
bud.
accent.
You're always welcome.
Thank
back.
you.
And also, just before you,
Cheers, everyone.
It's weak to ask a question and then bounce. Just gonna...
Enslaved by Truth says, thanks, Tomato Lady. This dumpster went straight to the moon and back. It did. This was like pure dumpster fire trash. But it was fun for everyone. I'm miserably tired. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you about 10 more minutes to finish your thoughts. Then we'll go into final thoughts and we will shut this down. Unless you pay a stupid amount of money to keep this going. Otherwise,
Stupid.
I'm going to bed.
Don't challenge him.
Look, if you pay, I'll stay. But other than that, I have to get up in 4 hours. So, yeah.
just stay awake. Power through.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
She's like, nope.
Snort some coke, you'll be fine.
You gotta do it every 20 minutes.
You would be fine though. You have to do it every 20 minutes.
Oh, I don't even need to do that.
You don't need it?
Cocaine has a really nice smell.
All right, let's shift back to the original topic, please.
More money? Is that the original topic?
Well, either more money or I shut this bitch down in 10 minutes. So use your 10 minutes wisely, because I think the chat is tapped out.
Drain them dry.
Chat, are you tapped out? Chat. That's how
I
tapped
think
out you are.
I think they're tapped out.
All right, so since everyone's being quiet, I'll just reiterate what I've said over and over tonight. What we've seen is a whole lot of misrepresentations of quotes and situations, especially the one that seems to be the origin of this entire lost technology thing. It was basically a guy saying the shit's in mothballs and it would be a pain in the ass to take it out. Like that's the heart of it all.
Incorrect.
No, that's pretty much what the dude said.
I simplified the question down to one of the reasons this is why we haven't put people back on the moon is because of the radiation, but they were able to protect them far better 60 years ago.
You're making that assertion. You don't have anything to back it up.
I literally quoted an ass at you.
Can you put the link to
But
it
this
in
is
the back? Or
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like you make the claims like, yeah, if there was whistleblowers or if there is this quote from NASA, then yeah, at least I'll have some sort of skepticism. But when I give it to you, it's like, no, he was only joking. It was just a joke, bro. You know what I mean?
Well, I haven't watched that video yet,
versus.
so I'm not making any claims about that video.
Gentlemen, let me interrupt you. Jeremy has posted $10. Josie doesn't need 10 minutes aside from the super. She brings no value to the stream. So, Josie, since we're shutting down in 10 minutes, go ahead and give your final thoughts, and then we will let you exit.
Well, you can join my sewing circle that I was getting ready for since, all that moon landing talk. I guess a lot of y'all were more passionate than I was. So if you want to join that My Born Sewing Circle, well, you know where to find me. My link is, the super chat's hiding it right now, but there you go, channel. Just type that. You should be able to find me. Okay. I respect the hustle. Thanks for having me, Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. You're always welcome back, Josie. Enjoy the rest of your night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye bye. Okay, back to you guys.
So, Teriak, do you think that the fact that they were protected somewhat had something to do with how those craft were designed?
Sure, why not?
Well, they were made very compact and thick and small, right? And they were made of certain materials. Like, just if weight is a factor, if weight is a factor, and if you're talking about commercial like things which they were talking about earlier, then comfort is supposed to be the main factor. Like size, weight, these things are always going to matter when you're talking about space travel.
But if this was 60 years ago, they were able to do this, and we can't do it today.
Well, they did it for 3 people in a 3-day trip there and back,
Yeah.
right? Like,
So, but like you're I don't know if you're intentionally trying to miss this point or what, but they were able to do this 60 years ago, and since those 60 years, you're saying not only like can't they do it, but it's like somehow the technology has
I didn't
progressed.
say I think they can do it. I think we're about to. That's what the Artemis 3 is. Like that's
And saying something would be a headache to get started isn't the same as saying we can't do it. It's just saying it would be a headache, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you were able to do something 60 years ago, and you've literally made no progress on it, and your whole mission is space and shit.
Well, what if the point is that they can't get the radiation? They can protect people from radiation, but not to the point where they're like, this won't essentially be X-ray level for X amount of time. What if it's like they have a safety threshold that is a specific amount, and they just can't get it down to that?
Yeah, but here's the issue, fellas. What age did Buzz Aldrin live to?
Buzz Aldrin? Don't know. What age did the Chernobyl liquidators live to? Because they received a much higher dose of radiation.
Yeah, but this is the issue. If you're saying that the radiation is not a point, then why is NASA saying that it is?
Because they're not saying,
like Buzz Aldrin lived till he was 95 years of age.
Isn't an issue. But like you appear to be making the argument that if you get exposed to radiation, you can't live a long life. Well, that's simply not the case.
What I'm saying is they're listing off one of the reasons why they have not sent people back is because due to health and safety concerns, because there's too much radiation in the Van Allen belts and on the moon and all this kind of shit, because the Earth protection from all this radiation. Yes, but if because it's difficult or whatever, but they're able to do this 60 years ago, but they won't do it today.
Right, yeah, but we know more today. You do understand that, don't you?
Then you're the one who's making the entailment that the radiation is so impactful that it's dangerous to humans, even though Buzz Aldrin lived to his 95.
No, you're making that assertion, not me. I'm making the assertion that people can be exposed to radiation and live long lives.
Yes, so then why haven't NASA sent anyone back to the moon then?
I don't know. Ask.
Exactly, but that's exactly where we get to.
Under development right now, right?
Oh yeah, trust me, bro. Like that's basically what they. Oh yeah, we're gonna send someone back eventually. Yeah.
Well, no, they have a program right
but that's
now. Right?
That's not any evidence.
I mean, NASA doesn't get to dictate its own budget, though, right? You get that, right? Like they don't get to decide how much money they get every year.
So.
What do you mean?
So where does that money come from, Apogee?
It comes from Congress. Congress dictates how much allocation to all the departments goes. So this is one of the reasons that NASA had to scale down to just being within Earth orbit, right? Is because that's the amount of money they had, and they had to start to create vehicles that could be reused. And that's the space shuttle program. I mean, the space shuttle program didn't really have a stellar track record by the end. We lost a couple of them. And once people see billions of dollars just blow up in the sky, they get really reticent about, hey, let's do even more.
And I have to say, the discussion that you lot were having about how you can't lose tech was hilarious. Have you ever tried using an old bit of tech that you've lost the documentation for, or even software that you don't have the documentation for?
Yeah, the counter here is so you can't reverse engineer things.
Yeah, but is it worth the effort to reverse engineer that tech?
Well, if this was one of the greatest feats in human history, surely it'd be incentive.
You know what else was one of the greatest feats in human history? The Great Wall of China. Did the Chinese build 2 of them?
So we can't build walls.
But did they build 2 of them? Did they repeat their great feat?
But again, like we're talking about reverse engineering.
Yeah, but did they repeat their great feat?
Like your whole argument here is because they didn't document
no,
it,
isn't
bro.
it? They performed a great
It was
feat.
never the knowledge that they lost. The actual infrastructure that fueled the machines, the reusable like machine parts, like the Saturn V rocket husk is sitting outside of a NASA somewhere, but the actual internal workings to that was fueled by this huge infrastructure of shit that no longer exists. And that's all he was talking about. It was like it would be a huge undertaking to restart that back up.
Yeah, and in 60 years they're still not able to reproduce it.
Yeah, but is there the political motivation to restart all that back up?
But quite clearly, if Elon Musk is able to get a company...
Yeah, but Elon Musk is like now, we're talking about the last 60 years, right? Has there been the political motivation to really go into space?
And
Not since the 80s,
even if you just track
with Star
Elon
Wars.
Musk's progression over the past like 10, 20 years, he now has
Yeah,
like
but there still
self-landing
hasn't
rockets
been
that's
that-
able to catch in arms.
Yeah, but there hasn't been the political...
And this is from no public funding, no political funding. This is all just his own money.
What I'm asking, NASA is funded by the state, which is taxpayer money. So if you're going to increase the burden on the taxpayer, well, that's a political situation. So what I'm asking is, has there been the political motivation to spend more money on NASA?
But you don't need the like. This is why we have SpaceX.
You do. SpaceX is relatively contemporary. It wasn't around 40 years ago.
Isn't it like the first private space company?
Yeah.
So we're at the cusp of this
right
push into
So-
space with private.
Yes, but when you look at his progress,
Prior to SpaceX, you would have needed a politician with the backing of the people to stand up and say, we should fund NASA more, right? There wasn't the political will.
again, like you're talking about, okay, NASA was able to do all this shit in like 1969. They
When
do
there
this,
was
and then
political will because of the Cold War.
But from all this funding is now dried up. They get apparently they get no funding.
Will, Tariaq.
What are you talking about? Like political will? Like we're talking about like they develop all these technologies and then they somehow lost these technologies, and then they can't replicate it because there's not enough funding.
Right. What would it take?
It's like
to
you're on a loop. Like this
What
argument
would
is like on a loop in people's heads, and they just refuse to give it up.
It's a question that you just keep dodging. It's like, oh well, there's not enough funding or whatever.
It would take money.
No,
what
that's
would you
not.
mean?
That's not what he said at all.
Okay. So what funding does NASA get annually from the government?
I don't know. Do you want me to look it up?
25 billion.
Right.
Yeah. And Elon Musk was able to do this out of his own back pocket. He was
Out
able
of
to surpass them in terms of technological advancements.
SpaceX
Self-landing
gets a lot of
rockets.
US dollars.
Traded company. It's not his own back pocket. Christ. It's funded
All
by
right.
edge managers and whatnot.
Let's go ahead and start getting into our shutdown mode. JP Belly comes in with the big two. Bureaucracy protects itself. Thank you so much, JP. And let's go ahead and kick off with our final thoughts, gentlemen. Shiva. if
Well,
you would
this has
like
been a
to-
very stimulating and entertaining morning conversation. Thank you very much for having me up.
morning.
I hope I
We
made
aim to
it-
stimulate.
I hope
Oh.
I managed to the enjoyment for everyone. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're always welcome. And animated effigy to you.
Thanks again for having me. Really just got up in here to get into a fight, and that's what it was. My last thought is, and it's the same thought every time I run into these conspiracy brains.
Not conspiracy.
Yeah, it is.
Just literally looking at the evidence.
Too,
Is this more likely? or
Too
is that more
much
likely?
like extreme skepticism
It's
will
not
always
extreme.
lead extreme
Let
skepticism.
him give his final thoughts, please.
Yeah, it's sorry. That's like a perfect picture of the whole night right there. Extreme skepticism will always lead to intellectual paralysis. I will end with that. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Effigy. Love having you as always. Teriyaki, your final thoughts.
Yeah, so just to answer that final question there in terms of not enough funding, bro. SpaceX, between all of their rounds of funding, got 12 billion. So that's half the amount that NASA gets funded annually. So this whole concept of we don't have enough money, bro, is just pure bollocks. Again, just to kind of restate the position, just because we say we doubt a claim does not mean that we're putting our own claims. So the whole kind of like, oh, this conspiracy theorists, bro. We're just like, they're the ones that are making the claim. We're internally critiquing their position. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's just asking questions. You know what I mean? So this whole thing, if it's just conspiracy theory, makes no sense. It's just we just don't believe this whole narrative that was painted. And other than that, thanks for having me on, Sarah. It's a pleasure as always.
Yeah, you're most welcome, and thank you, Teriyaki. And Flow State to you.
I don't know why I even came back. I guess just to look pretty. I think that
You failed at that.
for shame. I think that as opposed to thinking that skepticism causes intellectual paralysis, I'd say that not enough skepticism literally is paralysis. You're already paralyzed. What else? Oh, I also think it's interesting that this is particularly with the pro-NASA people, and not so much. I mean, to some extent, the people that were here, but even more than that, I see it like the generation above us, right? The ones who grew up really like, they were little kids eating popcorn, watching the first moon launch. Like, it's a religion, and people will defend this to the end of the earth without even giving a that all of their evidence is just literally what they were taught. They have no reason to believe it except that they were told it. They've adopted it. This is their worldview, and this is their ideology and their belief. Yeah, that's what I got.
Perfect. Thank you, Flo. I appreciate you fighting the good fight tonight alongside with Jim Bob. We also want to send another shout out to Ice Beans and Rezi, who they made it through the debate, but
barely.
I believe, what I mean is they stayed on for the debate. And then I think the Destiny craziness was calling their names, so they had to go, or else I would have.
Oh, that's an excuse.
Had them continue on.
They couldn't handle it.
In any event, I'm very thankful of everybody that tuned in on my channel, on Jim Bob's channel, on Flow State's channel, on Rezi's channel, and on Ice Bean's channel, and anybody else that was dual streaming somewhere. You're always, welcome to do that. I'm really big into sharing is caring in that aspect. But I'm grateful that all of the viewers and chatters showed up and had a good time. There was at one point, I think like 12, 13, 1,400 of you watching. And that was, of course, very exciting. Shout out to the Crucible crew for giving Jim Bob a raid, which helped kind of give a little hefty boost there. Outside of that, we do have Thursday night. We have her name is I Killed Earl. She will be coming on to kind of go against the conclusions of the Red Pill. So I know all of y'all motherfuckers are big Red Pill fans, or at least a lot of you are. And so we will go into open panel. It's Throwdown Thursday, so it's probably going to look something like this, except maybe not as bad, actually. Outside of that, I hope you all off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, She had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the Sith troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.